No, it just depends. How long you want it. Well, I know that some people at 7 this morning were running. Who is crazy enough to do something like that? Hello everyone, welcome for day 2 of MEF RCS World. My name is Direqt. I am the CEO of MEF, a mobile ecosystem forum. Welcome to all of you watching yesterday on YouTube and today, welcome again. And we do have a room, however, a somehow depleted room. It seems to be that we might have to drag some of you out of a canal still. And there have been some parties, of which I wasn't aware of any of it. With misbehaving, but some of you even went this morning for a run, a risk, not a risky thing, but I believe a rich, brisk morning, an RBM to start with. Anyway, it's a few of you, and please do reply on your comments as well. Yesterday we started with some very good cheat sheet on what's MEF. Now it's your chance. Tell me. I could go on for this for a long time. Give me something. Well, we are an industry association, and we're famous for? You can send coffee directly to the room. I think we need something to wake you up. Well, we are an independent association. We represent multiple perspectives of the industry. And that's what we've done yesterday, I think. And thanks for feedback. It seems quite successful. That's what we're going to be doing today as well. We're going to have not one, but now 4 streams, 3 of them open to most of you. You might have noticed in your placard there with your name, a little color coded. Go and check. With either yellow or red, or you might be one without one, which you can go everywhere. But the yellow one is a suggestion to go and join the connectivity element when we are the plumbing part of RCS, making sure that everything works and how to make it work better. The red one is it's a campaign stream where you could go and learn and do more of a campaign. Some of these workshops are actually getting the opportunity to build up your own chatbot as well, to understand how to improve, to learn from other people's mistakes. So it's fantastic, and I really welcome you to all of these and to think of how to create your own day by mixing different elements. Today, the auditorium here will be rich of information again on lots of those campaigns, of those successes, of what people are doing, and some of the good things that we're doing back from yesterday as well, on preventing spam, on making sure we're communicating in the right way as well. Now, I think that's possibly all from me. You are not going to have me as a master of ceremony. Okay, if you don't mind, then it is time for me to welcome the master of ceremony, Killeen, which is the MD of the marketing network. So what a perfect. Thank you. So the baton is yours, and you will be managing the entire day. But we are in good hands, both of your networking side, you know everybody around here, and for the great spirits, what you're seeing, Kieran. But you're not allowed to comment on my hair anymore.
Fabulous haircut.
Thank you very much.
It's great. I can't see a thing from here, so I'm in the dark. But Dario did say to me that there'd be 200 people in the audience, so I'd like to welcome all 200 of you. And he also said that 30% of the audience would be female, so welcome all 60 of you, ladies, to the auditorium. Dublin, what's the bleeding story? So said the holdall of a bag yesterday as a lady disembarked from a train. Dublin, what's the bleeding story? Now, in proper Dublinese, that would be pronounced as, Dublin, what's the bleeding story? And I was reminded of when I had the call from Dario and Susan to talk about being here today. And I thought, RCS, what's the bleeding story? So in my office, to all of the marketers that I work with, I said, guys, who knows anything about RCS? And then I said again, guys, who knows anything about RCS? And then I said, guys, has anybody got an Android phone? And one little hand went up. And I said, okay, tell me about RCS. Tell me about rich communication services. And he said, I'll Google that. And I thought, wow, I don't know anything about RCS. And I went back and talked to Dario and Susan, and we talked about conversational commerce. And I went, now that's really curious. That's really interesting. And I thought, what is conversational commerce? Is that kind of word of mouth? Imagine if you could commercialize word of mouth, and maybe RCS can help you to do that. And then I was trying to look backwards and go, what else might be conversational commerce? You know, could that be like the lyrics of a song? And then I was kind of going, Bono, you know, in 1986 wrote, I still haven't found what I'm looking for. Maybe he has at this point, maybe he hasn't. And I was going, okay, in pure marketing terms, when do you know you found what you were looking for? And I was drawn to Don Draper in Mad Men. And we went through quite a number of series in Mad Men where Don was looking to find something special and ended up creating probably the greatest ad the world has ever known when he asked people to sit on a hill, and he wanted to give the world a Coke. And that ad has probably remained as one of the greatest ads that the world has ever known. But it was that conversational. And was Bono writing about still not knowing what he was looking for, was that conversational? And it probably is. So how can we bring that back to technology? And how can we get that really to work for brands in the marketplace? And I think that I know a lot of stuff because I've been around the world of marketing for years. And we love new stuff that we can go and sell to clients. So I'm really looking forward today to hearing everybody talk about RCS and conversational commerce so that I can go back hugely educated to my agency and spread the word. And then we can start making money out of RCS and help our clients to further enrich their brand experiences. So I'm really looking forward to today, and thank you for all being here. As Dario mentioned, there's a number of streams that are running today in the various different rooms. So I'm just going to read briefly in the farmers market, we've got the connectivity players with the yellow sticker. We've got in Lost Souls Shoemaker, managing campaigns. So if you have a red sticker, that's where you're headed for 9:30. But before we even kick into that and staying in this main room, we are joined by a very important man from Google, Craig Lennon. Craig hails from Rumsden in New Jersey and hangs out with Bon Jovi and Bruce Springsteen and all those guys. He now lives in the Bay Area, and welcome on stage.
Good morning. So I have the duty of welcoming everyone back from what was surely a late night and a long day. And so just a couple points I wanted to make today to kick off. And so the first one is welcome. The second is thank you. And I really wanted to say thank you to the MEF team, to the Foundry team, because I think it gets lost sometimes. It's really what you're seeing over these 2 days is the tip of the iceberg of all the planning and process that the team has gone through to make such great speakers available and such great content, and really to make it a worthwhile event for 2 days. So I just wanted to say thank you first and foremost to them. A couple other points. As I was talking to Dario about planning this event, there was a couple things that I expected. And the first was, it's just always great to get together with partners in the ecosystem and talk about how we can make RCS a success for all parties and all stakeholders. So that was totally expected, and we've seen a lot of that so far. We also expected to hear a lot of great progress that partners are making. We heard from Jan yesterday around the messages progress at Google. And then we've heard throughout the day partners making great progress across the ecosystem. And I also expected, and I'll touch on this in a minute, because I had been here before, I had a great expectation for this venue. So let me touch on that in a second. There were some other things that were unexpected. We heard from Alistair Campbell yesterday talking about strategy, leadership, teamship. And I thought that was very insightful. We also heard from Wally around personas, which I also thought was very insightful. I just wanted to make sure I got this right. Helen Highwater and her fictional boyfriend, Gary, I thought was a very insightful thing around how brands need to consider the way they show up in a conversational sense with personas. So that was somewhat unexpected. And then, as I said, the last thing that was somewhat expected, but I thought worth mentioning is, where we stand today is in what we call here at Google the Foundry. And so it quite literally is a place that during the Industrial Revolution was an important site it has rooms and sites called the Forge and labs, right? These are areas that created the Industrial Revolution. And I can't help but think what we've really been spending yesterday and what we'll do even more so today in a hands-on way is really about the digital revolution. And so I think I had that expectation when we kind of talked about coming here to Dublin, coming to the Foundry, and it's really been resonating with me over the last day and a half that we're really here building something, and I'm so happy that everyone's really here to help do that as an ecosystem. So again, welcome. As Dario said, today is very hands-on, much more so than yesterday. Feel free to break up, have the needed conversations that you need to as stakeholders across the ecosystem to make it a success. And we look forward to supporting you even more to do so. So thanks again.
Thank you, Craig. He reassured me. Lennon reassured me it was nothing to do with John, and he was sticking with the Bruce Springsteen gig. Now, something really important is happening in Scotland this week. It's called the Open, and it's on in St Andrews. And our next speaker, Andy Gladwin, has a BSc from the University of St Andrews. So we're really honoured to have him with us today. I was checking out Andy, and Andy is with Cheetah Digital, but more importantly, he is in the top 25 most influential people in mobile. So welcome on stage, Andy.
Hi, Andy. In case you're feeling alone, here I am. Well, Andy, head of mobile of Global Mobile at Cheetah Digital, we'd like to talk with you about marketing. One comment that I heard yesterday a lot is people did like discovering new things and discovering the marketing things. The first sessions yesterday was very much appreciated the entire morning. So a different perspective. So we talked with Andy because you had that study marketing wider, different perspective. First of all, and if I can have some help with, thank you. I'd like you to introduce us to Cheetah Digital. What is Cheetah Digital? Tell us a bit more.
Thank you, Dario. So Cheetah Digital, we're a marketing software company. We reside in 13 countries around the world with about 1,000 staff today. And what we do is we help our customers, enterprises from around the world, know their customers. So taking the unknown to the known with those customers, helping them to know everything about them to better serve them. And then with that, driving real-time engagement across all channels and extending their lifetime value with loyalty solutions. We are in, as I say, many geographies, but we also cater for all verticals where potentially some of the attendees today may be at some of our customers like Starbucks and McDonald's and at home watching Disney right now rather than here after a big night in Dublin.
Great. So we can see on the screen out there the variety of the brands that you have. I'd like to pinpoint. I mean, these are the big brands that we do know and care about. So if you work for them, you probably know what keeps them awake at night. What are the problems? What are they worried about?
Yeah, so, excuse me.
Okay, don't worry. Google pays, got plenty of money. It's okay.
I think that there are many challenges to the marketer right now. And let's start with the fact that the consumer has changed. Consumers expect to be known, they expect to be rewarded, and they're multi-channel. That not just do they reside on different channels, but they operate on many different channels as they speak to brands. And those channels are increasing in numbers with TikTok and Telegram and Signal and others starting to emerge. So that's part one of going, where do you need to be? The second part is then looking at the rules. The rules have changed. Historically, you'd be able to gather third-party data, use tracking across different apps. You'd be able to have cookies, and with GDPR, CCPA, IDFA, where we see an opt-in of 4% of people allowing app tracking. Mm-hmm. This has really put shackles on the way in which marketers used to gain data for personalization. And then finally, you look at how the world's changed. And what are we? 9/21, I'm going to say the pandemic, I apologize. But it has helped accelerate many companies. I think Twilio said a 5-year acceleration in digital transformation from many enterprises around the world during this period. And with that's created a new norm for how consumers behave. And even when they are in physical stores, they're taking 52% of their shopping decisions with their handset, their mobile, with them in shops.
Oh, wow. I mean, I love it, the fact that you're pointing out at, we might be looking at our words and the revolutions where we think conversational commerce, but you are saying that a lot of things are changing in marketing. It is the right time to relook at what's happening out there. One of the words we hear a lot also, and we've been hearing for a long time, is personalization. So what does it really mean, apart from the obvious? What's happening in terms of marketing and personalization?
So personalization is much more than just hello, first name, account number needs to be catered for in whatever manner. It's about really providing the right content at the right time, in the right place, to the right person. And consumers really expect to have that immersive, engaging, valuable engagement that are contextual and relevant. And so this requires a lot of data to sit behind it, to drive it. But when they do it well, and why we see customers like Starbucks providing over 60% of their orders with personalization, is because there's a 10 to 30% lift in revenue and retention when personalization is driven into messaging. And
can I ask you, just to clarify, great number. I want to, the 60% personalization in data orders from Starbucks. And that's happening on what platforms? How is that?
Cross-channel. So take their mobile app. They want to drive the same experience for Dario, whether you're in London or Dublin or Utah, to know this is what you like, this is your name, and as you come in and make an order, it's easy for you to have the tailored order and that continual experience where you feel connected and understood as a customer, wherever you might be in the world. So that for them is part of their connection and serving customers and making them have that personal relationship where you go there and one of the first things they always ask is, what is your name? Trying to create that relationship. But consumers don't have relationships with channels. They have relationships with brands. And that's another challenge. I'm not trying to give more things for marketers to say and wake up at night, but that's breaking those silos where you go, what do I engage with over SMS, over mobile app, email, every other digital touch point? They expect a homogeneous experience. And so where that's achieved, McKinsey see a 10 to 20% increase in customer lifetime value and conversion when you can bring those different data fields into one and serve customers more homogeneously.
So how do you get going with personalization? How do you make it happen? And if you are one of those brands we've seen it before, where do you start?
So, good question, and that's where things have changed. So, consumers are data aware, data conscious, data secure, and it's been a theme, trust and how your data is managed throughout the conference so far. For us, the only answer is creating direct relationships between brands and their consumers. And Forrester provided a great term called zero-party data. So this is where a consumer will consensually give their data, their information, their preferences to an organization to aid the way in which they're served. And so that could be through a value exchange of what am I going to get in return for sharing more information. And that doesn't mean necessarily a promotion, but it could be access to early content. It could be exclusive content. It could be to provide a better level of service. If you look at Kiwi Bank, who have 20% of the retail banking market in New Zealand, they created a 10-question psychographic series called Meet Your Money Self. And so through this, they asked customers, and 150,000 customers responded with a 75% conversion rate. Tell us more about your expenditure habits, how you save. And with this, they learned to better serve them with the right advice, the right financial products to take care of their customers. But it's one thing to get this zero-party data, to learn about customers for personalization, have that direct relationship which you can foster. But customers change through time. So if we take a retailer, they might go and see someone has gone shopping for clothing. And with that, have they become flush with cash? Do they really know from that one spot check that the sizing is going to stay the same through time? After 4 days in Dublin, I may have gone up a size. They might see that geography changes in a country like the States. So what is your climate, and are you looking for a jacket or swimwear depending on the time you go shopping? Do you move, and does that change? Are you shopping for yourself or your children? So many variables go through there. Then you have those like myself who probably break the algorithms, where I have a 4-year-old who generally has peanut butter on her hands, I have a son who generally has Marmite on his hands, and I buy white trousers. So they have a shelf life of maybe 5 days.
Your life is full of risk. But I love what you were hearing, and I want to keep these, RCS free as well. But I'm taking notes, and I hope you're doing, because there's a lot of concepts that are central to what we're discussing here. Take notes on the zero-party data.
Absolutely.
If there is something you need to talk to marketeers right now, that rings a bell, and I like that. And that perfectly fit with the conversational commerce. But as I said, I want to talk about other things that are in the agenda for a marketeer. And one of those terms used for engagement and so on, or sometimes misused as a term, is loyalty. Or tell us a bit more loyalty in the mix and the priority of what happens right now. What's happening with that for a marketeer?
Yeah, now, I think that loyalty is an extension of the customer relationship. And so it's not something that happens in isolation of everything before, of understanding your customers, serving them, fostering those relationships to a position where you might drive them to have emotional loyalty, to become an advocate of a brand, an organization, a service, whatever it might be. We have our Consumer Trends Index, which sees a 40% year-on-year increase in customers who are eager and willing to go into loyalty programs. So as we talk about the changing consumer, that's something where there is a shift where customers are expecting to be rewarded, they're expecting to be enrolled. With that, though, you look from an organizational perspective, and the cost to acquire a new customer is 5 times greater than to retain them. And so if you have got a large customer base, being able to extend their customer lifetime value, to drive loyalty solutions, to deliver that, is an increasing emphasis that we see from our client base. And take an example, Baker's Delight. So they ran out historically a punch card loyalty system. You get your 10 stamps and you get free coffee or pastry or whatever it might be. So with that, not all loyalty programs are equal. So for them, they created a mobile app. With that, they learned a lot about their consumers. They had the mobile phone number as the key identifier in stores. And through this, they started to understand how can they better cater, personalize, and drive that relationship and understand and show care for their customers. They had, I think, 200,000 entries in the first month. And with this, the average order value of the dough getter versus the non-dough getter, as it was branded, was 25% increase in their order values.
Wow, the power of getting to know your customers a bit more and engaging with them again.
Absolutely, just by making it digital, cross-channel and personalized.
We spoke about another of those buzzwords for marketing terms yesterday, but it's not just a buzzword, it's actually possibly the basis of everything we're doing, which is automations. How do we make sure that we engaged customers, there's millions of them, 250,000 for the Baker's Delight, and on that level of scales and activities and so on. So how important, how successful is automation?
So with automation, let's take, I'm going to put this in 2 categories. Firstly, journeys and then data. So from a journey perspective, you might have those huge canvases of old saying, right, from moment of acquisition through to that of loyalty, here's the guided emails and SMS and engagements we're going to have, and through either 3 weeks to 3 months, we're going to have this fantastic, happy customer. Now, that's a great way to try and drive scale and consistency and approach, but for these things to remain personalized, for customers to feel cared for, you can't be that generic, and every customer has different journeys. And when you look at contextual engagement, for me, it's around creating many micro journeys rather than single macro journeys for specific use cases that are contextual and relevant for customers at that moment in time, that leverage real data from all data points to best serve them. So when we look at journeys, we'll look more at a use case and arena. So do we see a high recency and frequency going back to loyalty? And with that, are we going to drive them towards a loyalty program? Do we see certain indices that might show that there's a risk of churn? Do we see general self-serve environments that can help accelerate a path to value by automating certain triggered messages, seeing what people's behaviors have been. If someone downloads an app, how do we ensure that having downloaded it, that we're highlighting value with that onboarding journey so that they can get the most from it and remove the risk of them using it once and deleting. So lots of ways in which that works to try and leverage value and accelerate a path to value for customers. The second part's around data and understanding what does a good customer look like? That's really important to say, what does your advocate look like and what's the journey that they have taken to result in that position? And then finding similar clusters and trying to accelerate their movement to that position and working out with other customers, how can you influence them to drive a similar outcome and work with those attributes? So a lot of data working as to how you actually engage with customers to bring them into what good looks like. Data can do lots of things that we could talk about for hours, which I won't go into because it's the first session. Let's not put people to sleep too early. But automation is incredibly important for scaling. But if you overscale, then you lose personalization, and that's a fine balance of testing. Well,
in your job, you help brands assess what to do within the mobile channels and more. So let's talk about that. How do they make a decision? This is very relevant for the RCS crowd here. How do we make decisions between using a channel versus another one? What drives them to make that conscious decision? Sometimes you might make them for them, some of those decisions.
Yeah, so there's different ways, and different brands have different business drivers and emphasis. Let's just go with acquisition. Quite simply, if you have value to be consumed for your customers, then you of course want it to be available for them. You want them to be able to take that value, enjoy it, and consume in whatever fashion. So for them to have the awareness, you need to follow the eyes, the ears, the thumbs, to be in the same places that your customers reside. And so when we look at a channel strategy from an acquisition perspective, understanding where those demographics reside, what is that reach, and being able to ensure that they have the gateways to enroll and consume is really important. I think when you look into other channels, we've had some conversations over the course of yesterday, saying that reach doesn't matter. And I think that's dangerous. Reach doesn't matter, and I'll come on to my agreement with that in a moment, but it does matter for customer service. If you're looking at how can you create an environment to reach as many customers as possible, to serve for them and to take care of them, then when you look at a channel, that's very important to understand how many customers can you give this level of service to through that channel. The main thing really is going back to the business drivers. We don't talk to customers and they go, we want to send 2 million emails today. How do we do it? They don't go and say, we want to send 5 million push notifications next month or 1 million RCS messages. They'll be saying, we want to drive customer lifetime value. We want to reduce our bottom line. We want to increase our top line. We want to extend or improve NPS, customer satisfaction, whatever those drivers are. And this comes to the most important part of all of it, which is when assessing channels, it's what is going to be the greatest bang for buck in terms of ROI to achieve against those indices. So how do enterprises choose what channels they use will often come back to what are their business drivers and what's the return on investment against that overarching business driver that's going to have the greatest return. Now, part of that and underlying that and the rationale as to why some of those are more effective than not are the features, and there are many challenges to get there. So within the interfaces they use, how easy is it for a non-technical, non-mobile specialist to be able to adapt and use and execute? What's the flexibility of that channel? And then what are the regulations? What's the fear of damaging a customer relationship? Yesterday, Jan had a great slide showing the new inbox for RCS. And I think that one of the concerns we have from many customers going, we don't want to be invasive. We want to ensure that where we're driving contextual messaging, we're not actually creating disruption by that. And so when I saw that, where it had personal transactions and passwords, I think it was, or ATP, suddenly you're starting to split the inbox up, where that invasive nature to your personal engagement, that P2P bit, remains relatively safe and less polluted from messages that may be mistargeted versus those that are definitely of personal value to you. The other thing that we see when choosing channels is having to be globally localized. Now, understanding not just what are the regulations and the potential fines and the nuances, but how do different consumers react around the world to different channels, not just in terms of adoption, but what's the norm? What's going to serve them in a frictionless environment where they can redeem the value rather than have to force them into digitally changing lanes to adopt to a service?
I like the way you throw a bit of a curveball to one of the major discussions yesterday, where reach doesn't matter. But you say reach matters specifically on customer care.
I believe it does.
But value and engagement is for your loyalty and maybe your acquisition as well.
And look, you have failover channels. One channel isn't going to do everything. And so the greater the reach of a channel that's very effective, the more valuable it is for customer care. As soon as you start saying, okay, we need to use these 5 different channels, it puts a lot of pressure on not just the environment coming up, the CPaaS world of saying, how can you bring this together and drive simplification? And then for maybe the marketing cloud environment to say, when an agent comes in to start to use it, how can they adopt? What's the overhead for them to understand the nuances and differences between the different channels, what they can and can't do, and then to bring that data into a single environment? By having it, the greater you have reach from a single channel in customer care, I believe the more powerful it is in ease of adoption for many enterprises.
Great. Now, as I kept it RCS free until now, and we're almost running out of time, but I cannot, I hope you've wrote down the marketing, topic and themes that are important out there. But now it's a question back to you. Now, what do you think that RCS value could be in some of them, telegraphically, as we're running out of time? But that could be a nice half an hour discussion. But what are your main key points for you to take away after yesterday and today on RCS?
So the answer is that there's a huge amount of value, and it's part of a broader ecosystem. One, trust. You're talking about how the consumer has changed. Hearing Southwark City Council talk around how 90% of customers have been reassured due to having that trust of a verified brand, the brand logo there, the familiarity. That is huge as a marketer to understand how can you have that trust and be on the front foot as you engage with customers. Secondly, I can't think of a single company in the world that wouldn't want to have more time and attention of their customers.
The engagement part.
So that engagement, whether it's 9 messages, 20 messages, I think My Elephant said historically that being the average 2 minutes or 120 seconds of attention. We heard 1 minute 15 of attention yesterday, 19 seconds from another brand. Having attention to listen, to serve, cater and direct customers is incredibly important to remove friction and drive them to value. The third thing that I would say is ROI. Quite simply, when you look at it, and I'd love to drill deeper down into, I think it was Thomas Welzel who's saying, there's a 30% increase in performance when you blend RCS in with SMS. Simple. Now, that's going to vary by use case and order of good, but if it's as easy as that, it's working out, okay, how do you scale that? What does that look like in terms of dollars or pounds or euros or whatever currency? And then what's the overhead of installing the technology to unlock it? So for me, they're the main things. And then the final one is, as Maita from Orange put up yesterday, the data. We're talking about zero-party data. That works well when you have the contextual data, the behavioral data, and behavioral data you're going to gather from RCS. It's also a platform to gain zero-party data. And so in terms of learning about customers to better cater for them going forward, I think it has a huge position where it can drive value. And the idea that messaging has been the conduit to messaging being the final destination for content, I think is also a really exciting proposition for it and ways in which it could be used.
Fantastic. Well, fantastic to hear what the main themes for the marketeers are, but also your interests, Cheetah Digital, on this platform and what we could do together. For Andy Gladwin, a big thank you.
Thank you.
I will leave you back in the capable hands of Kieran. And if any of you, by the way, are wondering, 2 things I'd like to take the time to tell you. The first one is that the additional rooms, the one we talked about, the farmers market is one, are in what is called the Personal Development Center. So just go right from the auditorium and right again, and you will find it. And the other things I'll tell you, we are small. At MEF, we're trying and we're testing something which is our MEF bot. If you'd like to test it, check it, and tell us what you think. We'll love that. Thank you very much. Back to you, Kieran.
What are we testing?
A robot.
A robot.
It's fantastic. I can do that too. So.
Does it serve beer? Andy, that was brilliant, and I'm really impressed that given your education in the University of St Andrews, that you were wearing the Scottish gear there, the shirt and the white trousers. Very brave, particularly sitting beside a man from Italy. I'm just back from the Amalfi Coast, and all the gentlemen are wearing white trousers and navy shirts. Now, so far we've had people on the stage from Ireland, Italy, the US, the UK, and now we're headed to Mexico, where I studied Spanish at school, so I should know loads of this. I know Buenos dias. I know caramba. Now, I asked a few Spanish people who work with me if they know what that is, and they never heard of it, but we were told at school it was a term of astonishment. So, caramba! What's the bleeding story, Dublin? So, Perla is in town from Mexico, from Innovattia, and she is going to have a debate on stage now with Edith, and they're going to talk about RCS with some use cases. So, welcome.
Pointer. Oh, excuse me.
Do you have
the pointer for the deck?
Thank you. Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, you didn't give us a presentation.
I gave you. I gave it to you. Oh, well, we don't have our deck, but we are going to explain our case study. This is a case study regarding Walmart and Sam's Club in Mexico. We are always looking for complex ways to communicate the brand message, and we are always trying to correlate data. But sometimes a simple campaign, well executed with certain consistency, could have a high power to engage the consumer. That was our case with Walmart. They were running A/B testing constantly. The fact is that Edith, she's our technical leader, and she has been working with her team for every single Walmart campaign with RCS the last 2 years at least, since the channel was launched in Mexico. And the fact is that they were trying with different messages and different campaigns, and they decided to go for cash bonus and cash coupons for e-commerce and PayPal bonification, I guess, and sometimes some
retention for the clients,
right.
Get more
campaigns,
to get more purchase on their commerce.
Yes, and the results were really high. And what we learned throughout that process was that the timing was really important. Being absolutely consistent was important, but much more than that, it was to keep it simple.
For example, a good activity for get the best database for contact by RCS is always cleaning maybe one per month to know how many users are enabled to receive RBM. And then is that so successful because you know how many clients you get receive that communication, or if not, if not enabled, you can contact them by other
Channel like
another
SMS,
channel
or
like
perhaps call
email, SMS, call center.
Yes, and for Sam's Club started executing campaigns. They were sending, well, the very first campaign that I remember of them was the Buen Fin teaser. So they sent and they delivered a really nice high-definition video to every single Sam's Club member in Mexico. The fact is that data was for free in the case of RCS in Mexico. It was being sponsored by mobile telcos, and so every single person who was getting that video could access without any data plan. This was very important. This was like the warm-up for that campaign. And then every single campaign that they have been running was really powered by very well designed graphics. And if you ask me what was the fact that made a huge difference, it was exactly the same fact that it was for Walmart. It was to keep it simple. So they came from a user journey using carousels and using these high-definition videos and even very complex teasers.
Even carousels so expensive, like 10 cards.
Yes.
They know that no was a successful way because there are a lot of information and the user was
Getting confused.
Yes, very confused. And always, the rate was down.
Yes, and the fact is that after a while, what they learned as a brand and what we learned, like being your partners for this channel, well, for this and SMS and USSD, because we operate different channels with them, was that it was very important to deliver power graphics, to communicate and getting the attention and make people aware of only one idea, forget about trying to, because they were sending like, you can get a laundry machine, but you can also get a blender and a mobile device and, I don't know, a laptop, for instance. To communicate just one product, the sales were getting higher each time they were executing this kind of campaign. And to keep that main idea clean, communicate, keep the attention and keep the team really focused on that main objective. And the fact, and what we discovered throughout this journey, it was much more important to communicate this on time. So timing was everything. It is a huge effort for both teams, the brand and our team, to run these campaigns in real time, every single event or sales event that they are preparing. So what is really important is that they got different materials already created, and they are going to launch at the precise time whatever needed to reach their sales goal for that event. So we don't know if we are going to promote a fridge or we are going to promote a laptop or a blender. But the brand doesn't know it as well. So they are always taking care of the figures, and in real time they are deciding which comes next. And we don't have an idea of the upcoming campaign. So it is a huge effort, but it has been a very, very successful model. I don't know, it is very different. And, it for me and for the rest of the team, obviously, was a great learned lesson that execution was everything. It doesn't matter if the campaign could be huge, it doesn't matter the graphics you got or the message that you are going to communicate. Creating momentum is about getting in real time, it's about execution, it's about being disciplined, and both teams have been doing it great. And when they are not running this in real time, the figures were not that high. So at least for sales events, this is the key. And it is not like a super complex campaign, but it is very well executed. Congrats.
Thank you. But it's a lot of work for every area, like design, database, technical. No?
Yes, and it is just like they got 3 or 5 different messages, and they are only going to communicate one, but that really works. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Is there any question? Yes, please.
So you alluded to the fact that when you had a carousel and you went all the way as far as the technology allows, so having 10 cards, did you get any hits at all on the last cards? How many did you find worked?
Well, we recommended them to go with 3 cards from the very beginning. It was just like if you got 5, people will find difficult to get to the 4th or 5th card. But they decided to go with 10.
Customers always knows best, right?
And maybe
Yes.
by category, for example, beers, meat.
Spirits and wines.
Yes.
Yeah, so or perhaps electronic devices that could be successful and people were going to get into the last card if needed. But there are certain categories which were never worked that way. And they decided to simplify the campaign. And after a while, they realized that it was one idea. And you need one product and a killer offer and no more than that. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Caramba. So remarkably, you know, what Perla and Edith were talking about there was, I think, things that always remain true in the world of marketing, and that's about the timing, consistency of messaging, and most importantly, simplicity. So the world remains the same. It's the same in every market. Thank you, Perla, and thank you, Edith. Right, now, we talked about Andy earlier going to the University of St Andrews. Now we have Catherine, who went to the University of Dundee. So lots of Scottish educated people. Now Catherine hails from Ballymena in Northern Ireland, a beautiful coastal town. She's seriously bright. I just read stuff there and it said that she's a Bachelor of Laws and was in the Law Society and the Debating Society of the University of Dundee. So she's going to really entertain us now. Catherine holds a lofty product manager position in BT, and she's going to tell us really about the growth and impact of RCS. So welcome on board. What's the bleeding story, Catherine?
Hi everyone. I kind of forgotten about all those details myself. So it was a good trip down memory lane from the university days. So I'm here to talk to you. Oh, I hope you're all enjoying Dublin, by the way. It's nice to have this in my home country. I don't think I've ever done a work trip in Ireland before. And I hope thank you so much to Direqt for hosting such a great happy hour yesterday evening and we actually did see some sunshine. I'm actually planning to go swimming off the rocks at Dunleary this evening, so I'm really going to try and enjoy Dublin, all that Dublin has to offer in the next 24 hours before I head back to London. And thank you to Infobit for hosting their event on the boat yesterday evening as well. So I'm here today to talk about the UK market for RCS. I mean, I think we've seen from Spain and Germany so far. So it's really good to show the progress that we've had in the UK as well. And after I do that, we're going to talk about our chatbot directory that we're planning to launch, and I'll be pleased to invite on Murray from Telefonica UK, Nick Martin from Direqt, and Diva Creasy-Benjamin from Cisco. But first of all, I think we've mentioned this before, I just wanted to talk about where we are in the UK market. So we are at 25% penetration for smartphones, which is, I think I said yesterday, but just as a recap, that has grown exponentially over the last couple of years. We've gone from about 8-10% in 2019 to where we are now, and we'll hope to see that probably grow to about 40% by this time next year, which is obviously a massive chunk of eyeballs on any marketing campaign or any content that we can share over our RBM, as we've heard from all of the speakers yesterday and this morning. And we've got about 17 million RBM-enabled users in the UK now. Again, we're hoping to see that grow, and that's part of the work that we are doing in our RCS collaborative group with the other operators, 3 and Vodafone, is just ensuring that we grow those numbers and collectively work together to do what we can to make RCS a success in the UK. So we've heard a lot over the last few days about how carriers having to pushing out the drinking their own champagne, so to speak, in terms of RBM. And that's something we've been doing within EE. We've rolled out about 12 campaigns on RBM to our own customers now, specifically on things like upgrades. So just to talk about one that we did, you can see here how it worked in action. We've got all of the, how do I go back? Again, yeah, you can see here how it worked in action. But basically this campaign, and I think when we heard from Nick Lean yesterday about the power of even the proportion that we can get on RCS campaigns, this one went out to about 300,000 customers, so most of them were on SMS or email, and about 5% of that base was RBM enabled, and it was just a bit of a trial. But interestingly, that accounted for over 20% of the sales, and that really mirrors what we've seen from the analysts in terms of the uptake and conversion rates that we get on an RCS campaign versus SMS or email. And that's something that we want to continue rolling out. We're actually working on a few campaigns around Christmas already to ensure that we bring these RBM functions. And really, it's for our consumer side, it's all about the bottom line for them. And then when they see these results, they're really happy to roll out RBM campaigns and work with the technology. Another thing that we want to really look at within EE specifically is moving as much of our SMS campaigns that we have on wholesale and within our smart messaging functions to RBM basic message functionality. And as I said yesterday, within EE, we're pricing this the same as SMS, and we can provide what Nick described yesterday as that really, really important function for brands of read receipts and verified sender functionality. And we've across the conference, it has been stressed many, many times the importance of safe messages and spam prevention. And this is a really secure message for channel for both brands and customers to use. And also, it's just a no-brainer to move that traffic over. And we hope this will be like a gateway to moving to more rich conversational RBM carousel sort of based campaigns. But another thing that we can do with this technology is we've got a lot of brands that are sending out concatenated SMS messages, and if they use this functionality and use an RCS single message, they will actually save moving to RBM functionality from SMS because they don't have that 165 character, or is it 160 character? I should really know that character limit on SMS, and that's something we're really excited about, and we're going to try and move as much as we can and just get RBM really known within the UK market with this functionality. Another thing that we're also really pushing within EEBT is personalized videos, and it's something we're working with our partner Idemo on. And we sort of had a bit of a eureka moment in the team when we thought we want to share personalized videos with our customers. We've had great results. I think there is 20% on average uplift in sales when a personalized web experience is used. You can know as a customer yourself if you saw something saying, hi Catherine, and it give you all of the things that you desired and delighted you from a brand. Personalized video can provide this. Now, it's been difficult to get this out of messaging, obviously, because SMS doesn't have that functionality, but we can obviously push personalized messaging out to our brand customers with RCS, and this is something we have done with our Bills Explained, which obviously inspires customer loyalty and the personalization that we've heard across the board in the last couple of days is integral to customer loyalty and keeping them with the EEBT brand. So this, I'm just going to give you a snapshot of the video that we were able to send out to our customers, explaining exactly how their bill was itemized for a month. Not the most exciting use case, but it's just something that we've had success with within BT.
We're from BT. It's really good to have you with us, and we're going to talk you through your first bill. Your bill is made up of 4 sections: one-off charges, rental and other charges, changes before this bill, and what you used.
Let's start at the top. One-off charges include things like delivery, an engineer connecting your line, activation fees, and any new kit you needed to get set up. And this is what that section comes to. The next 2 sections, rental and other.
Okay, so I just wanted to give you a snapshot of what we can provide, but if you even think about your own brands that you work with and any brands in the room, what personalized video can do for you, we can push all of that out through RCS functionality, and it's something that I would love to talk to you about in one of the breaks if you'd like to hear more, and we can refer you and maybe move some of your business traffic in over to RCS single message, which is also extremely cost effective, and trial these products with EEBT. So without further ado, the main body of what we're going to do today is talk about the RCS chatbot directory, which I'm pleased to say most of the UK carriers will be launching. EEBT intend to launch it before the end of the year, and I think it's the same with Telefonica, who'll be joining me for a chat in a second. And essentially, this is going to be a new, exciting way to push content and discovery of content to our customers. And it's a great way to utilize that 17 million customers that we have on access to on RBM within the UK market. And yeah, so I'd like to invite Murray from Telefonica, Direqt from Cisco, and Nick onto the stage, and we can talk about the chatbot directory. I feel like I'm at a strange angle. Maybe I should move. When you're not on this stage, you don't realize how bright the lights are. They're insanely bright. You can't even see the audience, but anyway. So just to sort of give you a summary of what we're trying to do here is basically just talk about what this will bring for the UK market. Vodafone have already launched this service, and we've discussed this at length in our collaborative group that meets about every month in the UK. So when I heard Murray was going to be attending as well, I thought it'd be a great opportunity to discuss our collective interest in the service and interest in getting the service launched. Between Telefonica and EE, we make up about over 60% of the UK market. Vodafone's about another 25, I think. So really, we've got about 85% coverage of this chatbot directory coming soon, and we're lucky today to have the co-founder of Direqt with us, Nick Martin. So I think I'll just put the first question to you, Nick. What made you co-found Direqt, and what is your vision for the chatbot directory in the UK market, and how do you think we will benefit as carriers and within the CPaaS community as well from launching this service?
Yeah, so I'll try to take those in order, but remind me.
I mean, it's quite a big question.
Yeah. So on the founding of Direqt, we thought that the advent of RCS created some obvious opportunities to deliver new experiences inside arguably the most important app on the phone today, the default messaging app. And for us, that is largely focused on content, and content in all forms. And so yesterday we talked about news publishers, entertainment publishers, but content is quite wide. There's a lot of ways people engage with it. And so we spend all of our time thinking about how do you get the best content into the best app and deliver an experience to the consumer that's sticky, that's recurring, that's highly engaging. Because we believe that if you create an audience in the channel, that's actually what's going to drive most of the brand adoption, right? Consumer adoption is the leading indicator of the brand adoption. And so in addition to traditional news publishers, we're working on things like games and how to bring gaming into a chat environment, video, another format that we think is important. And my partner and co-founder, John Duffy, who many of you guys know, is quite the visionary and has probably been the poster boy for RCS for quite some time.
Indeed, yeah.
Yeah, and so he deserves a lot of credit for having the light bulb go off. I think he was on the front lines of it and saw, hey, there's a lot here that can be done that maybe the legacy messaging space wasn't thinking about. And so we're working really hard to bring that to life, and really grateful to have you guys as partners to do that. So that's sort of on the direct front. I think the second question was, why are we working on directories? And for us, directory might just be sort of like a technical term to describe what it is in the standard, things like that. We think of it as discovery, right? And if you have a really compelling in-app discovery experience, it does a lot of things. It, one, really solves any argument around ubiquity, because you can reach the audience there, you have a way to get in front of them. We think, two, it unlocks innovative use cases. Like back to gaming, if you think about that experience, it's not something that makes a ton of sense in an A2P environment, right? If you're gonna go to a different website for games, you're probably gonna play them there. And so we think it's a starting point for a lot of innovation, a lot of new use cases. And then finally, it unlocks brand adoption, I think, in a new way. And so if you're a business today and you're doing A2P messaging, there's a ton of great use cases. There's a lot of great companies that power that. It's not our focus. We think it's valuable for the brands, valuable for the operators. But when your user journey starts with the consumer finding your business, I think it forces a level of creative execution that's quite different. An example here might be social. And so if you think about how brands behave across social platforms, they don't just post promotions and coupons every single day on Instagram, right? Because it won't work. It won't get engagement. And so because the consumer is finding their content, I think it forces a much more holistic view of how do you create an engaging experience? How do you do that in a way that's contextual to the environment you're in? And so we're trying to bring that to life with the operators, and we think it's going really well so far. So that's two. I don't know if there was a third, or if you want me to let somebody else talk already.
I know, I think it'd be good to hear I think we've got enough time for you to delve into the third, and that's, even hearing that from you now has sort of brought it to life for me, and I'm sort of, my mind's ticking away thinking about the use cases that we could bring. And I think if you want to sort of expand on the third one, but I think we have had that issue in the UK market with really bringing P2A to life, and this is obviously going to bridge that gap. So if you want to expand on that, and then we can go to David and Murray in a second.
Yeah. So the question is how do we expand it across the carriers?
Well, yeah.
So I think for us, when we think about any market, like single market density is really important. And I think one of the things that you guys have done so well, and I hope other operators from other markets will take the lead from, if they haven't already, is working together, in these groups that you've organized, so that the operators have a unified strategy and unified approach. We think that's much better for the end consumer. It's obviously better for brands. And at the end of the day, that's what's really in the operator's best interest, because having the same solution deployed in a market makes it so much easier for the DCBs of the world to drive investment from brands, which ultimately creates that commercial opportunity that we're focused on delivering to the operator. And so, again, I think at the end of the day, to the extent possible where as an operator, you can get in a room and align on how you want to take RCS to market together. And that's how we really think about it. Like RCS is a product, and if you're a product manager for RCS, you need to have a really well thought out go-to-market strategy. I don't think just sitting back and launching your map, getting live, and waiting for traffic to come is a winning strategy. And you guys have really led the way, I think, in the UK on how do you build something that's cohesive and that delivers value to the end consumer first, make sure they love it, and then from there, everything else kind of follows suit.
Yeah. And I think the way I sort of see it, and I'm not sure if you agree, Murray, is that we will launch campaigns with brands through our CPaaS providers, and then hopefully we can say, do you want to go into this chatbot directory or discovery function as well? And it's just another string to the bow of our offerings on RBM.
Very much so. It's a marvelous value exchange, as Nick articulated yesterday and just now. But I'm going to even step back from that a little. I don't like to talk about RCS. People made the point yesterday that it was an industry acronym, and it sits in the background as a piece of tech that just sort of fundamentally enables something. But over the years, whilst I've worked in messaging, I've been quite surprised at how organic messaging has grown and come into people's lives without us necessarily contriving to put it there. I've done market research over the years and sort of asked the question, how important is messaging to your lives? And people have generally said, I don't think it is. But then when you sort of inquire as to what they receive from the banks and the couriers and the gyms, and it rapidly becomes apparent that it's the most important engagement mechanism in their lives. It's the thing that sort of triggered a lot of their activity, because it commands such a response, it's the thing that grabs their attention, and because it's network embedded functionality, it's a very precious asset, and it's done us all very well over the years. So the way I like to think of this is that I just want messaging to be front of mind for everybody. People, there's a diversity of channels now, and it's drawing people away from that envelope on the phone, which is an app, clearly, but it's more than that. It's something that comes through the network. It's trusted. It's been built, as a substantial piece of capability. I know it's only a small number of characters, but it's allowed us to build this industry and a lot of the businesses that you guys represent. So I just don't want to lose that essence. I want to sort of make sure that messaging has equal billing with everything else. And yeah, the directory is a marvelous way of engendering a P2A engagement and delivering a value exchange to the brands that will ultimately appear on that. And hopefully, just it re-engages people. It makes people think that messaging is definitely somewhere they want to be, and yeah, by virtue of that, it has my support. And I think the fact that we are collaborating in the way necessary to sort of power the ecosystem is a great initiative, and one we're certainly fully supportive of at VMO too.
Thank you, Mary. And I think most people that are experienced with carriers know that this sort of collaboration is definitely an exception. So it's really, really great that we've been able to do it in the UK for RBM. I think that it's sort of become clear as we've been talking what the carrier rationale is behind the chatbot directory or discovery function. But how will the CPaaS players, such as yourself and Cisco, benefit from this, David?
Well, I suppose when we go and talk to clients now, we talk about A2P. Mm-hmm. We talk about what messages are you sending today, what needs, what conversations do you need to start. And as you say, it can be seen as quite intrusive. If you've not contacted someone for a couple of years and suddenly a message appears in their inbox, then are you going to get as good a reaction? What the directory does is it gives an unobtrusive way of a customer discovering your brand, and discovering it amongst some superb content that they're getting from their network, essentially for no cost. Mm-hmm. But that value exchange, they're engaging with it, they're starting to learn from it, and I will say that discovery, so being able to see, the Condé Nast type content, the Vogue, the GQ, all that sort of thing, and then slap bang in the middle of it should be your mobile company's logo, and you click on that, and you can talk to, actually, they've got a sale on, or this new phone's coming out, or whether it's Hollywood.com appears, and then you can go lead through and buy your tickets. It fills that P2A gap. I think it does one of the things that I certainly have talked about for a while, and it gives RCS a personality.
Yeah, I was just thinking that.
I would say Shirley's up there somewhere, probably smiling at that.
Or messaging a personality.
But it gives the default inbox on your phone a personality.
Yeah.
And you're right, that is the way to talk about it. RCS is never going to be a term that I'm going to walk into a family meeting and everyone's going to know what I do for a living. This is not going to fix that.
Really? You haven't bored your family enough with it yet? I have.
I have, and all of them switched to iPhone. No. But this, being able to walk in and say, have you seen that article? Or did you see this?
Yeah.
And we're much more driven by content and story and engagement, and just simply by brands placing the right content next to that, you get the engagement, you get the opt-in, you get the P2A discovery and engagement, and then that enables A2P to only increase.
100%. Yeah. We do think it's a catalyst for the A2P business, right?
Yeah. Absolutely, it works, but it works both ways. It will give us that ability to walk into a brand and say, "Yep, this is the best way to reach people on Android."
Yeah, when I first discussed this, when I first joined BT when I first discussed it with Nick, I just thought there are some PR issues with the native inbox as it is. People say, we've moved to other channels for P2A. They forget how many comms that they get from businesses within the inbox. And I think this will excite customers more when they actually go into their inbox and find out that there's a lot more content in there. And we'll just increase the amount of eyeballs we get on both A2P communications and this discovery function as a result of this. I guess maybe it's probably a good time to ask the question. Maybe we've got a bit of time left over, Nick. So what kind of, if you were like a typical customer, maybe in a year's time, this is a bit of a left field question, but I'm sure you can handle it.
I'm excited for it.
Discovering the chatbot directory once we're rolled out in the UK market, how would you envisage their journey being, and how do you think that they will benefit from it as consumers?
The consumer journey to our galleries product?
Yeah.
So I think at the highest level, the leading KPI is time spent in the messaging app. And so if we fast forward a year from now, this is live across the UK. There's a unified experience. It's relevant to the end consumer. They're finding content that they want. They're getting brands recommended to them in a way that's contextual and relevant and not intrusive. And what we would be seeing from that is consumers are visiting it more frequently. They're spending more time in it. Their overall conversational diet is increasing. The amount of conversations they have with brands, how that relates to where they interact with brands in general versus app, web, social, we're going to start leveling that playing field. And so I think in about 12 months time, post your guys' launches where we have that sort of single market density in the UK, we'll be back here in this room with a case study that I think is really going to set the stage for hopefully how on a global basis operators approach this side of the RCS strategy. And I also think we'll be able to draw a line from the adoption of P2A, not just from what Direqt does in the market, bringing content into the channel, but from how the Ciscos of the world can bring in their businesses, and then actually tying that back to how is that driving both A2P traffic and revenue, but also new use cases, right? I think Jan talked yesterday about innovation and doing things in this channel that haven't been done in legacy messaging. This has got to be by far the most natural starting point for a Cisco to get somebody on board for that type of innovation. And then I think what will happen is that ladders back up into the broader overall messaging and A2P strategy. And so long-winded answer, but the summary there is it'll be awesome.
So I think there has been a couple, and you even said yourself that sometimes I feel that I've been talking about this service, even just from an A2P functionality and I've been having eureka moments with brands in rooms, but there may be an issue within some of the sales functions within some of our CPaaS that they're not quite understanding this product. How do you think this chatbot?
Not you, DC.
No, you.
Bloody hell.
No, obviously not you. Not you. I mean, they've been very used to selling SMS, and it's the processes are there. Do you think something like this will make it a more exciting sales prospect for your colleagues?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the difference between sending or selling an outbound notification to selling a conversation is actually quite a journey that you need to take your teams on. They need to really understand the value, the kind of figures that we've been talking about, and all of the use cases have brought to bear. They need to understand that and know that it's not just about, okay, what's the price of one message? It's what's the value of a conversation. And the directory, and I think as it grows, it will gather attention. And it will help people to really understand that there is value being driven by your mobile network that isn't necessarily a giveaway or a discount. It is hopefully enriching certainly your content, but enriching your ability to be able to reach a business when you want. We've heard a lot of people say you need to be where your customers are, and you need to be there when they need you, or even before they need you. And this is another step on that process to making the mobile phone the ubiquitous point for people to go, okay, I want to talk to this business.
Yeah. Thanks, David. Murray, we heard yesterday, I think it was James O'Hare from Link said that he felt that sometimes for digital marketing strategy, there was a bit of it was considered like a lowbrow product. But I think with when sort of marketing agencies hear messaging, they just automatically think of SMS, which isn't the most exciting proposition. How do you think this will help Telefonica customers and your partners overcome that issue?
Yeah, I mean, it was a valid point made yesterday, but and we've forayed into the marketing or the realm of marketing when we had the O2 Media product, which then became Weave, and it had a limited shelf life because it was a sort of an intrusive medium from a marketer's perspective, but I just think that the additional kind of attraction of directory and the P2A discovery of this is just going to change that massively. we're going to leave alone, going to leave behind the old perception of what messaging is about, which is just a sort of an operational updatey thing. It just tells you when your parcel's coming, or that something's closed, or whatever. So yeah, the realms of what messaging has done in the past compared to what it's going to be doing for people in the future it's just so dramatically different. And I do believe it's incumbent on us as well, as David's made the point, the value sale is a different challenge for a CPaaS business. It's a different challenge for us as well. We need to sort of question ourselves and align, behind you guys and make sure that we've got the right kind of pack and we're allowing all the sort of end-to-end user flows to be very evident, so that you can sort of wow customers with what you design and build. So yeah, I think, it's up to us all to sort of change the game a little. It's in our hands and in our destiny. So yeah, it's we all need to sort of just up our game a little, but I certainly believe that's that's a consequence, or will be a consequence of us doing that.
Yeah, and I think this will move along with everything that RCS can provide, messaging from communication to conversation for the whole ecosystem. And on that note, I just wondered if there's any closing remarks from any of you, or should we open the floor to questions?
Open up to questions, maybe. DCB, do you have anything?
Well, no, I was just going to say, which marketing company wouldn't want an extra 17 million eyeballs?
Well, yeah. When you think of
what
what they would even spend on like an influencer marketing campaign, like when I was at a marketing event last week, if an influencer has 17 million followers, they would never hesitate on throwing massive amounts of money at it, and yet this is a much more cost-effective way to get that many eyeballs and better analytics, etc., on any campaign. So
as soon as they click on it, it's not, here's your advert, please visit our website.
Yeah.
It's, hi, how are you?
Yeah.
How can I help?
I think maybe just to tie a bow on that, there was a lot of analogies drawn yesterday to television commercials, for example, which is a great analogy. But in order for that to be relevant or to be applicable, there has to be an audience that you can actually get in front of. Like the difference in a non-P2A environment between an RCS reach number and a television show is you can go to the television show and put your brand in front of the customer. If there's no audience to put your brand in front of, it's a completely different use case. The user journey is different. A2P is an owned audience. Discovery is about a new audience, getting in front of consumers that you're not reaching today. And I think by giving the consumer what they want, giving them an incredible experience that's content-led, that's relevant to them, that's going to captivate the audience, and the audience is what will bring the brands in. And so we feel really strongly this is a good idea. I'm curious if there's any questions in the crowd we can answer.
Yeah, does anybody have any questions? As I said, I see a question there from Dave from Infobip. I went really off-piste there, so he's all handled it quite well.
Yeah, none of that was prepped, was it?
That's fine, Fiona.
Yeah, so it's Dave from Infobip. So it's really exciting, really interesting. But just as a question, obviously, as we can see on screen now, the first brands we can expect to come into this kind of environment will be content providers, looking to monetize and share content. But given the use cases for RCS, RBM, how do we avoid getting into a scenario where we just replicate the Twitter newsfeed in the messaging inbox, given service messaging, customer service messaging and the like? How do we make sure we allow consumers to curate and have control over what they can see in their inbox?
So really good question. The way we think about it as a provider of the platform here is that, one, we're agnostic to who's bringing chatbots or chat-based experiences. And so our approach to the market is to try to be a catalyst in partnership with the operator for the CPaaS providers, the aggregators. And so we encourage anyone in this room that is trying to increase their RCS portfolio to work with us and our operators to bring their brand into the channel. And so through the operator, the way we engage with them, if you guys can bring chatbots into the space, we can deliver them into this experience really, really easily. And then to the second point around how do you make sure it's not Twitter, right? Because we don't want it to be a $5 billion business with hundreds of millions of users. And so if we want to avoid that, which again is not the worst outcome, I think what's important is that the experiences are contextual to the medium. And so Twitter is its own thing, right? It is content, but everything on the mobile device is content. And so the way we think about it is, how do you deliver a content experience that is purpose-built for messaging, right? How do you engage with a story inside of a conversational format? How do you play a game inside of a conversational format? No different than how do I book an airline ticket or a hotel or any other use case. It has to make sense inside of the interface of a conversation. And so we spend a lot of our time thinking about that. I think there's a lot of great companies, Cisco included, that do the same on the brand front.
Yeah.
What we can't do is just copy paste what's on these other platforms and hope that that's magically going to work. I think there has to be thoughtful design around how do you take at the high level what the consumer cares about and then create an experience that's engaging to them in a way that actually makes sense for messaging. Yeah. And so I think that's on all of us in all different verticals and industries to continue to fight that fight and create experiences that really delight the end consumer. And if we do a good job of that, I think everything else takes care of itself.
Yeah.
Thanks, Nick. I actually think we're almost out of time, but is there any other last questions? Okay, we've got 15 seconds to spare, so that was pretty good.
Nice.
Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Guys, great session. Catherine, I see you got the email about what we were to wear today.
Yes, I know.
Thank you very much.
I did give it a bit of colour in my head, but that was...
Well done.
Thank you very much.
Nick, I am so upset. I didn't get to introduce you. Nick from Tampa Bay.
That's it? That's all I get?
No, Nick said this will be fun.
It will be.
Will be. Was it fun?
I had fun. Did you have fun?
I had great fun.
All right.
And even more so, I wanted to hear all about you playing for the Israeli national lacrosse team.
I got a highlight tape.
And you kept that to yourself. Guys, brilliant. The great news is, for all 200 and something of you, we're headed to coffee break now. And I can tell you from that session there, RCS, what's the bleeding story? The clouds are clearing. I'm starting to understand what this is all about, but I'll keep that for later on. So we're headed for coffee break until 11 o'clock. And when coffee break ends, you're going to hear a curious sounding bell. I had them play it for me earlier, and it sounded more like a pigeon, kind of a woo-woo-woo-woo. That's the sound the bell makes, and the lights are going to flicker. And that means that you either come back in here or you head to the farmers market, where there is a stream being run by .go, RBM Hub, single access point for onboarding, verification and termination. But I can tell you're all enjoying the sessions in here so much that nobody wants to move into the various different streams. But they are available, so be aware of that. So look forward to seeing you after coffee break, and thank you all for your great attention so far. And the next speaker before they come up, right, you got to go, what's the bleeding story? Thank you. welcome back, everybody. They gave me a new microphone. They said it was far too loud and noisy in that first session earlier. Now, I can't see if there's more than 240 people in the room. Yeah, no, we're looking about 212, I think, out there. Very good. Some people may, of course, have headed off to one of the streams. Now, it gives me great pleasure to introduce a gentleman from Munster. And we've got a Munster in Ireland, which is down the one of the 4 provinces, and it is the size of the Netherlands. Now, I think the Netherlands is up to about 12 million people. I could be wrong there. Our Munster probably has a population of 250,000, so we can jam lots more in. But Munster is nowhere near Bavaria, but I love Bavaria because in Bavaria, apparently, beer, white beer, is a food. And I often wonder, does that mean you could have loads of food and then drive your car home? Probably not. Now, Thomas Welzel, I love him for 2 reasons. One is he is a restorer of vintage motorcycles. And I just said to Thomas there that I've got a 1952 Triumph 650 Thunderbird, and I have a problem with it. And he is going to put me in touch with somebody who can help me with the Magneto in Germany. Now I'm going to have to encourage Thomas to try and take the Magneto off the bike. But here's a really interesting, fascinating thing about Thomas. We were chatting about when the first ATP to SMS actually happened, and he figured it was around about 1993 or thereabouts with the "You've got voicemail" message. But when Thomas was heading up Hutchinson, he sent an SMS in 1994 to all of their customers, wishing them a happy Christmas. So he's put out a challenge today. Thomas believes he is the first person to ever send an SMS to a customer base. So if anybody can beat 1994, come on down. Thomas, delighted to welcome you.
Thank you. That was actually more stories than I expected, but never mind. Okay, yeah. So with that SMS send out back in 1994, where we said Merry Christmas to our customers, we actually had one single complaint. It was a customer being at that time in Hong Kong, and he had to pay for the reception of SMS messages while being on a roaming network. So we had a handwritten sorry card and a bouquet of flowers for his wife sent and brought to that customers. That was customer care in the early days of GSM. So today it's a bit different. We have millions of customers on each network, and not everyone gets handwritten apologies cards and bouquets for their flowers for their wives. Okay, I'm going to talk to you about RCS and RBM in DT, what we actually do and what we're up to today. So we have a key enabler strategy, and RCS RBM is part of that key enabler strategy. There aren't too many enablers left on that list. So we all had dreams about payment stuff and invested a lot of money in companies and setting up processes, and they weren't too successful. But however, RCS RBM is on there, and that's the most important bit for today. So we will launch every European country across our footprint with RCS and RBM this year. So that's committed. We are, as I speak today, migrating our German customer base from an own IMS-based platform to Google Carrier Cloud, mainly because we think it's a huge advantage to be with a platform who develops not only the infrastructure bit, but the client as well. So there is no longer anyone pointing to another one why it doesn't work. So it's all in one hand, and they can fix it. And we made good experience in other countries that it actually works what Google does. That's why we actually migrate. Our customer base in Germany, the more than 8 million customers onto that platform. We're working with key brands and aggregators in our markets with trying to identify not the most complicated use cases to start with. So there is no limit in complexity what you actually can do with RBM, but it makes definite sense to start with the low-hanging fruit rather than climb to the top of the tree. Okay, one of the key messages I want you to remember from this 30 minutes that I've got is we are not competing as operators in the RCS and RBM space. We have a complementary services. That's why we are very open to talk to you. We are very open to share our experiences. We are very open to share our strategy and our tactics on this topic. And we want you to join us to make it successful, because it's not going to happen just for Germany. We've got the 3 operator markets right now, so it's O2, it's Vodafone, and it's Deutsche Telekom. And it's not going to be the case that we will be tremendously successful and our network partners don't, or the other way around. Either we are all successful or none of us. That's the first thing that would be great if you would remember that and keep that in the back of your mind. Okay, so this is our price list. I haven't seen too many price lists for RCS and RBM. Obviously, the P2P product is free. It consumes data. For messaging, usually it's not that large amounts of data that are used by our customers. And we charge for a single event 5.5 cents to our brand customers or aggregators, which is exactly the same amount of money we charge for termination of an SMS. And we have a session price of 7.66 cents. So as simple as that. Don't make it complicated. Make it affordable. We think that depending on the use case, there is some money in for the brands. That's why they do it. And we think that with this pricing, most of the use cases are affordable. Okay? It's simple, it's aligned, and it builds on the existing model, picks up the customer where they are. Okay, drink your own champagne. We are committed that the hundreds of millions of SMSs we send to our customers each and every year, that we will replace as much as we can of that traffic with RBM. Why? Because it's more successful. It's better perceived by our customers. They know it's trusted, they know it's branded, they know this is Deutsche Telekom and not Thomas Welzel making a joke with these guys. So they trust what we do, they like it, and we see that from the pilot campaigns that we did so far. We see the results, and this is really encouraging to go on with that story. So no longer black and white TV, but do interactive color TV with our customers doing RBM. The tough bit is the system integration in the back end. So most of the messages are not typed by care agents into a user interface and then sent to customers, but it's generated by systems, so we need system integration. This takes time. It requires prioritization internally in all our project landscape. This is something we need to do. But we think we can be successful with that. Why? Because we've got support for that up to the CEO level. Our CEO has announced this deal with Google earlier this year, together with the Google CEO, and he has asked us, so now make something useful out of it. And we're doing that. And whenever someone asks us, what are you doing with it? Oh, Tim said we shall do that. Okay, yeah, if Tim says, then it must be okay. Of course, we're looking for external customers as well, and we made first experiences, not only in Germany, but in other countries as well. And I will share with you some of the experience that we actually made. A fantastic use case that actually we started in Czech Republic the other day was with an insurance. Whenever a customer phoned up this insurance company, they had on the phone, they actually talked to the customers, and the customer had an experience. And after this, they got a rich message saying, how satisfied are you with that call that you just had with T-Mobile? And the customer saw 5 chips, or they see 5 chips, it's actually ongoing. One is for poor, and a crying smiley, and a very happy smiley is then the 5-star rating on the very right side. Customers which are not enabled for RBM receive that as an SMS text message, and they need to answer with 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5 that they respond. So we've got 100% reach. Any of the customers that phone up have the opportunity to take part in that short survey. And it's quick, it's simple, it's straightforward, and there is tremendous value for us as a company to see where we are and the quality of our care services. Okay, we do some newsletter distribution. This is one of the early cases in Germany. We didn't push externally that much because of the migration that is currently ongoing. And this migration is like changing the wings of the plane during the flight. So we all know that this may go very smoothly, but experience shows there may be one or the other hiccup. We are prepared for that. We don't have that many external customers that we need then to apologize if something goes wrong. We get that robust and stable, and then we will continue selling. Okay, the experience from our first use cases is what I'm going to introduce to you just after we have clarified what is it, what we actually sell. It sounds strange. We're working for how many years? 10 years now, even more. On RCS, we started working on RBM, and we're still not clear what is it, what we sell then. And we have this confusion with many of my colleagues internally. And there are different, oops. Oh, it looks there is a hiccup with the slide, doesn't matter. Then I'll explain. On the very basic level, we could sell an API. This API is capable to receive messages that are sent to customers, or to get messages from customers back into the system that is connected to the API. It will deliver stats, it will deliver the full functionality of the RBM. But an API is not a sexy product. And if Coca-Cola or whatever brand comes to us and say, okay, so we heard that you've got something, what is it that you have? Oh, it's an API. Oh, excuse me, what can I do with that? So we could, on top of that, sell something that we, in modern terms, call CPaaS. In the past, we called that aggregation, which means you can not only reach out to customers on DT's network, but you can reach out other customers in the same country or even beyond that as well. So get better reach for those brand customers who have customers not only on DT network, but on other networks as well. So this is the next layer. And we could sell a service as well. That service means we sell campaigns, we sell success, we sell stats, and a report that says, okay, we've approached 200,000 of your customers, 199,500 did receive that message, 168,000 customers have looked at the message, 155,000 customers did actually open or click through or whatever the design of that campaign is. That would be a service, and we are now trying to get the message into our own organization, that just putting an API out and hoping that customers will jump on it is probably a bit over-optimistic. I don't know. We will see. There are many customers and companies, partner companies, some of them are in this room, who will be satisfied with the API, but I'm very sure there will be other customers who want to do more with us, who want us to do more to sell actually that campaign, and they're prepared to pay for that. Okay, so let's have a look at concrete campaigns that we did just recently. We started in August last year, and the last campaign that we did was last week. So we are running this. We are in the process of optimizing those pilots and getting them integrated into our system landscape, making this a regular service. Again, drink your own champagne. So, and now the trick starts. How do I get this movie started? Does anyone know? Do I need to click again?
Hallo.
Oh.
Schade, dass du gekündigt hast. Wir wollen, dass du bei uns bleibst und haben einen Top-Deal für dich. Dein Angebot gilt nur für kurze Zeit. Mix dir jetzt deinen individuellen Tarif und entdecke viele weitere Features auf unserer Website.
This short video clip is sent to all of our customers in the young segment that have canceled their DT subscription in Germany. It is in German, it's easy to translate. We want you to stay, that's the message. And we see tremendous click-to-action rates, sometimes beyond the 50%. I have no idea which other channel would deliver such a click-through rate. And we see about 2 to 3 times the success rate, customers who stay with us, who renew their subscription compared to any other channel that we have. So the second best channel is still SMS because of the high attention that SMS raises in the inbox of the customers. But this campaign really is driving. We've played around with this video a bit. We have personalized the video. So the video that was sent to me said, "Hey Thomas," and it was not only in the video printed, but the Deutsche Telekom standard speaker for advertising to any respect. He actually read 1,200 first names into the system. So it then said, "Hello Thomas, we want you to stay." There is some good news and some bad news that we made as experience. The bad news is this personalization of the video message did not bring us better conversion rates. It didn't raise more attention. The good news is we can save a lot of money by not doing individual messages. We can send one-size-fits-all video, but the cover message around that video is still personalized, and it says, "Hey Thomas, we want you to stay. We received your cancellation. We are sorry for that. What can we do to keep you on DT?" This still works, and you see the success rates. So left-hand side is the portal sales. This is where the customer gets to. They get onto My T-Mobile when they click, and they don't have to remember their login and password combination. They are put straight forward into the portal because we can identify that this is a customer that was actually approached by that campaign. So they will go straight into the portal. Left-hand side is the SMS in light blue, the RBM in dark blue. The middle 2 columns are the inbound sales, so customers who receive that and take that as a trigger to call customer care. So there is a good portion of customers who don't click the click to action button, but call customer care then. And in calls, we're quite on par level. So there isn't a big advantage for the RBM campaign compared to the SMS. In total, it is a nice uptake that is created by portal sales, which is the thing that we want because it's automated. Okay. We have a customer retention bot. This is for the segments which are not the young segments. 2 cover messages, very straightforward, very simple. Hey, we received your cancellation of your contract. We want you to stay with us. We've got an offer for you, which is a better tariff. We've got an offer that is better tariff and a new phone. And the third one is if you want something else, just phone up customer care and it will get you to the dialer with a pre-filled number so they can call care for free. And we're still with doubled success compared to the SMS campaigns. Okay, then we've done something for Spotify Premium. This is a complete sales bot integration. down to the level of a button that says kostenpflichtig bestellen. It's a quite long button, but it is demanded by law in Germany that this button is phrased kostenpflichtig bestellen, which means I want to order and I'm aware that it may impact costs that I need to bear. So this is kostenpflichtig bestellen. So we still have double success compared to the SMS campaign we did in parallel. We had an interesting 7 days response time. So customers have looked at the message first time, but then it took 7 days until the last customers have subscribed to that Spotify premium service. That was amazing. We didn't think that it would take that long. So usually I would have expected intuitively that customers get that message, either they deal with it or not. But obviously, probably we catch them on the train or on the bus or while they're walking down the street. I don't know what happened. So we did some nice findings when we did those campaigns. I was online when these campaigns have been sent out, personally, and I followed customers answering with free text. And that was interesting. There were just a few customers coming back with nasty F-word comments. I didn't care about those. And some customers just put in real text questions. So do you have Spotify for family as well, or do you offer the student tariff as well? And they were quite surprised that I then answered with a personal message, really perceivable, written by a person and no longer by the bot, because you can't prepare for all of these cases. It's simply not possible. Your bot development would be by far too complex. So I did that just for the learnings. I want to better understand how our customers think, what they ask, how many of these customers. So we had about 500K customers through that campaign. How many of the customers would get back to us? It was below 100. Okay, so this is already it with the slides that I prepared, with the messages I brought for you. We have plenty of time for questions, and I'm happy to answer if I can. So are there any questions? I can't see anyone. Okay. Ramy.
Thomas, on the pricing that you shared, was there a lot of internal and external resistance to say that an RCS message is the same as an SMS message?
No, it was kind of a surprise. People expected a higher pricing because you can send an up to 100 megabyte file for the same price as you can send 160 characters of text. This does not feel right, but we convinced fairly easily our colleagues that if you go in with protective pricing, you don't have to start.
Catherine next. Hi, Thomas. I just wondered, you seem to have a lot of success getting other departments within Deutsche to roll out RBM services. I wonder if you've got any advice for other carriers on internal buy-in on the service and what tactic you took, because there can be, I don't think it's a secret that it can be difficult to get internal buy-in in terms of the KPIs of different departments on a new service.
Okay. First of all, senior management buy-in is something that sometimes helps, not always. Mm-hmm. As I said, there was a meeting that was broadcasted into the whole DT employee base, where Tim met Sundar, and they have been discussing the RCS deal, and they have been promising that we do everything that is required to make it successful. So I have the recording of that, and whenever I meet someone who is kind of refusing to support, I send that video first. So probably it helps. What helps as well, of course, all the processes in operators are automized, right? So we are using systems like Salesforce, like Genesys, like SAP, and those are able to send SMSs, but they cannot send RBM as of today. They don't know what a capability check is. So we need to get that done. And I understand as those companies currently look at us as we come with some rocket science stuff, that we are amongst the first to ask them to implement that into their interfaces, into their systems. Probably it helps the entire industry if those big players at least do support RBM in the future by the development as a first instance and, in DT. So if Salesforce does it for DT, it won't be a big deal, I would suppose, that they are doing it for BT or for any other carrier in the world. So it's not, I don't think it's going to be complicated. I can just, what shall I say? You get more success by doing RBM. I think this is a proven thing, and it's acknowledged a proven thing in DT. If someone says, oh no, I'm going to continue with SMS, then I will ask the question, what other measure can you apply and implement that gets you better success at lower cost as the 30% that I can offer to you? So I have a 30% deal for these people. If they've got something that gets them 50% or 100%, double the success rate, fine, let them start doing that. But I don't think there are too many opportunities to do that.
Hi, Thomas. I just wanted to sort of call out something you've made a point about, that the fact that people were responding 7 days after the event, i.e. they sort of logged the fact that an offer was available, but they didn't act on it straight away. I think that's a really important thing, because what messaging does is it gives you a record of a flow which doesn't disappear off your device, and it's not hard to find later. And we've observed that on a number of campaigns that we've run in the UK. We probably don't, as an industry, make enough of that. And it's a really important factor, the fact that not only does it keep your attention, but it stays there in a readily and easily findable format for you to come back to later.
Yeah, and it wouldn't happen with web chat, right?
No,
web chat would be gone once you close the browser.
Of course, yeah.
So it's not too bad.
Okay. Any more questions? Okay, I'll take David if you can.
Hey, Thomas. Hey. It's really asking you for some advice for carriers, really. The approach that the German operators have taken to launching and the UK operators now taking that united front. What advice would you give to carriers that are about to launch in country, say Ireland, where only one of the operators is live at the moment? What's the best advice you can give that group of carriers about being able to bring this to market successfully?
Okay, I have a what I think is really an important advice, align on the pricing model. If one of those three carriers goes with event pricing, the other one goes with monthly active user pricing, and the third one comes up with a revenue share or whatever value-based pricing, it's going to be hard for any aggregator to blend an offer to their customers without losing money. So it's impossible to do, right? And it's more important to agree on something, probably even on a European level rather than a national level, to make it easy for our partner companies. It's going to be more important that you align on something than having a great idea of however pricing you could possibly do that optimizes value. This value won't happen if you are not aligned. That would be my advice. And as said, maybe it needs to happen on European level rather than on national level. Our OTT competitors are very good in doing that. Okay, so there's another question.
Hi, Thomas.
Hey.
Eileen from Puka, a Dublin company. Thomas, thank you for sharing your stories about interacting with the customers. I think it's great that you were so hands-on, responding to their queries, and I think it just really it's a great idea to be really hands-on with these type of campaigns to get into the detail. I have a slightly left field question for you. It's about energy costs. I guess with the trends towards energy efficiency and so forth, do you have any views on the difference in the cost, energy-wise, of delivering an SMS versus the cost of delivering RCS conversations?
That's really a tough one. So I started in the telecoms industry as an engineer doing engineering work. Then I moved to marketing, then I moved to strategy, then I moved to product marketing, doing messaging all the time. Now I'm a campaign manager, but I have no idea what the answer on your question would be. I'm not an energy plant manager yet. Probably it's going to happen. Who knows? I'm sorry, I have no idea. Okay? Thank you very much.
Thomas, I have been working really hard at keeping this on schedule and on flow, and now we're going 1 minute and 47 seconds behind schedule after that awkward question. You know, marketing, its perception is greater than reality, isn't it? So it's the same price. I've decided. Now, we've had Italy, Ireland, UK, USA, Mexico, and Germany. So this truly is a global stage that I have the brilliant, what do I have? The brilliant experience to be stood on. And now we're off to Greece. Now, wait till you hear this. Upstream. They're a mobile marketing platform provider. And we're going to be joined now by Zoi and Katerina. Now, Zoi is a product innovation manager at Upstream, but she used to be a teacher of mathematics. So that means she's real bright. This place is full of real bright people. And her colleague, Katerina, now wait till you hear this. Katerina is also a language service specialist. And she worked at the Athens 2004 Olympic Games, presumably as an interpreter or as a language specialist. So what a great honor to welcome Katerina and Zoi to the stage, and they're going to talk about why RCS is a game changer in multi-channel marketing in Athens and Greece.
Hi, I'm Zoi, Product Innovation Manager in Upstream, and we are here to talk about RCS and why RCS is a game changer in a multi-channel marketing strategy. Sorry. Before going into the presentation, I will briefly talk you about us, about Upstream. We are a mobile marketing platform, and we provide multi-channel marketing. Sorry, I'm a little bit stressed. Offers to our clients. So we are a Greek company. We work with more than 60 mobile operators in 45 markets in Africa, Asia, Latin America, everywhere we are around the world. We have a large product portfolio with more than 20 channels, which are available in our platform. Let's go to see what it is our relationship with RCS. So, back to 2018, we start some experimentation with the channel, and then 2 years later, we launched the first RCS campaign in Brazil with one of the biggest operators there. And then 1 year later, we incorporate RCS in our platform. Today, we lead RCS in Brazil, and we are growing to other markets as well. Right now, we send 54 million RCS messages per month, while we are running more than 600 RCS campaigns in 1 year. So, in a general comment, we position ourselves as RCS experts. We have tested a lot of things, many use cases in many different countries, and we are very glad to share this experience with you. So, why RCS is so special? we've heard a lot of things yesterday and today, but let's see them one by one. Why RCS is so special? First of all, RCS supports rich formats and content. You can have photos, GIFs, carousels, rich cards, bubbles. You can have everything you want. RCS is indeed a conversational channel with full interactivity with the user. Users can actually respond to the messages, can share events, can save events to their calendars, can share locations, can scan QR codes, and actually they can do many actions. This is also enhanced with the too many options that they have with the CTA buttons that are available within the flow, which make the flow easier and simple, and they boost interactivity and engagement with the user. Next one is that you don't have to download any third-party application because RCS is available, can run through the default messaging app of Android. Compared to other channels like WhatsApp, like Viber or Facebook Messenger, where not only you have to download the application, you also need to make an account for them. With RCS, you can clearly measure the performance of your campaigns in a funnel level. So you can measure every step of your flow, and you have available KPIs like sent messages, delivered, open rates, read rates, click-through rate, conversion rate. Everything is available. Next one is that RCS is not reliant to any third-party cookies. Why is this important? Because the brands can easily verify the identity of the user, because RCS is delivered through the MSSDN. In a general point, RCS is a very good idea for brands and for businesses to run. So why is this? Because they can support, they can apply any use case you can imagine. They can do brand awareness campaign, customer care, lead generation. They can boost traffic or sales. And last but not least, it's very easy and quick to launch once you decide it. So, OK, we said that RCS is a very good channel. Is that proven? Does it perform well? In Upstream, we think it does. So let's see a case study from South Africa, where a very popular retailer there wanted to maximize his traffic to his online store. What we did is to suggest him to do RCS campaign through an operator, and the result was amazing. We achieved 22% click-through rate in the whole user base, which was 500,000 in total. And compared to the other channels that were running the same period with the same promo campaign, where in PCM channel it was 0.9%, where in MMS was 0.4%, which is not even comparable, as you understand. So is that all enough? I mean, the channel performs well. It has many benefits, but there is always a but. We have all the argumentation to convince our clients to engage RCS. Are they actually convinced? The answer is no. They have a lot of concerns. Some of them is that, for example, RCS has very low reach. Other messaging apps like WhatsApp or Viber, they have better penetration than RCS. Users are not very familiar with RCS. Why not doing WhatsApp and do RCS instead? They have the same capabilities, and other apps are more popular in general. So all these reasons that you can say are reasonable. In Upstream, we have found the answer. So let's go to Katerina to tell you the answer. Thanks for me.
Thank you, Zoi. Hello from my side. So indeed, we get a lot of concerns. I will not call them actually concerns rather than skepticism. And indeed, we do have the answer for them. So the simple answer, the straightforward one, is that RCS is unique in combining the rich capabilities of digital channels with increased interactivity of conversational channels and, of course, the direct engagement of SMS. But there's more to say here. Let's take one step back and check this from a different angle, a different perspective. So in the not so new, actually, era of communications and marketing, it is becoming more and more obvious that brands that decide to invest in one communication channel only will find it hard to connect with their target audiences. And there are various numbers in the market, various analyses that can prove that. Actually, there's a lot of research and documentation. And we all know that users are becoming more complex, more demanding, less focused on one thing, and more scattered around different touch points. RCS specifically is a fantastic channel. It is an amazing opportunity to tackle all these challenges. However, even RCS alone cannot reach the full potential when compared to a multi-channel communication strategy, including itself in the mix and additional channels. And think about it. The more channels in the mix, the higher the chances to engage with the target audience, any target audience, and boost performance. And as I like to say, why have just one, even if this one is a star, like RCS, if you can have them all? Let's have a look at an actual example. Upstream has been cooperating with a leading mobile operator in Brazil, and the objective has been to help the MNO upgrade users to the higher spending tier by moving them from prepaid to contracts. Everything happens through an online flow. The requirement has been to have a cost-effective project, not reliant on call centers or on stores. Upstream is responsible for the creation and the management of the online flow, and we are also responsible for all the communication strategy across different channels, rich media channels, and text-based channels. Such are SMS, MMS, RCS, email, rewarded ads on the carrier's captive portal, mobile web ads, and soon we will be also incorporating WhatsApp in the mix. So, as part of this strategy to maximize performance, we have decided to build and introduce a multi-channel automated retargeting mechanism in order to address users who have dropped out of the funnel. RCS was also added in the mix, bringing a campaign performance improvement of 90%. In order to be able to enable a very complex and very personalized journey and communication strategy, we relied on the capabilities of our marketing platform, Grow, because we needed an advanced tool for that. So we needed to orchestrate the different channels, we needed to leverage external information, to add automations, to rely on advanced segmentation in order to differentiate the user experience for the different segments. And of course, we also needed to have very advanced reporting that we would constantly analyze to understand what is the performance of the campaigns. So our strategy. Our strategy relied on three main pillars: the split of our audience in dynamic segments that would be treated differently, the orchestration of the different channels so that we can create an omni-channel experience for our customers, and the addition of intelligent automation to allow us to reach our audience in a personalized and relevant way. Let me get into more detail about the strategy. So the first pillar was user segmentation. Not all users were the same or behaved the same. So what we said to them could also not be the same, as you understand. So in order to make the content of our communications more relevant and personalized, users were split into dynamic segments based on certain criteria, certain factors, such as how much the users had originally progressed within the online flow, how recently they interacted with it, what was the channel through which they were originally targeted, what was the category of channels with which they interacted the most, or what was the recommended best offer at a user level. Depending on such criteria, communications were customized when it comes to the number of messages that we send to them, the frequency between the different messages across channels, and also the actual content of each one of the messages. The second pillar was the use of the different channels and their orchestration in a smart way in order to provide an omnichannel experience. Users were reached with different combinations and different sequences of channels in order to be able to reach all of them with the right message, with the right channel, and at the right moment. To make this successful, we had to take into consideration different factors, like different user preferences, or what each message needed to achieve as a target, and what would be the best channel to achieve this target. Or other factors were, for example, technical limitations on the user level. We needed to make sure that we reach all our users regardless of their device capabilities or whether they were online or offline, and we needed to make sure that we managed to reach them with the channel most likely to engage them. So to give you some examples on the dynamics of the different channels, for example, RCS was more suitable when the target of the campaigns was to give awareness on the offering or interact with the users. SMS was a very good option when the target was more transactional communications. Email worked well in combination with other channels, other messaging channels as a complementary communication. And finally, MMS was a very good alternative for data-enabled users who still couldn't receive an RCS, were not RCS capable. So apart from these two pillars, our strategy also relied heavily on marketing automation. This allowed us to retarget users in a timely and contextual way, very close to the moment that they had interacted with the online flow. And this is very important, because this was the moment that users were more engaged, more interested in the offering, and therefore more likely to engage. And this, of course, could bring better performance, as you understand. We were tracking the behavior of the users within the online flow, and we managed to generate retargeting communications even minutes after they have dropped from the flow, taking into consideration from which exact step of the flow they had dropped. This was a very important knowledge because it allowed us to redirect users while retargeting them to the same step from which they had dropped from the flow, really simplifying, shortening the conversion funnel, and you understand that this had an immediate impact on performance, a positive one. So very complex automated journeys were built to cover the needs of our different customers in terms of the language that we used, in terms of the personalized components that we added within the messages, or the offer that we promoted at each different user. And all this, due to the fact that we had a proper platform for that, was done without any manual effort. So let's focus again on RCS. What was the exact role and contribution of RCS in this whole multi-channel strategy? Analysis of the results of the campaigns have showed that the more channels that we added in the mix of the campaigns, the higher the performance, of course. However, I won't be exaggerating if I say that RCS specifically was indeed the star of the multi-channel strategy that allowed us to reach new heights when it comes to our performance. More specifically now, first of all, RCS had a clear advantage when the target of the communications was to familiarize the user with the offering, to present in a visual way the benefits of the offering, or engage the user into asking more details about it and interacting with the flow to learn deeper information about the offering. And of course, as you understand, this is something that more static channels like SMS or even MMS could not cover in the same way. Due to the very good performance of the channel, RCS was very frequently flagged as the channel with the highest performance, the highest chances to engage the users, and was prioritized versus other channels. Of course, because we needed to approach our customers, all our customers, regardless of their capabilities, automatic fallbacks to other channels were set up to cover even for cases that users could not receive in RCS. A big advantage of RCS is also that it managed to provide a more complete and more valuable customer experience to converted users with post-sale support. So there were also messages and interactions after the user conversion. And this greatly increased the loyalty and satisfaction of the converted users coming through RCS. It's also worth mentioning that RCS always matched in our analysis as the preferred user option for data-enabled users. And what really impressed us is that it was capable of engaging, of waking up, let's say, users that were traditionally ignoring other channels, or other more saturated channels like SMS or email. So, looking at the overall performance of RCS, we can say that it had a consistently good performance in engaging with the users, engaging them with the offering, that resulted in a very good final conversion rate and a high ROI. But this is not the only thing we saw. Monitoring the behavior of the converted users for months after the plan upgrade, we also noticed something really exciting, that users converted through RCS had a much better quality versus users who had converted through other channels. And let me explain what I mean. A big percentage of the converted users traditionally change their mind, default to a cheaper plan, or simply don't pay for their bills. This is a reality, we see that. What we saw that was RCS had a very good performance in terms of quality versus the other channels. The better, and by better quality, I mean users who didn't change their mind, who stayed in the plan for more than 3 months, and who consistently paid for their bills all this period. If I want to give you a visibility on the numbers, RCS had almost 10% higher quality compared to MMS and compared to email, and almost 20% higher quality compared to the traditional SMS, which is quite important. So let's have a look at the actual numbers to understand how RCS performed in different metrics versus the other channels. RCS had almost 140% higher click-through rate and 37% higher conversion rate. This is the end conversion rate in the online flow versus users coming from SMS. It had 5 times better campaign effectiveness versus email and 76% higher campaign effectiveness versus SMS. As I mentioned before, it also had a significantly higher quality versus all the other channels. And as I said at the beginning, just adding RCS in the mix helped us improve the campaign performance by 19%. So, what should you learn out of this case study? That RCS rocks? Well, it does, of course, but no, that's not the answer. Channels combination and testing is the secret recipe to reach in the best possible way every single user in your audience. It is the way to identify which channel performs better as a first touch point, a second touch point, and so on. It is the way to find out which channel to use for every different goal of yours, for every different use case that you are managing. Also, even less performing channels can have added value. Let's not disregard that, as long as you find a smart way to include them in your strategy and to use them. RCS alone can surpass the performance of other standalone channels in so many ways. We saw that. But it can surpass the performance of a sophisticated multi-channel strategy, including itself in the mix. So, on my side, marketeers, brands, mobile network operators, don't wait, go for it. This is my advice. Make sure you provide a multi-channel experience to your customers, add an intelligent automation mechanism in your strategy, and if you want to make the most out of it, make sure RCS is part of it. Thank you. So I think we do have some time, right, for questions. And whatever questions we don't cover at this point, we will also be having a pod at the Forge, and we'll be happy to take it offline there as well.
Surely there must be one.
Yep, we have one here, yeah.
Thank you so much. That was really, really interesting. I think from a carrier perspective, to hear the marketing strategy. I wonder if either of you had, sorry, I know my accent can be a bit iffy to understand, but if any of you had any advice on how to get actual salespeople to understand this multi-channel, if you could, the simplest way to sort of boil down that strategy and explain it to somebody who might not have time to really, really drill into all of the analytics the way that you have so brilliantly done?
I think that the best possible way for that is results themselves. So you need to speak their language. Their language is ROIs, their language is money, their language is results. So the best possible way is to briefly present the strategy to them, to present the logic, and really show them the results. So maybe someone cannot really understand a very complicated, sophisticated strategy and all the mechanics of that. But if you show them the results, and if you show them what before and after looks like, I believe that they will not be able, to say no to something like that. They just need to try it, and then it will just happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Katerina. Thank you.
Thank you.
Zoe, very insightful. Thank you very much. What's the bleeding story? The story continues to become clearer. Now we're off to France. Italy, Ireland, UK, USA, Mexico, Germany, Greece, and France. And we're joined by Guerin Nicolas, who's an experienced director in the telecommunications and business marketing industry. And he hails from Paris, but I have discovered that he's actually really Irish because his love is for Brittany and Quimper in particular, and Quimper and Brittany is a very Celtic area. So he didn't know now until about an hour ago that he was really Irish, but we're delighted to welcome Kieran to the stage, who's going to talk through some French case studies. Thank you, Kieran.
I'll do my best to be Irish. There is orange on the Irish flag, as you know. It's green, white, and orange, if I'm not wrong. And I'm wearing a green shirt. So I'm as Irish as I can be. So thank you very much for your introduction. So I'm head of marketing in charge of business messaging at Orange France, and I'll say a few words on the status of RCS in France, what we do at Orange internally, of course, and also with the other aggregators, Bouygues and SFR mainly. So this is let's have now an overview of the agenda. So I'll talk about place, so kind words about the aggregators that we are working with. Promotion, our promotional plan. Yesterday, Lester talked about strategy. If you don't have a promotional plan, then you're not doing marketing. I'll talk about internal campaigns, process also, the tools that we see developing on the market, non-promotional use case, because RCS is mainly on promotional so far, but we believe that non-promotional are important as well, and new ideas to pilot for the future. So let's start with place. So in Orange, we have an indirect reseller model. So basically, we Orange talk to aggregators or our reseller, and they talk to brands directly to brands, period. So the big actors on the market are mainly Sinch, Link Mobility, Comify, Orange, Cloud Media, CM, M-Target, and Phobip, Atsuke, and .go, and some others. And we aspire to move the SMS business, which is quite huge today, to RCS. That's why we are working closely with them. And one of our ambition during the first year was to sign with the majority of them, and we're happy to say it's a success. So the top 10 has signed our contract, and the signing process was quite, let's say, smooth. And we had discussed already price before we launched, so they were aware of the price points that we had decided. The good news is they are quite active on RCS today, with the top two, let's say, competing for the first place, Sinch and Link Mobility, and it's always good to have competition in this market. Then a group of Comify, Orange, Cloud Media, and some others, another group. But this can change very rapidly. I mean, for an aggregator, launching a couple of campaigns during a couple of months can make things change rapidly. And we provided the aggregators with a second version of our contract in May. So the first lesson learned from 1 year of activity is what sells the best to retail, for instance, that want to drive people to their stores, or that for retail that wants to drive people to their internet website, or even to online websites that want to get more, that want to get in touch with their customer. It's standalone campaigns. What's a standalone campaign? It's basically a campaign with one picture and either just one or a couple of URL. Orange, we already did this type of campaigns 2019. This was an example here. It was in Orange Spain, but basically that's the type of campaign. So you have text, a rich card technically, and a couple of URLs. So here it was to download the My Orange application. So you had to download, you click, you download the application, or watch a video, it's also a URL, or more info, it's also a URL. What we learned during the first year is that the pictures have become more and more appealing. So basically 2 years ago, the picture, well, it was interesting, but it was not that appealing. And basically, the more appealing the picture is, the more clicks you have on this type of campaign. So these campaigns are quite successful, and they are quite easy for the brands to set up, because it's mainly the work on the picture. When capability check is used, the delivery rate is 100%. And what is new to the market is they can see KPIs that they were not able to see with SMS. And the good news also is this type of campaigns have bigger engagement rates, so basically 3 to 5 times the ones of SMS. The other type of campaigns is rich conversational campaigns. So for these ones, the KPIs are richer. You can measure the time that people spend looking at the different options. We advise to have around 4 carousels. So for instance, here, this type of campaigns had a bit success for opticians in France. So one started called, I think it's Optique 2000, the one I'm showing, which was the first to launch. And then all the other opticians in France had their RCS campaign just to balance. It's efficient to drive people to store, and it's efficient also to people can click on the website and look at the different types of glasses that is proposed. This type of campaigns is not the majority of campaigns today. The reason why is because it takes more time to be built than the simple standalone campaign. A word on promotion. So we have 4 types of activities. One which is on the Orange website, and in the next slide I will show you the different activities we had monthly. One promotion activity is with the other operators. So we are having weekly calls in order to talk about which type of promotion we can do together. Some activities are to specific segments. So there was an ad and tech forum. So ad is for advertisers, of course, and tech for advertisers interested in new channels. So we attended this type of seminars or forum. Promotion on LinkedIn, and also some type of promotion where we can talk about successful campaigns from big brands that everybody knows. One of them was the train company in France called SNCF. Here on the right-hand side, you have an example of a challenge that we did with the other operator. And the winner was, so Don't Call Me Jennifer, which is a brand for mainly skirts and pajamas in France. And so we selected a couple of winners, and because they had made a really interesting job on the bot themselves in terms of conversational campaigns. So that was a way to animate the promotional plan. We started with this promotional plan in October 2021. At that point of time, we had a multi-operator seminar, so it was good to have all the operators in France speaking together. And we will organize another similar seminar in October 2022, of course. And I basically advise you to do this type of activities every year. It's a good opportunity to be vocal about RCS in the country and to share, let's say, between brands what worked well and animate the promotional plan. In December, we had this Ad and Tech Forum, so where many people working, many basically ad agencies had the opportunity to learn about RCS. In January, we talked about the key figures of RCS, which was basically something that CM, one of the aggregators, had worked with. But we emphasized that there were 60 brands already testing RCS, that the KPIs were unique, that the KPIs were much better than SMS, of course. In February, it was about it was a TV show where we talked about the RCS awareness. In March, the challenge I just talked about. In April, we insisted that in France, the reach of RCS was 20 million active users. So, and on LinkedIn, we explained that we had reached 37% of reach in France, which is quite big. In May, we remembered that Samir at the Google I/O, Samir is the VP product from Google. So where there was Sundar Pichai talking about RCS and insisting that RCS worldwide was more than 500 million active users at that time. In June, we insisted about this RCS campaign with the train company, which was just before the holiday period. So it was. I will show you a few, let's say, KPIs around these campaigns. And in July, we've just done a 1 million campaign for Orange Telephone. So Orange Telephone is an application that you can download where you have anti-spams on calls that avoids spamming calls. And we've done a 1 million campaign just to show that we were able to go to big numbers. And in August, probably, if everything goes well, I will say a few words about this RCS forum on the Orange website. So this was basically on the Orange website, and we have a similar plan for next year. A word on reach in France. So basically, the good news is not only we achieved 20 million RCS devices, active RCS devices in France, together with the other operator. This is something we are discussing under the community of operator in France to see how we can maximize the reach and what actions we can take together. And the good news is we had an enormous growth of 120% over 1 year. The reason for this is when we launched RCS a little more than a year ago, we already had prepared all the firmware over-the-air upgrades of Samsung. So more than 45 devices were upgraded to RCS by Orange. People first accepted the firmware over the air and then accepted RCS so that they became an RCS user. And we knew when we were launching commercially that this massive wave of devices was going to reach the market. What you can see also is RCS-MS is still big, is still dominating the market. And also, when you compare SMS and RCS, it's not just the numbers that count. It's also that SMS is still you're able to launch a campaign in 5 minutes on SMS. And on RCS, you need to prepare your picture. You need to think of your campaigns in advance. That's basically the lessons learned. So in France, basically, we have launched RCS with Google. So Google is in charge of the P2P activity, and we're on guest mode. And the numbers are growing fast and continue to grow, and we aspire to see let's say these numbers growing in the months to come. So what worked well and what challenge we still facing? What worked well is the fleet of SS devices, which is enough basically for the aggregators to are happy to start having campaigns. The conversation rate above 10%, which was our ambition. We are usually above this rate. And it's a rate which is 3 to 5 times the rate of SMS. So in our ambition to transfer the SMS business into RCS, we've been successful on the reach and we've been successful on this interaction. The good news is, and this is something that was not expected at the beginning of the activity, is Orange advertising, which is a specific activity for co-marketing, has been very successful in launching campaigns for lead marketing. So basically for customers that are Orange customers that accept to receive communication campaigns from other brands than Orange, and then they become a customer of the brand that they have been targeted by. Still, the number of campaigns with aggregator is below our initial plans. So that's what we are going to work in the future, basically on RCS awareness to grow the number of campaigns. Oh, that's quite strange. No, anyway. So this is an example of Orange advertising campaign. So the ambition, the goal of this campaign is to talk about insulation, about energy. There was one question recently on energy. So here it's for householders. It was a nationwide campaign. As you know, the price of gas is quite high today all over Europe. And as a consequence, there was one company suggesting to customers, to Orange customers, to be contacted in order to either put solar panels or mainly insulate their homes. And so first it was sent to 10K people. The engagement rate is a little above 11%. I think it's 11.5%. And the opening rate was quite high, so nearly above 90%. So this campaign has been a success. And what is specific is the other aggregators, SFR and Bouygues, don't have this ability to do co-marketing campaigns. It's something where you need to do marketing segments. You need to ask some question to your user in order to be able to target the right target. And it's something that only Orange France is doing in France. And that's why I think it was interesting for me to share this feedback. Because, well, the others can't have this ability to launch this type of campaigns. So let's detail a little in terms of campaigns. So the Helio is the first one for installation. It was followed by SNCF Connect before the holidays, and Universal for basically to talk about movies. The main difference on the right-hand side. Hello, yes. What you see is we have mainly pictures and carousel. But in the middle and on the right-hand side, sorry, you have movies. So we've moved from an approach where the attention was driven by picture to an approach where we are suggesting the user to click on a video, and we believe, in fact, that it's much more efficient. We are not sure at the moment. The reason why is because when you click on a button, we have the KPIs, but for the moment, marketing was kind of too much in advance. We didn't have the ability to have analytics on the video, which was a different type of interaction. And in terms of size of the campaign, so 50K for Helio, around 12K and 12K for the two others, and the delivery rate, sorry, still not Irish, huh? Delivery rate is quite high. Number of redirects. So in this campaign, what's interesting is that we were expecting people to click on each and every picture of the carousel, or let's say the link below. What happened during this campaign is we saw that most of the people click on the redirect of the site, so similar to SMS. But before, they have been able to understand what the company was doing, what the company was proposing, and some people directly click on either energy audit or heating or needing a concealer or thermal insulation, etc. So by doing this type of campaign, you can see that sometimes it's not as you expect. By trying, you learn. On this campaign here, just 3 types of interaction was proposed. The first one, to buy a train ticket, was the one that was triggered most. So basically, it means that people go on vacation all over France. The second button was mainly to just for people who willing to do local trains, and the last one, but with a ratio much lower, was all services. And again, what's interesting is we put a video to have more attention at that point of time. The last campaign, again done by Orange Advertising, 50% of people clicked on Discover, and 50% of people wanted to know where the movie was shown before selecting the movie. So 50-50. A word on RCS tools now. There are 2 approaches. So basically, the building an RCS campaign takes more time than an SMS one. Why? You need to select the color, so for the branding, you need to prepare the metrics you will want to see, you need to prepare your actions, the rich card, and mainly the most of the work is on either doing a picture or a video. And there are 2 types of approach today. The one which we believe will make RCS a big success, which is drag and drop. Today you have most of emails composers have this type of drag and drop features, but it's not yet the case for all, let's say, RCS activities. But we see a movement toward this type of drag and drop move. And the reason why it gives the ability to the brand to do the campaign by themselves. So not asking anybody and being able to select the pictures and do the campaign by themselves. Still, we have lots of, what we see also is there is still a tailored approach for brands that need some support and that are maybe trying RCS for the first time. So here, it's mainly the aggregators that are spending time with the country to understand their need, to understand what is their return on investment, what they are trying to do. And for this second approach, of course, the RCS campaign needs to be anticipated a lot in advance. We asked the aggregators if they were happy with the capability check process during the year. What we learned is, first, last year, it was difficult for the aggregators, basically, to do RCS for all the campaigns together, because Q4 is a very busy time, and SMS immediacy is still an advantage, clearly an advantage. What some clever aggregators did, and more aggregators are doing at that moment, is when, during this time, they are giving to the market the share, the RCS percentage of user. So they are doing this qualification so that next time the brand can launch an RCS campaign as well. During since January, it's more RCS that has been highlighted, because basically the number of campaigns well, it's an option to do RCS for as many campaigns as possible. We insist on the reach in France, and the KPIs are perceived as very positive. And in this period, usually the capability check can be used up to 3 times. One, for budget reason, in order to be able to say to a brand, okay, your campaign, we cost you around this price. Second time, a few days in advance, and sometime just before the campaign, a few hours in advance, to be sure that you maximize your delivery rate. Maybe a few words. So RCS is not just for promotion. I think that this is one of the most successful use cases so far because of the KPIs. But we're also internally pushing non-promotional use case. And I'm happy to say that, so we've not tested it, it's on the H2 roadmap. We have been successful in getting the people in charge of direct debit testing RCS. And the reason why is because for this process, they have a list of MSC SDN that they can send to capability check in order to have the 2 process. For other, let's say, ideas that we had in mind, what we see is that the Orange process is already very automated. So it's quite difficult for Orange to change the process from day 1 to day 2. We are still promoting the channel internally. We know that in this payment reminder process, We expect a gain of 12%, so basically move to 60% of people paying directly their bill at that point of time to 72%. But even if there is a gain in terms of performance, it's still difficult for internally in Orange to change the behavior and to move an automated process on SMS to RCS. But we're evangelizing. We believe that trying this use case by ourselves will show to the market that there are other opportunities. During the past years, we've been doing a successful use case that was appointment reminder with a bank, and then we saw some other appointment reminders use case, let's say bots coming to the market. So we are always interested in testing these new ideas because when it's successful, the market is following. And in terms of new idea, so it's an idea that we're sharing with Bouygues and SFR. We aspire to look how we can trigger RCS with QR codes. One of the reasons is so far RCS is selected by brands and aggregators, so it's selected by B2B. As the channel is selected by B2B. And we believe that in order to continue grow RCS, we will need to have a successful use case on the B2C side, to have a story to tell, to say to users, look, if you have RCS, you have a better experience. With this type of use case, it's not just for RCS users. The idea is behind scanning a QR code is that user will have either RCS or an SMS experience, which can be a rich RCS SMS or just an SMS with a URL to click on. But everybody, basically 100% of the people scanning a QR code will be able to have the experience. So one of the ideas is pre-sales, so it's basically a QR code on a display. The second is orders, so basically to try some with restaurants. And the last one is web page to smartphone, so basically people are on a website in front of their PC, but they want to move to a smartphone experience because they are leaving their PC at home. And then the idea is they scan a QR code, and the scanning of the QR code will launch the smartphone experience. What's interesting is this use case, it's not competing with any Google business. You can use Google Maps to go to an Orange shop, but if you are in front of an Orange display in the shop already, you can scan the QR code. You might use another Google service to go to a restaurant, but if you scan your QR code in the restaurant with the table number, that's an additional service. And similarly, you might use Google to go to a website, but if you're on a web page and you want to move to your smartphone, that's also a different type of service. So we are at the very beginning, at that stage. I'm sure there will be plenty of technical issues and challenge with this activity, but the idea is to do it together with the operator community in France to still explore new use case and make RCS even more successful. Thank you for your attention. And if you have any question, I'm happy to answer to your question. And you can ask your question in Irish. I'm not sure I will understand, but you can try.
One, surely.
Thank you.
Le beurre sur le pain. We had a French student when I was a kid, and I asked her to teach me something in French. So she taught me that. Tu peux mettre du beurre sur le pain, which I hope means you can put butter on bread. But I got away for many years when I was stopped by the guards when I was kind of a 17 or 18-year-old in the car for speeding or whatever. And I'd put the window down and they'd approach and I'd say, tu peux mettre du beurre sur le pain, and they'd let me go. Thank you, Valérie. Now, our next speaker hails from Egypt, so we continue on our global transition and working with imimobile, which is a Cisco company. Ramy Riad has the fantastic title of VP of Future Messaging. So I was kind of imagining at his appraisal. So Ramy, tell me, what is it that you're currently doing? Well, I can't tell you because I'm working on future messaging. But Ramy, educated at Harvard, living in Fort Lauderdale in Florida, and he once caught a fish this big because he's a very keen fisherman. And he's going to come and share some global experiences with us. Welcome, Ramy Riad. Thank you.
I don't know about the size of that fish, but thank you. So thank you, everybody. And today I really wanted to share with you how people weren't joking. These lights are bright. Some of just the importance of a good CX experience. We've been talking a lot about RCS these 2 days, and some of the observations we've seen is that a good customer experience is really important in terms of getting a customer to come back and engage with your brand. If they have a bad experience, they're most likely going to go find a competitor of yours to talk to. 55% of customers would change the brand to get a better customer experience. And 72% of customers would choose their preferred channel of communication to talk to a brand. So and even more, 77% of millennials are comfortable using channels on social media like Facebook Messenger, like Instagram, because that's what they use every day. But when businesses were asked, the brands, do you think you're doing a good job to communicate with your customers? 89% of the businesses said yes, we do a great job. 8% of the customers said the business is doing a good job. So there's a clear disconnect between what an enterprise thinks that they're doing and communicating with their customers and what the actual customer perceives on the other side. This slide is, I don't know what happened there. From the way we see it, there's a journey that a customer starts with, and enabling that connected journey takes a lot of work and a lot of effort from the brands, from the partners they're working with. And it starts with buying a product, subscribing to a service, to delivering the actual service, and then you go into the customer care and then retention. In the past, these were very distinct journeys that a customer goes through. Right now, it's a very blended journey. So a customer could be in purchasing, suddenly they're in customer care, they're back to service enablement, and then it's retention. And we see that jump back and forth all the time. And it's very important to keep that customer engaged in the conversation and answer their needs and their demands based on where they are in that journey, through the same connected messaging channel, through the same journey that they're going through right now. Because in the past, we could say, well, you need customer service, great, call the IVR, wait for a couple hours on hold, listen to our beautiful hold music, and then we'll get back to you when it's your turn. Right now, customers want the answers right now in the channels that they choose to communicate with the brands. And they really expect the brands to be there on what channel they're using. I know we're talking about RCS, but customers also expect to see all the other channels available. It's not just one messaging channel versus the other, because like what the gentleman here from Orange was saying, they could be using maps to search for something. They could be on Instagram they saw a post from a brand. They could be on a messaging channel they just received a promotional message from. All these channels are there. And they're used, and I don't think we should single out one channel versus the other. And I promise we're going to talk about success of RCS in a minute. But the variety is there, and it makes the complexity even harder, because now the brands need to think of, well, how many systems do I have on my side? Like Thomas earlier was talking about Salesforce, Genesis. The brands have a lot of these systems in place. Some of them are outdated. They don't talk to channels. And on the right-hand side, you see, well, all the channels that are available, which one should I choose? It gets harder as the brand gets bigger and the complexity increases to connecting these worlds together. And I think that's where a lot of people in this room are saying we help these brands connect the dots together and make this more of a connected journey, because at the end of the day, we're looking at the customer experience, the journey that this customer is going through. And this was one of the examples I think my colleague David was talking about yesterday. Let's see if this video plays. There we go. Magic. So this was the example that we talked about yesterday with Telesolutions and the Southern Council for the debt collection. It's a use case that nobody wants to think about, but they got more engagement with the customer because they chose a different channel than SMS. They got that verified check mark. They saw that it's coming from Southern Council. And then building that journey is a drag and drop feature that a lot of CPaaS players are offering, but we need to make it easy for customers and brands to get into the market and build something that's more easily available, ready, replicatable, scalable. And we were talking to them yesterday. We launched with Southern. How do you replicate that to 100 other bureaus or 100 other councils that are available without having to say, okay, it's going to take me 6 months to do that, then it's never going to launch. So we needed to find a way, and we all need to find a way to make this a scalable solution to bring RCS into the market for more brands and more enterprises in a way that's repeatable, scalable, quick, and efficient. I promise you with RCS stats. Walgreens, you guys heard us talk a lot about Walgreens for those who've been seeing RCS use cases. I think there was one of the first use cases we talked about in Mobile World Congress, I'd say 4 or 5 years ago. And we finally got them to agree to share some numbers. It took us some time, but they did. And you'll see here the difference between what they used to send as an SMS and what they send today as an RCS message. And this was just basically opting into a program. So in the US, if you go to a Walgreens pharmacy, you get asked, do you want to opt into our SMS program? And the user's like, yes, that would be great. I'll get a notification when my prescription is ready for pickup. They give their phone number, and then they get this message. I wouldn't reply to it. And then we started sending these to the eligible consumers that have RCS. And the tapping made it so much easier for the user to tap yes and move to the next step. And then this was the full experience. Let's see if it plays this time, David. There we go. So they tap yes to join the program, and then when their prescription's ready, they get another message saying, well, thank you, your prescription's now ready for pickup. Do you want to refill your prescription now? You have one that's due for a refill. So the user engagement became so easy, and it didn't require a lot of education from a user perspective because they were so used to tapping on an app or on a website. So it became so intuitive for them. And what Walgreens really loved about this was the verified sender. The users are now confident that this message is coming from their pharmacy. The suggested replies, which are the buttons, made it a lot easier. And actually, when they needed to call the store, the option was shown there that they can call that number tied to the local pharmacy, not to a generic call center that was you're just waiting in line to get a phone call picked up. So they really liked it, and they put a lot of campaigns forward through this. And now this is running every day. A batch of messages goes out on RCS to say, we want to keep putting more campaigns on this. Now this is the money slide. We all talked about SMS, and we assumed that all SMSs are read. When we started launching RCS, we saw that the read rates are actually 76%. That means a lot of users get messages on their phones, SMSs, they may choose to ignore them. With RCS, we were able to capture that 76% of the users actually read the messages. And then when we looked into the opt-in message, even though the user requested it, RCS delivered a almost 3% uplift in that opt-in experience. Because the users now trust, they know that this message is coming from Walgreens. And more importantly, is that number on the far left, which is RCS delivered a 10% increase in refill conversions. And it was talking to Walgreens was a little bit scary for us because they had a very successful SMS program, and approaching a customer with a huge program like this and say, we got a new technology, you guys, you need to try, which is RCS. They're like, but SMS works. Why should we change? We're like, well, this is going to give you better results. It's a better user experience. It's like, but the program works. Why should we change it? And then when we started running these campaigns, they started seeing the benefits. They liked the user experience. The branding was there. And it was more of the branding approach than before even the metrics were there. And then when they started seeing this result, because this is, at the end of the day, user hitting refill means that they're going to go back to the store, they're going to pick up a new prescription, they're going to pay money. And that translated into more revenue for Walgreens on the longer term. So a 10% uplift in conversion. I know we talked about a lot of metrics over the past couple of days about time spent in the app, the returning users. This is becoming a day-to-day utility for a customer that's using Walgreens if they have a prescription that's being refilled, or that I know my message is coming, I'm going to refill it, I'm going to go pick it up in a couple hours from the store. And from Walgreens, they know now the results they expect. So this was really an eye-opening moment for a lot of customers that we were using, and we had similar examples with Best Buy. They started running their buy online, pick up in store. We even ran this with an MVNO in the US, where they automated a lot of their self-service offering to SMS and then RCS for their available customers, because the customers like that experience, that they're able to go in and select the user experience that they want at their own time and say, yes, I want to know what's my data usage, what's my balance, what's this and what's that. So it became a really powerful tool to engage with a lot of these brands and enterprises and deliver results like that. The results, I think the theme that we're getting over the past 2 days, that RCS is delivering the results that it's promised. It's great to see that after 10 years of working on this spec, but it's finally delivering the results that we have. So I just encourage everybody, talk to your brands more, get them more excited. Operators, launch more devices, get it out there, because we need more adoption to get this channel to succeed. I promise I'll keep it short, Susan. Questions, if any? No? Good? Yeah? All good? I know I'm keeping everybody from lunch.
It's a really good sign if people have no questions. It means you have answered every question they had. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Fantastic. So we are off to lunch now. And we're not back here until 2 o'clock. So you're going to hear that pigeon-sounding bell again before we're due back in. So hope you enjoyed the session this morning. Thank you to all of our presenters and speakers, and we look forward to seeing you at 2 o'clock. Thank you very much. What a lovely lunch. Great to meet so many people out there and have the chats. Hope you're all ready for a really enthusiastic and energetic afternoon. We're joined now, we're expanding the global footprint again, because we have Kessy Crater from Martinique. How fantastic. And she's a big fan of Edith Piaf. So Kessy has said that she would definitely not like to sing. But Kessy is with Sinch, and she's joined by Alexandre Cottereau from Bouygues Telecom. Now, the fascinating thing about Alex is he is a taekwondo trainer. So no messing from any of you. Welcome.
Hello everyone, nice to meet you all, and thanks for inviting us, Google and MEF at Dublin. It's my first time here. Pretty impressive to see the mood in the city. Like, people went crazy yesterday night singing in the pubs. It was really nice. So yeah, I'm working at Bouygues Telecom. Today we're here to talk about how to design a conversation on RCS. It's a huge question, and I'm joined with Kessy. Maybe you can. We can show a quick picture of us so you can have our best faces.
Big face.
So yeah, I'm a product manager at Bouygues Telecom. I'm basically in charge of the whole business messaging segment for the company. Bouygues Telecom is one of the main MNOs in France. And we started working on RCS in 2020. And everything went pretty well, thanks to Sinch. So I'll let Kessy talk about it.
Hi guys, I'm Kessy, and I'm Head of Customer Success Manager at Sinch for Marketing. Thank you for inviting us today. This is very impressive for me. Last time I came on stage, I was maybe 6 years old, and it was for a dancing performance. So if I may be trying to find my words, I will dance for you, but hopefully not. Today, just to explain you, my main role at Sinch for Marketing is to help brands to better build their marketing strategy by using mobile messaging in their customer journey. And we are sharing some expertise and advices to help them to optimize their campaigns. And this is what we have done with Bouygues Telecom. And the funny story at the beginning of our relationship with Bouygues Telecom, because this is like a love story, it was very hard at the beginning. I joined Sinch for Marketing at maybe 5 years ago. And my manager come to me and say, okay, this is the big account for the company. This is a strategic account. You need to be very, very good with them, etc., etc. So I was like, okay, thank you for the trust. I will do it, no pressure, okay. And I have done a lot of workshops with Bouygues to try to convince them to change their communication, maybe adapt themselves to the future, trying to enrich their communication. And they said, okay, we will do it, but not now. And I tried during 2 years, and finally, we did something good with them, and this is how we started to work together with an aggregator and an operator.
So yeah, as you understood, like those last few days and few hours, it's not because you're an MNO that it's that easy to do RCS internally. You first have to convince a lot of people that RCS is a good channel, that there's a lot of insights you can get from it, a lot of KPIs, and the ROI is good, especially when you're 26 and all the people in your companies are like 50 or something like that. And still today it's really hard because I'm the youngest on stage, so no pressure. Yeah, so basically we had to do little steps to go from the SMS to the RCS, and it's exactly what you have on screen. We started the journey in 2017 with Sinch. I wasn't at Bouygues Telecom yet, but the idea was to bring the SMS to another dimension through a link. This link brought you to a landing page where you can do different things that you used to do on this previous channel. And for instance, you had in 2017, the idea was to make it possible for the customer to subscribe to a new forfait plan through 3 clicks, only 3 clicks. And it was completely different from what they used to do on the application or on the website. it convinced internally that it was really interesting because the KPIs were good. And so we moved to something different on the prospect department, which was different from the customer base. And so we introduced a lot of innovation, I would say, through this rich SMS. And in 2020, when we launched RCS as an operator, so I have two hats today, one as an operator, the other one as a brand. So as an operator, we launched RCS in 2020 with thanks to Google. Everything went super well. We started having a lot of devices that could be reachable with RCS. And so with Sinch and Kessy, we started creating the first campaign on RCS for Bouygues Telecom. And we'll talk about it later, but it was pretty impressive for the whole people from Bouygues Telecom, how good you can work on this channel and how innovative you can be. And all this leads us to 2022. We did a lot of tests between 2020 and 2022 on RCS. And today we're glad to announce that we've made really large campaigns on more than 1 million users to explain them how to use a complex service. So a very educational use case that we'll be glad to present you after.
So at the beginning, when they wanted to start with rich SMS, they were doing some personalization by using variables inside the landing pages. And the question was, okay, we have done that, but how we can personalize the experience, not only by using variables, but how we can propose something to the user depending on what they want to do. So this is the question we had in 2020, and we will go through some use cases, and I will explain you what kind of A/B test we have to do to define what kind of best use cases we can do with Bouygues Telecom. So at the beginning, they said, we want to start. So we say, OK, we are ready. We were waiting for you, actually. And they said, OK, we want to start, but we want to drive traffic in store. We want to drive traffic on web. We want to qualify data. So they wanted everything. So we say, OK, calm down. We will sit down. We will define the objective of the campaign. We will define the audience. We need to go step by step because this is the first new communication you will have to do to your audience. So they are not prepared with for that. So we need to be very, very educative on this channel with your audience. So we will start small, and after that, we will try to scale. So this is what we have done with the first campaign. We have done only an audience about 40,000 customers, I think. And it was for back-to-school edition. This is a very key moment in terms of business for Bouygues Telecom because this is during the summer, everyone is getting fun, etc. But at the end of the summer, you need to equip, for example, your children, your family. Sometimes students have to change their equipment. So we have decided to choose this key moment in the customer journey to launch an RCS campaign to their audience. And they have two choices. If I push directly, hey, we have 20% off on our mobile phone, please go on store, or maybe trying to define some profiles, and at the end of their conversation, maybe push the right product depending on their profile. So this is what we have done. Sorry, it's in French, but I will try to translate for you. The question was, okay, can you tell me more about your budget? So you see, you can click depending on what you have, if you have X euros, etc. Depending if you want, the question was, do you want a large screen, or it doesn't matter for you? Do you want something with a good fun plan, for example? And at the end, depending on the answer of the customers, they received a selection of products depending on the answer. So it's very personalized experience, and it was very good in terms of conversion. We have done an A/B test between SMS doing the push and the RCS with the conversation. And basically, and this is what we talked about during these two days, obviously we have done a 2.5 more conversion rate by using conversation. But the funny story is, when we have done this campaign, the department called me and said, okay, we launched a campaign 2 days ago, and I have a lower click in RCS than the SMS. So I was like, okay, act normal, do not panic. I don't know what to say. But I say, okay, that's normal, pretty normal. And obviously this is normal actually, because in SMS, you already have all information, and when you click on the link, you will be redirecting on the website, but sometimes you will have a higher bounce rate because people are not qualified. They are just, maybe they are clicking by mistake, or they are just wanting more information. But if you drive a funnel of conversation by using RCS, for example, the user who will click at the end, if they go on the website, it's just to convert. This is the only issue they can do. So this is why we had a lower click rate, but a better conversion rate. So it was the start of the love story of RCS with Bouygues Telecom. So this is something as learning we had. So do not panic if you have a lower click rate on SMS between RCS. This is completely normal. And the second thing is, if I maybe just advise you about, if you launch your first campaign, please maybe prevent your customer about this is a new experience, click on it, etc. And because it will encourage your customer to click and start a conversation. Do not forget that this is the first time, for example, they will receive RCS from you, and basically they will say, okay, what's this? Why I have a CTA? Why I have an images, etc. So what I suggest mainly when I have customer on board on RCS is just to put a little sentence or a little title saying that this is a new experience, please click, and you will see that you will have a surprise, etc. for you.
Completely agree with you. I'll keep going with the second use case. We basically have three. This second one is still on the customer base, but it just shows you how big we can scale when you start convincing internally that RCS is a good channel. At the very beginning, we had only 40,000 people addressed with RCS because it was a bit frightening for the CRM department to move from the SMS, the rich SMS, to something new. And today they agreed to send more than 1 million RCS to the customer base. You have to know that whenever you're sending messages, you risk that your customer asks you to stop like sending them messages. So whenever you're working on something completely different, a new channel, innovative, with discussion, you have this risk that the customer is just asking you to stop. So once we started this campaign, the idea was to explain through RCS some complex notions. We took the service, which is really badly new from the customer on the operator side, which is the direct carrier billing. So this means whenever you're paying for an application on the Play Store, for instance, you can just pay with this system, and you're gonna find the price back on your operator bill. It's pretty easy, and it's getting smoother by the year, and every time like the customer are pretty happy with the service. But the main issue is that they're not understanding that they could do this actually. So the idea was to send first a message with a video where we would explain like how and why would you do this with Bouygues Telecom. And once they've understood how impressive and interesting it could be for them, then you can redirect them directly to the Play Store and activate the service. Overall, what was really interesting and the main upsides we observed is that hitting with the video, as Nicolas from Orange said, is quite interesting because even though they are not converting, they're not clicking, at least the customer will understand the message, and he will keep in mind the entire message you wanted to send. Second is that whenever you're sending videos and conversation, like complex conversation, the customer is talking with Bouygues Telecom. He's staying in touch with Bouygues Telecom for a long time. I think it was a minute and a half. Yep. This one.
Exactly.
Whereas for the SMS, around 3 seconds, something like that. So it's completely different. It's more branding and more interesting. About the downsides, it's not real downsides, I would say. Hopefully, nobody will hear it. Internally, we're working on a way to automatize this kind of campaign. So every time a customer is engaging with Bouygues Telecom or buying a new phone, we're going to send directly the RCS on his phone. It's something quite hard to do because as Thomas from DT said this morning, you have a lot of different tools. Internally, you have Salesforce, you have SAP, and all that stuff to put together. And maybe by the end of the year, we'll have something, hopefully.
So we have done many business campaigns with Bouygues Telecom on RCS. So once we knew that it were working, we did good performance with them. So we have done Black Friday, we have done Back to School edition, etc. So everything is going well on that, so on business campaign. Then we have tested on relational campaign and servicial campaign to see if the channel is fitting with this kind of use cases, and it does. So we will try to optimize that. And it missed one thing, and this is something we have done after that with another department at Bouygues. This is the acquisition part. Our question was, if we send RCS campaign to prospects, do they react well with that, comparing to an SMS with just a push saying that, okay, you, sorry, competitors, but you are to this operator, maybe you can change your mobile phone or your phone plan. So this is what we have done, and the answer is yes, because we have done 150K, yeah, this is as an audience, and the use case was, okay, if you tell us more about your consumption of data. Are you a geek? Are you a family with a lot of people inside the family? You are a geek?
Yeah.
Sorry. Or do you need more data for your families because you are maybe working at home and this is very important for you? So we were just qualifying the customer needs about data, and depending on that, we pushed a data phone plan for them, adapted to their needs. And this is something very, very good, because what they were doing before is just an SMS to say, hey, come to Bouygues if you want new prices. And by doing this, they just qualify the user experience, and we have done a better start rate than the CRM department. Sorry, but that's true. But
kind of
and this is very rare, because normally when we do acquisition campaigns, comparing to existing customers, for example, we have lower click rate or lower engagement rate. That's normal. But in this case, we have a good start rate, and it was very good, because obviously you cannot see it on the presentation, but at the beginning of the scenario, they were just asking, are you interested by this offer or not? If you're not, you can just go out and maybe just end the scenario. And this is very good to offer the two paths for the customer at the beginning of the scenario. This is not intrusive, like a SMS, for example. So this is something we have done a lot, and we are trying also to maybe do more campaigns like that on acquisition database. We had a good conversion rate also comparing to an SMS. And yes, of course, we have some optimization to do, but this is quite small. We always have optimization, but to be honest, this is one of the best campaigns we have done with Bouygues Telecom.
And what is pretty funny is that Catherine this morning from British Telecom asked, how can you make sure that all the department inside an operator are pretty much working on RCS and slowly adopting this channel? It's pretty how we illustrate it, is that you start working with one department, and once the KPIs and the ROIs are proven, then you can start working with the second one, and slowly the whole company is doing it. So.
And just maybe to add something on this scenario, I don't know if I can maybe go back and just show you. This is quite pretty weird to have some emojis in the communication with some GIF animation, videos, etc. This is very important to try to reproduce a peer-to-peer conversation into a brand and user conversation. This is very important. We had to fight a lot with the marketing department and Sinch and at Bouygues Telecom, and to add more fun in that conversation, and it's working. And this is something we want for financial services, for telco communication, for retails. Add more fun into your conversations. It's very important to try to reproduce something they could have, for example, with a friend, and it's working a lot. So this is one advice I can also provide today. So if we can just sum up the answer, the question at the beginning of this meeting was how we can build better conversation to make return of investment. So we have built some key takeaways for you. Obviously, this is something you can take or not. This is your choice. But the first thing is take your time to launch your campaign. With Bouygues Telecom, we take 6 months for the first campaign. This is long, but to be honest, to define something, to put all departments together. For example, we work with CRM department, we work with marketing, with content, with communication department to have the right conversation, to build the wording, to see what kind of text and title we will put inside. This is very important to set up your objective, define the KPIs you will follow, classify them, because sometimes you want to have conversation, but you want also to engage your customers. So you have to classify the importance of the different KPIs. Set also A/B test it. It is very important to compare, for example, RCS to emails or SMS or other channels such as WhatsApp, etc., to see if the engagement is better, if the customer ends the conversation at the end, if you have a good completion rate, etc. And also, this is important also to find the good format, because we did a lot conversational format with Bouygues Telecom, but we did also what we called Which Card. This is only just a picture and title, a description, and just a CTA to redirect directly on the website. And it's worked only for, I will say, specific activation like sales program, like Black Friday, etc., etc. You don't need conversation for that, for example. So depending on your objective, sometimes you can shorten your conversation and just do something very simple to drive traffic directly on the website or in store.
I completely agree with Kessy, especially on the A/B test side. If you're starting working on this innovation in your company, as I said, you have to get a strategy. It's the main topic we talked about yesterday, I think. And setting up a strategy means that you have to convince every single department that RCS is good, and it goes from sometimes the ROIs to maybe the user experience, and depending on the people you're talking with, it's going to be completely different. You can maybe rename the talk as how to design a conversation and strategically how to develop RCS in your company. And about another takeaway, key takeaway, I would say that most importantly, as has been said by Wally, I think, from Google, what is really important is that you have to understand this channel is quite close from what you have on your private, I would say, conversation. So you have to really keep in mind that you're talking with people. You have to adapt your wording as if you were talking to your friend or someone of your family. And this is how you're going to seduce the end user, and then you're going to sell or answer his question better. It goes from the chatbot name. We started working on, Bouygues Telecom is still the chatbot name, but you have a small phrase behind this. And you can maybe explain that it's the first time you're doing RCS, but no worries, it's a good channel. Second is that, as I said, you have to talk as in a peer-to-peer conversation, but it doesn't go only on the wordings, but it's also on the different features. I would say you could use, so the smileys, the GIFs, videos that are really attractive and make it really lively. And finally, I would say that we didn't do it every single time, but you can also ask your user to rate the experience if it's the first time you're sending a campaign. So it can give you reassurance for the next one and improve things if you want to automatize these campaigns.
And last but not least, you can give a read to your conversation. For example, when I receive an audio by WhatsApp, for example, and I have 2 minutes audio from a friend, I won't read it, so do not do that, please. The thing is that if you get a conversation boring, you won't end the conversation, you won't start something. So this is very, very important to make some question, click to call, maybe sometimes user input. This is something not very used on RCS, but we tried it with other brands, and this is very good if you define a format for these answers, for example. You can use carousel, text, etc. So you can, at each question, change the format of the answer the chatbot will give to the user. do not ask more than 5 questions. I would recommend for marketing and business communication. At the end, the objective is to make more sales. So if you keep the attention too much, at the end, they won't keep have a conversation with you. So we see that at each step, when you have a conversation with a user, we will lose attention. Sometimes you have people ending the conversation at step 3 or step 2. So the idea is to have the main objective of your scenario just maybe at the 4th question or 5th question. This is my recommendation on that. And last thing, we have tried a lot of features of RCS, such as the click-to-call, the geolocalization, etc. The idea is to maybe try more today. This is what we want to do, but this is very good to improve the experience for the user at each time you will take a communication with them. So, as I said, do not use RCS only for business campaign, etc., because you will lose attention for the customer. The idea is to maybe encourage him to coming back for your next communication. So try to maybe diversify also the use cases with them, relational, servicial campaigns, trigger campaign, etc. So this is what we are doing today. So if there is any question, feel free. Oh.
Thank you, Kessy and Alexandre. Maybe a couple of questions. Maybe, Kessy, you talked about fun. So what's the funniest thing you've put in conversation so far? Maybe for both, in terms of return on investment. So far, we've talked a lot on KPIs, but it's another area. So do you have a model on return on investment? What do you put in? Do you have costs today, and how do you see them decrease? And then the last question, what's next after all your learning, your lessons learned?
I can answer to the first question, but about cost, this is for you. The funniest thing I did maybe is just to put some GIF animated, but things you can send to a friend, for example, because this is something we do a lot. And for a financial service, for example, this is quite weird to receive a GIF, but we can do it because we can we can maybe build a better relationship with the customer. You can create something very close with them, and they liked it actually. So my funniest things it was to put HSBC on the GIF animated on RCS.
On the cost side, I would say that when you're addressing your own base as an operator, it's pretty simple because you have barely no costs. It's all about building the chatbot, so we have to work with Sinch so they can decrease the prices they're doing. And when you're doing PRM, so prospect relationships, what is really hard is that they're really looking at the ROIs through the KPIs. But whenever you're looking at the results, basically you have between 2 times or 4 times the amount of clicks you had on the SMS. And the price between the SMS and the RCS are not twice the amount. So basically everything is working pretty good for now. We'll see when we're gonna reach like maybe 1 million users. Maybe it's gonna be changing, and we'll have to work back on the business model. But so far, everything went good.
Steph? Sorry, just.
Je ne vois pas.
Thanks, Kessy. Thanks, Alexandre. A question for you, Alexandre. You were saying that you needed to work through the different departments in your own company in Bouygues. How popular is RCS as a channel internally to Bouygues now? And sort of how long did that take, and how many departments are now on board with that?
From a 0 to 10? I would say maybe 7 to 8. Like the main issue we're facing today is for convincing people adopting RCS is clearly the price of creating a chatbot. But slowly the things are getting more automatic. On the aggregator side, they're building platforms so you can do drag and drops, as it's been explained this morning. So you don't have to pay people for this chatbot building, which was pretty expensive. About the timing and the time to market, I would say, as Kessy said, it took 6 months to explain the CRM department the interest of a new channel. But whenever we started with one department, it was pretty easy with use cases to explain to the others how it works, that other people from the same companies already did it. So they were maybe convinced in like 2 months.
And do you think that helped you, or perhaps your colleagues in different departments, spread that outside of Bouygues, the lessons that were learned inside?
Yeah, as we have a famous motto, I would say, eat your own dog food, which is different from drink your own champagne from Germany. But yeah, as long as you're doing your campaign on your own, like the end user is receiving RCS campaigns, so whenever he's gonna receive it from a retailer after, he understood how to interact with the chatbot. And second is that the companies are saying, okay, the operators who are really focused on acquiring as much customers as possible are doing RCS, so I'll try to do it as well. And at least they're going to test it on maybe 20,000 to 50,000 users first, and then it will work.
And we are doing events together and we invited some brands to assist to this kind of events with him. And this is how we convince also other brands to say, okay, Bouygues is doing this, so you can do it also. So basically, we have done an event on November, and we onboarded after that 4 new clients on RCS through that. So yes, I think if you do it, brands will do it. No more question?
I think it's time running.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you, Kessy. What's the bleeding story? There was another question answered. Kessy, thank you for telling me you could do A/B testing. News to me. I was asked just to give a shout out to Shay Kareem of Infobip at 3 o'clock today. Those with yellow stickers, so the telcos and their friends, so telcos must have friends. There's a stream going on in Farmers Market at 3 o'clock. So and the theme is kind of what is a successful formula for telcos to drive RCS ecosystems. So if you're a telco and that's of interest to you, it's in the Farmers Market at 3 o'clock. Now, our next presenter comes from Juniper Research. He doesn't actually come from there. He actually comes from the UK, from Surrey, which is southwest of London. So Sam Barker is the head of analytics and forecasting at Juniper, and he is based in Basingstoke. So Basingstoke is a little bit further west of Surrey. So I thought I'd better check to see is there anything interesting about Basingstoke. Fascinatingly, you ready now, Sam? Wait for this. Harry Styles' cousin lives in Basingstoke. So it is clearly a blistering metropolis. However, Harry's grandfather also lives there. So a big welcome, Sam. Very much.
Thank you very much, guys. As said, I'm from Juniper Research. We're a research house that deal with the telco world. We've been looking into RCS for a number of years now. Here we go. We'll be looking at the role of RCS in omnichannel communications today. From our research, what we've looked at and what that means for the telco role, the telco market, and more importantly, the rising use of omnichannel communications. So some of the questions I'm hoping I'll be able to answer for you today is where is RCS today? What does the technology look like in terms of adoption and users, and what the opportunities there? What direction is it headed? What needs to be done? What's some of the best strategies, and what the hurdles to growth as well. And one of the most important things, what is the impact of RCS on SMS? How are these two technologies going to play out over the future? Obviously, SMS is being very established, and RCS being disruptive. And what effect will the commerce services have on RCS? What are the opportunities there in terms of providing more services over messaging through RCS and commerce over what the SMS can do? And what are the key RCS services that we've heard from speaking to the players in the market about what's going to drive adoption? So if we just move on to the next one. So after a slow start, going back a few years now, obviously the growth of RCS has increased. One thing that we like to think of at Juniper Research is RCS is not necessarily an evolution of SMS. We do like to think that they are two very separate technologies filling two very different use cases or broad range of use cases. I don't think RCS can be heralded as the death of SMS. Moving forward, there's certainly always going to be use cases for SMS as the market progresses. So just a quick graph there on the right of the RCS subscribers we're seeing this year. This is the number of users that are able to, that are using RCS across some 8 key regions that we've defined at Juniper Research. You can see quite a lot of them are based in Far East in China and subcontinent rest of Asia Pacific. That's what we consider the Asia Pacific region. As well as places like Europe. Obviously, one of the big issues that the market's facing at the moment is that, on Android, obviously, RCS is a good, Android acts as a very good platform for RCS. Other operating systems, maybe not so much. Moving forward, by 2026, we're forecasting that nearly 40% of all users worldwide will be using RCS. We'll talk about this a bit more in a second, but looking at what the mass market, the penetration for the mass market, we're estimating around 40%. So in the next 5 years, we're looking at RCS users, active users, getting to a stage where companies that use omnichannel or CPaaS platforms are using RCS far more regularly. As you said, mass market penetration is estimated 40% by that point. As RCS grows, so will the value to enterprises and brands. So when thinking about how an enterprise will go about looking at communicating with their subscribers, obviously there's a number of different channels that they can use. RCS will fit within that omnichannel ecosystem. As an option for enterprises to use. Those CPaaS players that the CPaaS players that basically act between a bridge between the network operators, the telcos, and the brands and enterprises, will be those that provide the RCS services. Obviously, an important part of that is a fallback to SMS. But one of the big things, the one big benefits of RCS, obviously, it's more flexible. You have different areas in which the pricing can be done. There's obviously far more in terms of what the technology can do for commerce services, for chatbots, obviously, we've just heard about. And it's the conversational element of our, of RCS that it is really going to drive it. Obviously, with SMS, what you're looking at really is a very much of a one-way technology. You're looking at solutions that can essentially very well suited for things like authentication and one-time passwords. But again, obviously SMS is 25, 30 years old at this point. There's not much room for innovation. As you can see on the graph to the right, we're looking at total global mobile subscriptions versus total RCS capable subscribers. So 38%, around 40% what we're looking at by 2026. Obviously at the moment it's 11%. One of the big questions on everybody's mind will be, whether other OS vendors, iOS is able to, will support some form of RCS profile in the future. As you can see, we're just giving away global data here. That market, is moving forward and forward. I will point out as well and note that this looks at only RCS subscribers that are on operating networks that support RCS, as well as handsets that support RCS, obviously. So, as that grows, what we're expecting to see is an acceleration of RCS over the next few years. This is mainly driven by more and more handsets adopting it as people update their handsets on the, the two-year cycle. But moving forward, we also expect more and more brands to start using it. Now, when we've spoken to brands who are using CPaaS platforms, one of the key things they've always said is they need that fallback onto SMS. RCS was always something that they were looking to explore rather than something that they were looking to, use as a marketing tool more regularly. But as RCS becomes more and more used and accessible for mobile subscribers, I think that's going to be a case of more and more brands are going to start using it, more and more more and more users are going to start receiving, RCS business messaging tools. And I think the other thing that needs to be said is obviously that you look at OTT messaging as well, that comes across about OTT messaging that also offers very, very similar services. There's a lot of differences between things like regional fragmentation and the idea that OTT messaging is more applicable to SMEs who operate on a national basis. And just looking forward to how much traffic will be cannibalized by RCS traffic. I think it's important to note here that, as I mentioned earlier, we estimate that around over 50% of SMS business messaging is attributed to OTPs, one-time passwords and authentication. In some countries, this is as high as 70%. You're looking at places in the Asia-Pacific region where OTTs are quite popular. So, instead of cannibalizing RCS traffic, we think RCS will create new traffic that can be monetized. So, a good example of this would be instead of business messaging migrating from SMS, such as upselling, marketing activities, you're going to see more of a migration from things like mobile apps and websites. RCS should be viewed as a more interactive element that obviously SMS isn't. And yeah, just a quick bit more of data that we're looking at here. This is total business messaging for SMS and RCS. We split it by this is just SMS and RCS, sorry, we've not included OTT messaging here. And what you can see is that obviously RCS, is going to be, only 1% this year is going to be attributable to RCS. But as that grows to 8%, you're going to see both obviously still continuing to rise, but RCS growing far more quickly, and that's mainly because you're going to see more and more brands and enterprises adopt it. And you're going to see more and more of the mobile apps and websites, the content that we've been using there, mainly through things like chatbots, conversational commerce, migrating to RCS. And obviously that's a case of, it's an interesting position because we're not talking about a technology that is very nascent in its development. It's very well developed, and it's a case of omnichannel communications providing a very, very good platform for it. From the stakeholders that we've spoken to in the market, when they've spoken to the enterprises that want to use RCS, it's very much been a case of they're very happy with the service, they like how it looks, but they're just worried about the number of users that they can access to. Again, falling back to that fall back onto SMS. So, one of the big elements that we picked out here is conversational commerce. So it's a new service. Obviously, it's not possible over SMS. One of the things that we want to highlight here is the spend over RCS. We're estimating that to be 27 billion by 2025. One of the things we've looked at in our research is how much is spent over different channels, online, mobile apps, browsing, and we've looked at what sort of areas are applicable to RCS, looked at the growth of RCS users and estimated how much of that spend could be migrated to RCS. Obviously, one of the big drivers for any given market is user convenience, and it's something that we're seeing over OTT apps at the moment, is this ability to very quickly send money or make payments via messaging apps rather than through mobile apps. And one of the big things that we wanted to point out as well is that the majority of this spend is going to be commerce rather than payments. One of the things that one of the brands that, some of the brands that we've spoken to about RCS have very much said that it's something they want to look into. Obviously, there's issues along things like payment security, being able to securely make the payments and hold the payment information for future purchases and future payments as well. So one of the most important things moving forward is that omnichannel communications platforms, sometimes called CPaaS platforms, obviously, they'll be the ones that are holding this payment information. They'll be the ones that essentially enabling the transactions to occur. You've seen a few CPaaS players in the past that have gone out and acquired payments providers, mainly because of carrier billing more than anything else. But in some instances, some CPaaS platforms have gone about and developed their own payment services in-house. So, moving forward, it will be a case of more and more spend being, moved over RCS. And this is a migration, obviously, again, from probably mobile apps and websites. So just a quick, overview of what omnichannel communications are. So obviously various technologies under a single umbrella, the ability for brands and enterprises to go to a single point of contact and be able to send over, different technologies. So very quickly to get these up, obviously that's a list of just a few of them that are coming up. Obviously SMS and MMS are very well established, as is email, social media, notifications. But just a couple up there that you probably want to point out: chatbots, voice and video, which sound quite boring, but quite a lot of these are sort of witnessing a resurgence in how they're used more than they were before. I mean, looking back 5 years, chatbots were probably seen as a bit gimmicky or a bit they flatter to deceive in terms of what they've done, but investments in capabilities of AI, companies in the omnichannel communication space have invested heavily to offer B2B to C services for developing those chatbots, obviously. And what we're seeing now is a greater spectrum of what chatbots can do. And it's the same with with voice and video. These elements are again in the same context as RCS, and they're being quite disruptive. But one of the things that we want to point out is these technologies don't compete with each other, or they shouldn't do. They shouldn't be viewed as if there's one element of traffic that needs to be sent, it's not a case of that should be done over RCS or any other technology. It's a case of the brands and the enterprises will choose which one they want to happen. So really, it's all about finding the use cases for which RCS are the most applicable. So obviously the biggest benefit of RCS is its standardization. One of the big things that the market has probably been played with over the past few years, obviously, is again, it's how it's rivaled by OTT messaging. One of the things you're noticing in SMS is that many of the big players or the players that offer the brands and enterprises SMS services are now targeting SMEs rather than the larger enterprises. SMS is becoming quite saturated in terms of the demand from where it's coming from, and RCS as a developing technology will come in and create more opportunities in terms of what can be done over omni-channel communications. So one of the big things is that when RCS comes, when these SMEs are being targeted by omnichannel communications platforms, RCS can essentially piggyback, or we're expecting it to piggyback. So moving forward, when we have a number of users and traffic, I expect things like these small to medium enterprises who often operate on a national scale to be able to begin adopting RCS alongside SMS if they haven't done so already. For RCS, obviously, a very obvious statement, SMS level ubiquity is years away for RCS. One of the big things that we were talking about was the one-time passwords and what that means for RCS, and we don't expect that traffic to be migrated to SMS, from SMS to RCS at any point in the future. And as previously mentioned, omnichannel communications, they're the perfect platform for the growth of RCS, obviously, in that ability to fall back onto SMS and other platforms as well is a good gateway for brands and enterprises to explore the possibilities of RCS and what it can do in terms of chatbots, commerce, all these sorts of areas, rather than using other areas. And obviously, one of the big things that we also are seeing is an ability to directly integrate calls to action. That feeds back into what I was saying about websites and apps taking over migrating traffic from websites and apps. The ability to integrate calls to actions, even if that takes you to other services, or the ability to make a purchase, to make a payment. It's something that will drive RCS or the native messaging client on the phone to be the first port of call within 3 or 4 years for many enterprises. And as I said, RCS will take user traffic away from websites and apps, not SMS. We don't think SMS is going to cannibalize, RCS will cannibalize RCS traffic to any great extent. So, just to quickly, in summary, RCS needs to promote its strengths moving forward. Obviously, industry-backed standards is the main reason. Regional fragmentation of OTT messaging apps is a big thing or a big hurdle in terms of expanding OTT business traffic to any great extent. RCS doesn't face that issue. As an industry-backed standard, from anything from telco, 4G or 5G, the idea that you adhere to a standard or an RCS profile and you can work with many different stakeholders is a good issue. And obviously the other thing is using the native messaging client. A small thing, but something that many of the stakeholders we've interviewed over the past few years have brought up, the idea that you don't need to go to an app store and download a third-party app to make sure that they're RCS capable. And brand authentication has come back as something that brands are very keen on as well. It's not necessarily the authentication, but more the branding side of things. The ability for them to simply just put their brand colours in the messaging app to make sure that their clients know that they are talking to that enterprise specifically. And two more things, just the integration of conversational commerce. Obviously, we spoke about it briefly about how payments over conversational commerce or spend over conversational commerce is going to increase. And obviously, moving forward, it'd be a case of how the telcos monetize that. Is it do you offer it for free at the beginning, and then do you then begin to take a small fee in a similar way that payments service providers do? We think that payments are, taking a small fee between 1% and 2% for conversational commerce or any call to action, really, will be a good way of providing a return on investment in the future. Obviously, the biggest issue that we're going to have is the mass market element and making sure that enough users use it. And obviously, there's the potential to advertise over RCS. That's mainly down to upselling and rather than outright blanket shotgun advertising, so to speak. So yeah, in summary, there's a lot of strengths to RCS moving forward. It's a case of the biggest hurdle to the market today is there aren't enough users to compete with things like OTT business messaging. But moving forward, because of those industry-backed standards, we believe RCS is in a much better position to grow than many of its competitors. And finding its place in Omnichannel is going to be the most important element. I think that's it.
Time for some questions, if anyone has any.
Hi, and thank you for your insights. Just one question here. You said at the end that we RCS need to promote its strengths and also that it should not be viewed as an evolution of SMS. But I'm just wondering, wouldn't that help with the consumer education, packaging one notions and all the benefits of SMS, and then at the same time explaining the additional functionalities that RCS will be bringing?
I think promoting it needs to be viewed in two areas. Firstly, promoting it to the end users, but also promoting it to the brands and enterprises. Obviously, we focus more on the brands and the enterprises and promoting it to them. But from consumers, because there is a native messaging client, it's really down to the support of the mobile OS vendor, really. Obviously, Google being the biggest proponent. But I think that moving forward, it will be mainly down to experience of RCS. I think brands and enterprises will start sending out RCS messages and users will have to get accustomed to how it's being used. And that will be down to how the chatbots are developed and how the conversational element are developed. It needs to be an ease into the market rather than a simple or a more complicated way of delivering a chatbot and offering so many calls to actions that the user doesn't really know what it's doing. Because there's always a case of having to foster confidence in the new technology. And I think you're right that the end users need time to grasp it.
I think that's it, Sam.
All right.
Thank you. Sam, have you ever met Ben Selly?
Sorry?
Have you ever met Ben Selly?
No.
In Basingstoke? He is Harry's cousin. And he's got his own band. So get on, get up there. Now we have a slight change to the agenda. I met this man some time ago. His name is Chris Wright, and he hails from Tampa in Florida. He is with a company called Sineverse, and they are trying to change the world when it comes to stimulating the market. The one thing I would say is this man is really dangerous. He's got a pet alligator. Ladies and gentlemen, Chris Wright.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I don't have a pet alligator. What we do is we have a big lake in front of our office. We call our pet gator out there. It's anytime a vendor comes, it upsets us a little bit. We kind of just taunt them a little bit over the lake. So what I want to talk a little bit about today is something that we're going to be doing in Canada. Our plan is to actually go ahead and do a POC with Canada. We're actually going to go through and try to stimulate the market and try to get more drive in Canada. We're going to be doing a joint offering with Qualcomm and Sineverse and actually rolling out an RCS A2P POC for Canada. We're going to be selecting 2 target enterprises in Canada and actually going through and running through a 90-day POC to actually roll it out and activate the services. The plan is, after we select each of the enterprises, we're actually going to go through and create the bots. We're going to customize the bots based on the enterprise's needs. And what we're going to try to do is stimulate the market and the awareness to actually start driving out more RCS traffic in Canada. At the end of the trial, what we're planning on doing is actually going through and doing a whole workshop where we actually go through and analyze all the data, pull everybody together so we can actually see what worked, what didn't work, and what the benefits are of doing RCS. One of the big things we want to do is we want to make sure everybody's involved in this, not just the Canadian operators, not just the enterprise, but get more people involved. So some of the things that we're looking to do is to actually provide weekly feed outs to the industry to let you know what we're doing, how everything's going, what the trials are looking like. If you have questions, if you want to ask questions, we're going to set up a mechanism for you to actually query us with questions and try to stimulate the conversation of why RCS is so good and why we should roll it out in more countries than just Canada. So I just want to make a quick announcement on that, and that's where we stand.
Direqt, you have a question?
He's just scratching his head.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Mind that gator.
Yeah. Thanks.
Now, a shout out as well to MEF members that at 3 o'clock, which is about now, there's an open RCS forum on interoperability and key emerging trends. And that's in Bewley's Cafe. Just up there and there and there. We're in one of those places. Now, James O'Hare is Managing Director of Link Mobility in the UK, but it's great to welcome another Irishman to the stage because he definitely hails from Belfast with a name like James O'Hare. Now, he's living in Nottinghamshire. Now, Nottingham is very famous, of course, because that's where Robin Hood comes from. So he used to steal from the rich and give to the poor. So, James, you want to talk about that a little bit? And rumour has it that James is actually a chicken farmer. You have to talk about that as well. So, James, you're more than welcome, and enjoy the session.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everybody online. I do generally have some chickens at home, so I don't know if you're following me or something there, Kieran. I'm not so sure. Right, so this session today, it's going to be only about 15 to 20 minutes, and what I'm going to be able to take you through is, as we've called here, beyond the theory. So we've got some examples across Western Europe in our territories where we can actually show you RCS live in action. But I think there's two main things that I want to try and for you, the audience and the audience online, to take away is two things. Is where is RCS being used in terms of the customer journey, the customer lifecycle, but the secondly is how. How is it being used by brands and by organizations like ourselves with CPaaS. Now, but I want to start there just by adding some context for link mobility and our journey in respect to RCS connectivity, but on our scale, but also our technology. So on the right-hand side here, you can see, you're right, you can see that you've got the map of Europe there and our connectivity with RCS across those territories. Really simple key, those in green territories are the ones we've got full MNO coverage, and the darker blue with 2 MNOs and 1 MNO. Plus we've also got connectivity, connectivity in the US and Canada and South Africa, which is largely in part to our amazing product and technology teams who've been working away extremely difficult together with MNOs, operators, and also our partners Google to help us get that connectivity. What that essentially has done is given link mobility scale. And so in the last 12 months alone, we're talking tens of millions of RCS messages been sent by brands using link mobility platforms, which brings us to everything onto the left-hand side there, which is around our technology. So link mobility, not only do we have scale, but we also have the recognition that link mobility platforms are leading the way in RCS. So the Juniper Research Award that was given the Platinum Award for the best RCS platform, closely followed by the e-commerce awards in Germany for the best communication tool. And so what these two things, scale and leading technology, has enabled us to do, and hopefully I'm going to impart that for you as I go through this session, is that we can provide you with the insights of how RCS is truly being adopted across these Western European countries. And the great thing is we've got examples from several European locations as well, so we can show you how it's been used, not only just in one particular country. But first, before we go on to the exact use cases, I wanted to make a point around the customer lifecycle. So we saw a diagram very similar to this earlier on today, so it feels like we're all onto the same thing here, which is the customer journey. So this is a typical customer journey through acquiring new customers, having the onboarding conversation, their service messaging, the cross-selling, and then also through to retention. And you could argue you could add in collections within that retention part of the customer lifecycle as well. And what I'm going to be able to show you is examples from each part of that customer lifecycle. And here's the point. Yesterday, we heard a lot about how RCS has the potential of redirecting above-the-line marketing spend. We saw Nick Lane, Mobile Squared, talked about the viewership of TV advertising, of the radio advertising, or it might be banner ads. And so therefore, maybe RCS has been potentially positioned as a channel to take aim at that above-the-line marketing spend. Now, while that is certainly the case, and we've got some really good examples here from some of the brands that you can see on screen, from our conversations with customers, we're seeing it's more than that. It's more than just marketing use cases. It's actually from the whole customer lifecycle. So, and I'm going to be able to show you as we go through the rest of this presentation for that. And so I think that's one of our key takeaways for today, which I'll summarize towards the end, is rather than just thinking this is just a replacement to above-the-line marketing spend, it can go much, much further than that. Okay, so on to our first example, and I'm going to go across to a financial service provider, insurance provider in France, which is a company called MAAF, and their RCS campaign was around cross-selling. So this is part of that customer life cycle in terms of taking an existing customer relationship and then trying to make it bigger. This particular, for those of you, I know you can, Eric, but for those of you that can't read the French online, is around introducing a customer to more than just the service they currently take. So, for example, in the insurance world, it might be a single car policy holder being upgraded to a multi-car policy. And this has all the standard feature set that you would expect from an RCS campaign. I'm not going to labour those points too much, although this particular campaign did leverage the element of conversational RCS within this particular campaign. So the consumers interacting with the campaign. So what are the results? The results the brand was particularly happy with. So from a scale perspective, 150,000 messages sent, a read rate of 89%. And then here are some of the key stats that this particular brand was extremely pleased with, which is 31% of those customers exposed to the MAAF universe, 9.5% interacted with the campaign, and then you've got a conversion rate of 7.5%. And that defined as a quotation, going to get a quotation, going to get a call, or actually booking an appointment to actually speak to their insurance provider. So really, really strong use cases in cross-selling. Now I'm going to move over to Italy. We're going to go to a retail brand called Combipel. So again, this is very similar from a technology perspective. The RCS feature set has been fully used in this situation, including an SMS fallback for a true promotional marketing use case. And I think this particular case study is very, very, the strongest stat here I think is around the scale. So this particular campaign was actually delivered to more than 2 million RCS-enabled handsets. And a read rate of 30%, again, far, far higher than any other channel that you might expect. And as I said, completely using the feature set of RCS. Now we're going to move back to France and we're going to talk about American Vintage. So American Vintage is a retail brand that has bricks and mortar stores as well as an online offering in over 22 countries. And I think when you add up their affiliates, it adds to maybe 1,500 stores worldwide. And again, they were using the RCS feature set. Now I know what some of you might be thinking, that this particular campaign from a design perspective is maybe not going to win any of those drum awards for creativity. But what it does have is very, very good results, which they're far, far happier with. So again, really simple campaign in terms of offering a discount, but the results of this particular campaign were quite, well, the brand were absolutely thrilled with that campaign. So 38,000 messages sent, a read rate of, an open rate of 73%, 15% conversation started, which was more than 3 times the engagement when compared to SMS. So really, again, another promotional use case that was showed just as we've seen over these past couple of days, which is really, really important. Okay, over to, again, another French use case. And now this particular brand wanted to remain anonymous, but I think the results were too good not to necessarily share with you. So this is where they were using a Mother's Day campaign, and this was in that cross-sell of a part of the customer life cycle that I referenced at the beginning. So this is not just a purely promotional use case, it's also about the promotional aspect to that as well. The feature set used here was conversational RCS, so we actually had some interactions. There was gift recommendations, which was based on answers given by the customer. And so the results here were particularly interesting in light of some of the content that we saw yesterday. So 15,500 messages delivered, 78% read rate. But this is where we come into what was talked about yesterday by Unilever, which is around this aspect of a new ROI, a new KPI around attention. So I think the gentleman at Unilever called it attention-adjusted reach. So this particular campaign, because it was conversational, it actually had an average session length of between 2 and 3 minutes. And so in the age of TikTok and micro moments and how the idea that 2 or 3 minutes just seems to be an incredible amount of time that those customers are being exposed to that particular brand's messaging and content. And I think this really does show the potential for RCS and also the emergence over these last couple of days of a new KPI. Can we actually measure our customers' engagement in seconds, in attention? And of course, in terms of the overall percentage, 6.5% of those customers engage with the campaign, which is more than 4 times that when compared to SMS. And with this particular campaign being in cross-selling, as the MAAF example earlier on, I think cross-selling and making the most of your own customer data is going to become more and more important. Lynn from the Drum yesterday, she mentioned the demise of the cookies, which means that marketers are going to be more focused on can they get more out of their current customer data. They're going to be cleansing that data so they can make most of it, but also then how do they get a much higher lifetime value from those customers? And using RCS, using these sorts of channels and this sort of engaging content, conversational content, is potentially the way that they're going to make up for the loss of the channels such as cookies. Okay, the final thing I wanted to show was here in the UK, which is not necessarily live campaigns, but these are active conversations that we've got happening at the moment with brands that are customers of Link UK. The first of it is a high street retail brand. This is a really, really exciting use case regarding managing a subscription. So this particular brand has customers that have subscribed, and they get to a key inflection point after 3 months, And what they want to do is engage with the customers at that point to then expose them to more of the brand's content and also reduce churn. Interestingly, there's also the danger that reminding the customer that they've got up to their 3 months could actually increase churn. But obviously they're not looking for that particular outcome, but it's going to be a really exciting use case, in particular the subscription economy. So we're looking to try and get that live later this year, and it's been delivered with a conversational RCS feature set and delivered by Link Mobility's conversational platform, Xenia. The second example from the UK is a leading leisure brand that has multiple sites across the UK. And again, they're really interesting in the onboarding journey that a current customer, when they arrive on site, what type of messaging content would they be able to provide them to make their arrival on site that much more enjoyable and have those moments of truth, those, again, that Lynn mentioned yesterday, those key moments of truth to delight their customers. Again, that's expected to be a live campaign before the end of this year. And then finally, we're working with a mobile phone brand, again, in around the service messaging aspect to the customer journey. So can we actually engage with customers to teach them how to be good customers so they can funnel them into the contact channels that they would prefer and would be better served. Again, a really exciting use case here. It's going to be delivered with a conversational RCS feature set via Xenia. So it's an extremely exciting time for the UK business. And of course, what we're making sure now we understand some of the results that we're seeing in some of the other territories within Link is we're making sure we're measuring the right statistics. So everything we're going to be capturing in all of the campaigns that we're going to be doing is going to be things like, can we measure the increased engagement, measured in attention or session times, as it's said here, interactions? Can we actually then see where those customers go if you're asking a consumer to interact with a brand and their universe? Can we measure that? Can we measure how much time they might spend on an app that they might push them towards to versus a website versus their own universe? And of course, lower churn rates and a better ROI. Okay, I want to finish this particular session on key takeaways. And the first is what I said up front. I think, yes, RCS is absolutely going to be able to take aim at marketing-focused use cases, in particular the spend that we have on above the line channels. But we're seeing from brands approach Link to solve more problems related to different parts of the customer lifecycle. And so therefore we see this as just having greater potential than we might have foreseen only 2 or 3 years ago. The second thing is around the adoption. This is the how part that I mentioned right at the beginning, is how our customers are actually approaching using RCS. RCS, as we've all found out the last couple of days, is still a very new and emerging technology, despite the fact that all British people understand this. We've been like Only Fools and Horses and Del Boy saying this time next year we're going to be millionaires off RCS. But it generally feels still a new technology, but customers are already embracing a more complex journey into conversational RCS. So just merely the push, the push message with a very simple call to action, customers are seeing the benefits of a more complex journey. So I think, again, even though we might want to dip our toe with something quite simple, customers are demanding that little bit more from the conversations that we're having. And then finally is a point around self-serve. And I think here's where we have to have a balance. Customers are definitely becoming more sophisticated. At the beginning of the French summer sales season, we had customers of Link Mobility France who are actually managing campaigns with our technology, of course, managing campaigns completely from A to Z, from the creation of campaigns through to the testing, through to the delivery and measuring the results. Again, this is still a very, very brand new technology. And I think that's a real important step of actually having a true self-serve portal available for customers to do things themselves, just in the way that the email marketing platforms have provided that, over the last 10 years. However, I do want to add a cautionary tale to self-serve. I think when it comes to conversational RCS and conversational messaging in general, I think there is a real danger of allowing this technology to be in the hands of customers without the proper support in terms of the conversational design elements. Customers don't know how to, the principles, most customers wouldn't know the principles of good conversational design. And therefore, having just a drag and drop tool without the principles of good conversational design and the support that providers should give customers when they're dipping their toe into brand new conversational messaging, that they must be guided through that to make sure they don't end up putting out there some rubbish chatbots. You know, we need to make sure they're good, and that's going to need a balance between customers who know what they're doing and giving support to those that do need that support. Okay, I think that's me finished. My contact details are below if anybody wants to contact me. Obviously, I prefer messaging, as that's why I put my mobile number on there as well. But has anybody got any questions?
I've got a question, actually. Russ from MEF, you mentioned the degradation of the cookie. I was wondering, do you have any advice for companies using RCS when that day comes that the cookie is gone? You know, how can companies use RCS to kind of fill that gap? Just any thoughts on that?
Yeah, well, I think from the research that I've seen and some of the reading that I've done, I think the cookies is forcing marketers that rather than trying to grab people who are online who maybe aren't customers already, and they're using them to track them to make sure they can, using the cookies to make sure they can serve them the right ads at the right time to grab those customers from an acquisition perspective. I think the reading that I've done is it's potentially without that ability, it's going to force brands to be focused more on their own customer database. You know, whereas previously they might have just been putting the customers in the top. I think without the ability to serve personalized ads using that technology, I think they're going to be more focused on the customer database they have right now and increasing the lifetime value from those existing customers. And that's why I think using the same tools they may have used over the years, such as email marketing and other channels, they need to do something different. They need to have something fresh to be able to engage their customers. And it just so happens at the same time, changes in society, the way that we talk to our friends and family using a messaging inbox to do it, just happens to be aligning at the same time.
So using more what they have.
Correct.
Yeah, okay.
Ross, I think there was a woman behind that once.
I didn't see it.
Yeah, thank you, James. A really good presentation. I think one of the things we all have a challenge with is around RCS is, you know, there's great progress being made. Technology is now ready or getting there. And we're still kind of that push towards the brands of like enable the evangelization, understanding that this is a channel that adds value. At Link, how are you managing that? Are you including all the benefits of RCS to all your customers and then seeing which ones are interested and then getting them on board? Or are you kind of cherry picking some customers that you think are more innovative and they might try it? I'd love to know more about what's your go-to-market on the sales side.
I think the first thing starts with what does, I'm a very, I don't know about anybody else, I'm a very visual person, and I think most customers to get that buy-in, providing that visual representation of what it could look like is a real key part of our sales process. So when we're approaching a brand that maybe is doing SMS messaging, we would never just approach them and say, hey, fancy doing RCS, it's going to be great for you. We take an existing message template that we've been provided that we know they would use from a template perspective, and we then work that up using some of our technology to see what it could look like. But I think it's understanding dynamics of the customer, because on the brand side, there is going to be potential blockers within the business. As we've heard today when we had Bouygues Telecom on having to do the internal selling, that isn't just a M&O thing. I think that's across all brands. And so I think finding the right innovators within that organization that do want to push forward their offering is something I'm certainly talking to the team about identifying. Can we actually find the innovators within that organization who are going to take a bet? Because at the moment, with the emergence of this technology, I think we're still in that space of asking brands to take a risk. You know, once we've got more established case studies, in particular in the UK, I think that will become easier because we've got the proof points. But I think finding the innovators within those customers is something we are constantly talking about within the UK team. Does that answer your question? Yeah. Oh, thanks.
Thank you, James. James, back to school with you. We need to get that Belfast accent back. Badly disappeared. Everybody needs to come back here after the coffee break, because there's going to be a brilliant panel discussion, and then at the end of the panel discussion there's free drinks for 1 hour outside. So we need everybody back. So coffee break is on until 4 o'clock, and then we've got Kristen from Out There Media. Now, she with her app outside has been delivering free beer all day to anybody who goes over to her stand. And then we have Nick Millard, who is going to deliver the secret sauce. He didn't tell me that, but I decided he is. The secret sauce on selling RCS to brands. So really looking forward to the final session. So look forward to seeing you all back here. Thank you very much. Delighted to see that you're all back. It's really important there that I use the Osceoga welcome. Oh, here we go. We must be live streaming. Direqt Gachtina. That's me speaking Osceoga for those of you who aren't familiar with the Irish language, because our next speaker speaks 6 languages fluently: Danish, English, French, German, Greek, and Spanish. She's been to Harvard. She's got an MBA. She's got an MSc out of the University of Vienna. She's never heard of Ultravox and the song Vienna. So I was trying to sing it to her really badly, but I was in Vienna just before the lockdown. And I was fascinated that when Ultravox sang that song, there's a very famous line in it, which is, "This means nothing to me, oh Vienna." God, that's really bad. Anyway, Midure was the lead performer, and that line is just one of those incredibly powerful lyrics. But apparently the band wanted to do kind of a classical song, kind of operatic, and he didn't like it. But they went into studio, and during the recording he said, "This means nothing to me." And the producer said, "That is one of the greatest lyrics of all time." So they made him include it. So, Kerstin, how did you not know that? Anyway, you would see Kerstin Trikalitis, who is the CEO and founder of Out There Media, dotting around Vienna in her Mini Cooper Cabrio. It's a kind of a grey silver colour. Welcome on stage.
Amazing how you could get all of that information in like 20 seconds. Let's see who was talking. Okay, guys. Incredible 2 days, extremely powerful stuff, powerful presentations, incredible crowd. We're almost done. I'll be quick, I promise. Today, now we're going to deep dive into those results that I had promised yesterday. We're going to look at those Unilever results. The campaigns literally just ended on Monday. Unilever in Nigeria, in South Africa. We're going to look at more campaigns, case studies from Disney and McDonald's for RCS. And that's basically going to be it. So, real quick who we are. We're the leader in telco-driven digital advertising. We're bridging the gap between MNOs and brands and agencies with our technology, Mobax, in the middle, that enables telcos to monetize their data and their audiences to make money from advertising, and enables brands and agencies to target the right person with the right message at the right time. We're working with the biggest agencies in the world, all of them. We are neutral and agency agnostic. That is very, very important. We're working with the biggest operators in the world as well, across Europe, Asia, the Middle East, Africa. We're just preparing our market entry into the US, as well as Latin America. And of course, the world's biggest brand, so our biggest client is Unilever, followed by Coca-Cola, McDonald's, Procter & Gamble. And we've been winning a ton of awards, advertising awards for these campaigns with our brands and our operator partners. Real quick, we have the users. Everybody's competing for FaceTime with these users. 7 billion of those on the globe, 7.7 billion. They're all on the other side of the equation. We have the brands and agencies that want to reach those users, that are fighting for FaceTime or attention, therefore attention value, attention with those users. Those users are connected to 1 or 2 or more telcos in a country. The combined scale of telcos is almost 100% in absolutely every country. So alone, for example, in a place like Nigeria, MTN is triple the size of Facebook in Nigeria. So that's real scale in combination with incredible data, first-party telco data. I'll get to that in a second. And we sit there bridging those two worlds with our technology, Mobax, that's integrated with the telcos. We're enabling their channels get access to their data. Then we collect opt-ins, most important, so that the brands and agencies come and target the right person with the right message, with the right campaign. That data becomes richer and richer and richer as we go, because the first data set is the telco data, first-party telco data, but then interacting with users is when we add additional data and become smarter and smarter and smarter. And that's really the engine behind those results and why they are so much better than other digital channels. It's that first-party deterministic telco data in combination with the additional data that we collect. Okay, so why do brands love RCS? And it is really whoever has tried this gets addicted to it. It's just that we now need collectively as an industry to educate more and more and more and more of those brands, and that is what we are doing. What we are doing with incredible focus here at Out There Media. So it is the customized branding. It's a trusted environment, 100% brand safety. Everybody talks about viewability, brand safety. Everybody in the advertising world talks about viewability, brand safety. So that is what RCS provides. It is owned by the operator, hence trusted, real conversations. Of course, those incredible carousels and rich media assets that we can now offer with RCS. True metrics, real-time metrics, trusted data, rich dynamic content. All of that is the nirvana for brands. So whoever, as I said before, whoever's tried this is coming back for more. And therefore, I'd like to share the some of the largest RCS campaigns that were run in the world, that were run by us in the world with big brands, and share those results with you guys. We are going to talk about Vodafone, Vodacom, MTN, and O2 Telefonica today. Those are the telco partners of ours that with who we were running those campaigns. Let's start with Vodafone and Vodacom and Disney. So basically, that was just before the pandemic. Disney came to us and said, wow, we want to use this channel that you're talking about, Kerstin. Wow, it sounds amazing. Let us try to promote our new Lion King movie, to distribute the trailer and send people to cinemas. And so we created the following campaign. Okay, so OMD is like PhD, the guys you saw yesterday, they belong to OMG, Omnicom Media Group, which is the biggest agency group after WPP. So it's really those guys that we want to tap into, because what we're looking at is we're looking at a $350 billion digital media spend per year pie. That's what the combined digital media spend is in the world. It is all channeled by the big agencies, right? And it goes to the usual digital suspects. And what we want to do here collectively as an industry, we believe that 15% of those 350 billion should go and will go by 2028 to our RCS RBM channel here collectively as an industry. So we are eyeing, the size of the prize is $50 billion media spend moving that way by 2028 collectively, globally. And that is a big number. And that's what, when then the operators say, okay, maybe I should actually speed up a bit more with my RCS rollout. Are there still a lot of operators in the room? Or they have all left? Nobody? Okay. I hope there's a lot of them online listening to me right now. Next one then, McDonald's in South Africa again, who wanted to drive their rewards program, but also obviously sell more hamburgers. Let's take a very quick look. So that was when we were focusing entirely on read rates and CTRs and these things. If we want to grab that $50 billion pie that I just spoke about, we need to speak in the jargon that the advertisers, the brands and their agencies understand. They don't understand read rate necessarily, right? That's a term of our world. So what we're looking at right now, and the people that were in the room yesterday when we were speaking with PhD and Unilever, is attention value. Attention value is what they're using as a metric, as a currency. The average RCS attention value across those campaigns is 26 seconds. On a banner, the average attention value is 0.1 seconds, Facebook 1.6, TV 13.8, YouTube 4.9. If you now go to those agencies and speak in their language and say, listen, we have an average attention value of 26 seconds, this is where magic happens. This is when they say, okay, hold on a second. Let us try this. So if we want to be relevant in that world and really grab those media dollars, we need to speak in their language. So let's have a look at the recent campaigns. And I have to say a big thank you here to Google, to .go, who basically enabled MTN to go live with RCS in Nigeria. We are connected to MTN across all of their footprint, and of course also Nigeria. It's a phenomenal partner, and we made that happen over the last weeks with your help. And we went out to Unilever, who happens to be the biggest advertiser in the world, and we said, listen, here is what we're going to do for you in Nigeria and also in South Africa. This specific Knorr one is, in fact, South Africa. The next one is then in Nigeria. You saw it yesterday. So sender, Knorr, change the world, change what's on your plate, eat for good. A video here pushing and raising the awareness for the Eat for Good campaign that also Wayne spoke about yesterday. Promote the overall mission to inspire everyone to eat better for themselves. And of course, and that's extremely important for people like Unilever, drive traffic to e-commerce. The big FMCGs are selling and are pushing all of their sales to an e-commerce environment in most of the markets in the world. So what we did is we used video. We then start here with a carousel where people can learn more, but also inviting them to buy now, buy Knorr soups now, meal solutions, and taking them to either the Knorr What's for Dinner landing page, or Take a Lot. Take a Lot is the local South African Amazon selling Knorr there. Results, engagement rate of 43% and the attention-based value of 19 seconds, right? Average 29, 19. Compare this to TV and the metrics we saw before, 50%, at least 50% better than all of that. So that was Knorr. The key insight here is that the highest engagement has been with females between 36 and 45. So why do we know all that? We have the telco data. We know age, gender, location, how much people spend on their phone bill. That's via ARPU, which is a proxy for socioeconomic class, which is highly relevant for any advertiser. We know handset type, operating system, and a ton more. And that is why the targeting works so well. Of course, these are all opted-in people. Next campaign, again, South Africa, just finished on Monday as well for Dove Men. Here it was all about raising the awareness for the brand, for basically the champion of care. Dove Men Plus Care being the champion of care, informed consumers how to participate in a contest, and here something very interesting happened. And then again, drive traffic to e-commerce. Target group is 50% males, 50% females. So the females are the ones buying for their husbands, their boyfriends, their fathers, or their kids. That's why 50-50, 25 to 45 years old and high income level. Remember what I just said about we know how much they spend on phone bills, and therefore that's a proxy for socioeconomic class. Okay, so we have RCS now, obviously a high-end smartphone. Dove High, you could win tickets to watch the Springboks live. Most of you guys are familiar with the Springboks. We then play that carousel and invite them to buy a product and then send them to USSD. Super high smartphone with a USSD experience, which is like, you know, the super low end, the most low end experience. Would we all agree? So we said, the client insisted on that. We said, let's try this. We've never tried this before. And indeed, taking them from an RCS experience to a USSD experience, and then taking them to Clicks, which is the e-commerce site, the local Amazon in South Africa. And indeed, it worked. Engagement rate of 51% and the attention-based value of 23 seconds. Incredible results. I don't think that combination has ever happened before. We need to, of course, target this by market. That's something that seems to be working extremely well in South Africa, and probably not in all markets. But that's also that thing that we, who spoke about that today, the ladies from Upstream, in fact, where, you know, dynamic content, dynamic creatives adapt to what works best multi-channel. And if RCS to USSD is something that works in South Africa, well, yes, that's what we're going to be doing. Results, as I just said, 23 23 seconds, but also half of the consumers went on to the USSD experience, and that I find incredibly insightful. Now over to Nigeria, MTN Nigeria. There is 5 million RCS users that have opted in. Right now, with this campaign, we were targeting close to 1 million users, and this is for Close Up, which is a toothpaste by Unilever, competing with Colgate-Palmolive, where the objective was to promote the awareness for oral care. So it's educational. It was informing consumers about 5 important oral care needs, and then again taking them to e-commerce to buy toothpaste. So send your Close Up, learn the 5 important oral care needs for complete fresh protection from Close Up.
Does your toothpaste give you complete
and then we have that lady
New Close Up toothpaste complete
talking about
takes care of your 5
Close Up.
oral care needs. It gives you strong teeth, prevents tooth holes.
Okay, and now you can deep dive into each and every one of them. Strong teeth, prevent tooth holes, cleans deeply, fights bacteria, and fresh breath. Okay, that we combine the video with a carousel and then send them off to buy now. Jumia in this case, Jumia is the Amazon in Nigeria, and again, 60% engagement rate, 27 seconds attention value. This is, as I said, fresh off the press. We have not done a press release about that, but I can tell you that Unilever, based on these results, has already yesterday told us, okay, let's have a conversation of how much we are going to shift over to RCS. And that is very, very, very powerful. And that's because of these results. Pepsodent then, another toothpaste, again by Unilever, again MTN Nigeria here, where those are very simple flows. That's very, very important maybe to say. The client insisted of it being extremely simple, driving awareness and e-commerce, right? So we wanted to add a little bit more interaction like we always do, but there was a reason why those are so simple and to the point with just a message, then a video, and then a carousel. Again, promoting awareness for oral care, informing consumers about the triple protection by Pepsodent, and driving to e-commerce. Bang, 25 seconds attention value again. It's that simple. We just have to use those metrics. We have to use that jargon to get those brands across the finishing line. And the interesting thing here is that the highest engagement rates were with males between 30 and 34. So now we know that in that target group is where most interaction is happening. That's an intel for Unilever that they will be using for the next campaign for that specific brand, Pepsodent. And under 20-year-olds, nobody cares about Pepsodent, it seems. Also an intel that we were able to provide using the RCS channel. What's important here is we're looking at an ROI of 350% of that specific campaign. So looking at what the campaign cost and how much toothpaste, how much Pepsodent was sold by a Jumia gives us an ROI of 350%. And this is also unheard of. Real quick, I think, I don't know, how much do I have left? Okay, because real quick, the multi-movie campaign. So again, Nigeria, a film distributor that is working closely with Netflix as well. It's the biggest film distributor in the country. They also own cinemas, and they wanted to run a multi-movie campaign promoting 4 movies in total. So that was Doctor Strange, that was Wildflower, Dumbledore, and The Man for the Job. The Man for the Job is a Nollywood movie. Distributing trailers, making people watch the trailer, sending them to the cinemas depending on where they live, depending on their location, and then selling cinema tickets. That was kind of the objective of that campaign. Target group 18 plus in specific regions across Nigeria with medium and high income levels. Maybe that is very important. Everything we do is 0 rated because of our telco tie-up. What does that mean? It doesn't eat into the data of people. Watching those trailers or watching a movie on our RCS channel does not eat into your data, right? Most of you guys are thinking, well, who cares? We have all-you-can-eat plans. Well, that's not the case for 5 billion people on the globe. And everybody in the developing world, the most important currency is data. So if you now tell them, watch those trailers, and interact with RCS and interact with the landing pages, the carousels, and it's not going to eat into your data plan, that is extremely, extremely powerful and extremely important. It's also a reason why those are very, very successful. So you're picking one of those movies in the carousel, watching the trailer.
I'm sorry, Stephen.
And then, based on where you are, we would invite you to select a cinema, buy the ticket, and go and watch that movie. 60% engagement and 29-second attention value. Incredibly happy client that has now triggered other big movie, let me call it, distributors and people in that entertainment industry to jump on board for RCS as well. I believe, by the way, that entertainment use case, that movie use case, will be a key driver of RCS RBM going forward of all the categories, of all the verticals. The highest engagement here has been in age groups 25 to 29. We saw that 60% of the respondents or the people engaging were males, 40 were females, except with one movie, which is Wildflower, where it was inversed, 30% males, 60% females. The most visited cinemas were the Film House Cinema, Genesis, and so on and so forth. That is intelligence that movie distributor did not have before. So now, of course, based on that, we were optimizing the campaign, looking at, okay, so Wildflower, more females than males. This age group is more engaging, or is engaging more. So that gives that brand, again, an additional intel that they're using to their advantage for the next campaign. And I said that in the previous session. With that client, we have now built, a good understanding, because those 4 movies are really spanning the entire universe. We've learned a lot and are utilizing that intelligence for the next and the next and the next. So these guys are all going to be recurring customers in Nigeria. And last but not least, the campaign we at Out There Media and Out There Impact, which is our impact division, the division for greater good, or tech for good, are most proud of, is the COVID-19 Prevent the Spread campaign, which we did together with the World Health Organization starting end of 2020 and the entire 21, and we just relaunched it now in a few markets. And I'm incredibly grateful to O2 Telefonica, MTN, Vodacom, Vodafone, Indosat and Starhub, of course. Also, they were not RCS. Everybody else was RCS and messaging. We utilized everything. Everybody worked pro bono, and we reached a total of 300 million people across the UK, Germany, Spain, Indonesia, Singapore, South Africa, Ghana, and Nigeria, which made this campaign the biggest COVID-19 campaign in the world, messaging campaign in the world, by the World Health Organization. So, how did that work? Our objective was to educate people on how to prevent the spread of the virus, and of course also talk about vaccination then later on, and collect contact information if desired to stay in touch with the World Health Organization for more information. So you saw markets like Ghana and Nigeria there. In the beginning of the pandemic, there was so much, not only the beginning, almost a year into the pandemic, there was so much fake news, not only in the developing world, but also in the developed world, as we very well know. Famous president telling his people to drink detergents. So it was very important that, disinfectants, obviously. It was very important that the message, the right information gets to people who don't have access to information in the developing world, but also in the developed world. And we created a messaging campaign, which also included SMS and notifications and PCM, but also RCS. And that is how the RCS bot looked, coming from the World Health Organization. Let's all prevent the spread of COVID. You can do your risk, physically distance, blah, blah, blah. All the things that were obvious for many of us, but for the majority of the world, not that obvious. Coming from a trusted source, the World Health Organization. Want to learn more and stop the spread? Yes. So then you had that carousel and some interactions. Want to learn even more? Yes. Again, taking you to the video then. Do you want to stay up to date with the latest information from the World Health Organization? That's an opt-in to receive additional info from the WHO. Yes. Okay. Visit WHO to learn more, and so on and so forth. An incredible experience with incredible results. In fact, of all the campaigns you saw, this has the best results. So, engagement rate of 75%, attention-based value 33 seconds. The average was 29, right? 33 seconds. But here's the incredible part. The conversion from one step to the next, 71% yes, 76% then the next yes, 91% then the next yes, which is the opt-in into the WHO. 91% of that flow. So you can do the math. And again, a big thank you to the operators that agreed to work pro bono like we all did. And that was, again, Telefonica, O2, Vodafone, MTN, Vodacom, Starhub and Indosat. Yeah. What are the key takeaways? We have challenges. This industry has challenges. We've heard about them the last 2 days. And we are working together to overcome those. Obviously, the lack of uniform pricing is a massive challenge. The fact that some operators are pricing it events-based, session-based, other pricing models. So this is something that needs to be streamlined in order to make it very easy to buy and to book for brands and agencies. Complex verification process. We had an incredibly interesting session before. I believe we all agree that we can streamline that process, and we are all very much up to streamlining it together and making it easier to book and to buy. And of course the reach, and that is down to the telco. I'm always hopeful that when I say those big numbers coming from media spend and telcos hear it, that they are actually saying, oh my God, let's just get our act together with this RCS. Let's do it faster. So that the 5.5 billion SMS users can really be converted into RCS users by the end of 2025. Eventually 5.5 billion SMS users being RCS users. So enable RCS, become a substantial player. Let's grow the base together for the operators that's still left. But the only one I see here is my friend Catherine and Mark, who's already converted and already doing it, right? Key success factors. Based on those cases, we have proven that this channel performs 730 times better in some cases than industry comparables. This groundbreaking intel or insight of the attention-based value, utilizing the jargon of the media industry, and looking at that we have a 7 times higher attention-based value on average than the other channels. RCS that combines the best of two worlds, the reach as well as interactivity and richness, which is extremely attractive for the brands. Thumb-stopping creatives, working with attractive creatives that we heard that yesterday. Thumb-stopping creative, where people really, that's what Unilever uses as a term, where people really say, oh my God, I cannot even leave, and that will increase the attention value as well. Brand safety is something that we have in that channel. For operators, great potential to grab a big chunk of the $50 billion pie. And of course, for the brands and agencies, it is the way forward. Thank you very, very much. Any questions?
Thank you, Kerstin. You have blown the budget. Blown the budget. No time for questions, but we are going to have questions over cocktails later on. if you're happy to stay around.
That's right. Would you want
I knew you would stay around for cocktails. Is that okay?
We have that RCS refresh booth. Please come and order your drink via an RCS chatbot and see how a waiter comes 20 seconds after you've ordered it to bring you your drink.
I have one of those at home.
Okay, thank you guys.
Thank you. And Kerstin, do you know what? With the passion and enthusiasm that you showed there, the 50 billion is on the way, without a doubt. Now, our final presenter of the day, although there is going to be a brilliant Q&A after this, is Nick Millard. Nick is VP and General Manager Europe for Calera, and he told me earlier that he does have the secret sauce with regard to how best to sell RCS to brands. Nick hails from Birmingham in the Midlands in the UK and operates out of Royal Leamington Spa. I told him that I am the Wolverhampton Wanderers supporter in Ireland, and he is the Aston Villa supporter currently in Ireland, because Midlands teams aren't greatly supported. So, Nick, over to you to tell us about the secret sauce.
Thank you very much, Kieran, and thanks everybody. We're still awake just. Right, I'm going to keep an eye on you for anybody that's nodding off. I'm going to pick on you, so hopefully that will keep you awake. So again, I will keep this brief. I promise you that. I will keep this very short and to the point. Do I have the secret sauce? Oh, it's all about sales now, really, isn't it? I think we've got this thing working. And it's working well technically, and I think that's the phase that we're in right now, where we need to get this thing out there a bit more aggressively in the market. So, what I'll just run through very quickly for you is another use case, but I'll gloss over that pretty quickly because I think we've heard a lot of that over the last couple of days. But then I'll just go into a few points where. My personal experiences of selling this, I'm the guy, if you like, that sits with the team, that sits with the brands, sits with the decision makers to sell this thing. So I think I've got a reasonable idea of how this thing is closed as a sale, and I think I've got a reasonable idea of what the challenges are as well. So I'll go through this, as I say, fairly swiftly. So I think you've all heard of us. For those of you that weren't here yesterday, so we're Calera. We've been in the industry for a number of years. We've been through various mergers and acquisitions. And again, if you need any more detail on us as a business, then I'll be happy to share that over a cocktail later. So where we are, I suppose some statistics here, and these aren't our statistics. We've obviously we've got these through an analytics agency. But just the thing, there's a lot of words and detail on this slide. But I think the one thing to pull out, and I think this is pretty conservative, what the graph's shown here is really an increase over the years up to 2025, where there's still a growth in messaging, which is encouraging for all of us. There's a softening of the growth in SMS based on this forecast, and I think probably for other CPaaS providers, operators in the room, we're probably seeing that, certainly in Europe at the moment. But what is shown here really is the three key messaging channels. Number one is A2P SMS. Number two is WhatsApp for Business. I hope that's not a dirty word in this Google office. And the third one is obviously RCS. But what we're told as a prediction is that we're going to see significant growth both in WhatsApp for Business and RCS. So even, I believe, in a conservative prediction, by 2025, we're looking at a $500 million industry. So, us as Calera, and there's a number of my, if you like, competitors or partners in the room as well today, there's certainly enough business there for all of us to go around. And I think, my personal view is let's get together on this together to really push this forward in the industry. And I'll come on to that in a minute. So again, just a couple of stats on where we think that, the market's heading and where the focus is for us on RCS. I did mention I was going to go through a use case. This is probably yesterday, for those of you that were here, we talked on this stage with Oxfam, where we put together the donation service into RCS. So we kind of linked two products together. We had the RCS channel, which was kind of the media channel, and then we paired that up and integrated it with the payment service. So somebody could actually donate and subscribe to donate through their mobile phone bill. This one is Screwfix. If you're in the UK or Ireland, I think you'll have heard of this company. They're a DIY seller of retail goods. So what we did here was a Black Friday campaign with them. This was last year, and they're going to be doing one again this Black Friday, which we're planning out at the moment. But the interesting thing, and again, just very quick fire stats on this, we did a comparison, an A/B test between SMS and RCS, and the conversion rates on SMS was around 3%, and on RCS was 19%, that's 19%. So again, you can see as a channel the engagement rates and the performance of RCS. I think, we've heard so many examples of that over the last couple of days. It is a very successful channel to use. So again, this is just another example of a kind of success case with RCS. And I haven't actually been involved with any unsuccessful use cases. So it's a wonder why this isn't kind of more rapidly taking off. So, but again, I think one of the key selling points, and we come back to sales, which again, I think is the phase that we're kind of in now, where we need to get this mass market. We need to get this done at scale. It's really, the ROI on this, when you're talking to a client, I mean, these guys are selling things like chainsaws and cement mixers and drills and, expensive product. And when you're talking about, the messaging cost for this relative to the cost of the sale, it's very easy to kind of justify that. And that's the conversation, you need to get into. So we talked about the secret sauce, and I do apologise. I typically don't like presenting with lots of words on the slide, but I think this particular presentation kind of lends itself to that. So if you haven't read through everything in there, let me just quickly go through these points. So from a kind of pros and cons, and I've got to thank my marketing team because I had pluses and minuses here, and they've done a nicer job calling it opportunities and challenges. So, but I would say the positives, if you like, or the opportunities as we called it here, is the conversion rates. We know that it gets more eyeballs. People will use it a lot more often. The brand awareness, people like to put their brand in there, and it's verified. It's innovative for them as well. They like to. Some of the brands, somebody spoke earlier about trying to find those innovators within the companies. I think it was actually James O'Hare. And that's really important to a lot of brands. Some of them are, kind of waiting, I suppose, to see what others do. But you will find that within a lot of brands that they'll push services like this for innovation. And I think the kind of challenge is now that not just that we need to scale this, but we need to kind of keep it going. There's typically two areas that you kind of sell into, or teams you're talking to. I think it's marketing and it's customer service. And they have two very different needs. So when we talk about marketing, they tend to be more one-off campaigns. And what we need to try and do is build this into their marketing ecosystem and strategy to do that on a more regular basis. From a customer care point of view, and I think this is where the big challenge is in the market for us. I mean, most countries, let's say on average, if I talk maybe UK and other parts of Europe, we're talking about a best case maybe of 20% reach. For a Screwfix, we can reach 20% of your base. Now, for them to really take that seriously, unfortunately, they need more than 20% reach to do that. And if you're talking about it from a customer care point of view, they need to make services available for their entire customer base. So that really is the kind of the main challenge, which I'll come on to in a second. But just to finish off the pluses, from my perspective and our perspective at Calera, the usability and tracking is kind of the final point in there after the security element. I think we underestimate that a little bit. You know, a lot of us have been dealing with SMS for many years, and one of the key things that comes up, certainly from marketeers, is they want information about, you know, what's happened once the message has gone out, and it's very limited in its ability to do that. So through RCS you have that, you know, you have the trackability, you have the geo capability. Obviously we need to be careful on the data sensitivities around that and comply to all the regulation. But again, it just gives a consumer a lot more. So those are the good bits. I've touched on it, but on the, if you like, the challenges I think that we face as an industry is, as I've said, the reach. Now, I'm a CPaaS provider, or I'm an aggregator. So, you know, potentially you could say that's my job to sort this out. So, you know, as an aggregator, what we should probably be doing is looking at other tech to close the gap on that other 80%. But I do think that's the big challenge still. It was mentioned yesterday, I think 1 or 2 people challenged that reach wasn't such an issue. But when you're sat in front of a client and you're trying to sell this, you're trying to make it a repeatable product that they'll use and scale it, that is the number one issue that we face, and we discuss that a lot with clients. Consumer and brand awareness, again, it's been touched on over the last couple of days, but you know, even yesterday there was a couple of people presenting, and before me we were kind of just chatting there, and people were saying, I've never heard of it before. And these are people, you know, in marketing, in the industry, and they haven't heard of it. Now, maybe collectively we need to drop the whole, you know, outward-looking phrase RCS, and we need to perhaps collectively call it something else. And maybe it's not just the Google RBM or RCS. Maybe it's a combination of things that makes up something like rich messaging. But I think there's a bit of not confusion, but I think there's just a lack of awareness out there in the market about this, and therefore when you're talking to a CMO, you know, and you're positioning, say, RCS versus WhatsApp, people know WhatsApp because they're using it in their personal lives. They get it straight away. So when you're talking about launching something with a 20% reach and something they've not heard about, it's a difficult sell. Again, these are my experiences, which is kind of backed up with my colleagues. The costs as well. I think this has probably changed a little bit recently. Without going into too much detail, I think certainly things have flipped between the WhatsApp scenario and RCS now, being that WhatsApp is a lot more expensive. So I think we're kind of addressing that. And, you know, as I say, we're in this phase where we're scaling things up, and I think we need to kind of remove that cost barrier right now. So that's kind of my message really to operators mainly, that we need to kind of remove that barrier, because it is a barrier with customers. It's slow to kind of get going as well. So from a contractual standpoint and getting kind of templates put together, it takes a long time to actually get things going. The opt-out rates are higher. I think there's techniques that you can use to mitigate that, but again, the opt-out rates are slightly higher. So if we're looking at kind of the negatives, that's perhaps something else we need to think about. Performance as well, speaking to some of my competitors, partners, you know, to have this as the default messaging channel, it's just not possible at the moment. Yes, the technology works. It works for certain scenarios, but in a lot of cases, if you like, the pipe isn't big enough to potentially have it as the default channel with an SMS as the backup. It's not able to support that at the moment. So under a lot of scenarios where you need a fast connection and deliverability in almost real time, it's not quite there yet. So again, another challenge that we have under a lot of scenarios. And as I've said before, you know, we're running a lot of bespoke campaigns, and I think that's what you've heard today. You've heard a lot of one-offs, very positive stories, have all been agreeing. But my view is, and where I would like to kind of just leave it now, my personal belief is that we need to get together a little bit more as an ecosystem. Unless I'm excluded from the conversation, which is possible, but I believe that maybe we need to just get you know, a bunch of people together from each of either the industries or representatives from different parts, from Google, from the CPaaS world, from operators. And I think it's a maximum 5 to 10 individuals who know this stuff and really, you know, agree that these are the challenges. And it goes back to what Alistair Campbell was saying yesterday. I don't believe collectively we've got a joined up strategy to really attack this and scale this up and make it super successful. For me, that's the missing link right now. I will be kind of speaking to some of you in the industry, but I believe that what we need to do is come together collectively, representing all areas, and we need to kind of figure out some of these challenges, because I think the challenges are known, and I think together we can kind of figure this out, and then all together, because there's enough there for all of us, we pull together in the same direction to scale this up and make it huge, and that I think is the secret sauce. So that is it. I think I've wrapped up in good time.
Questions? We've got time for questions. Does anyone have a question for Nick, please?
So when do you want to have the first meeting? Because I mean, we talked obviously about this last night. I know you've been talking to lots of people. And I will say from our point of view, so another CPaaS provider, potentially a competitor and a partner, I think you're absolutely right. All of those things and the challenges are all things that we can overcome together. So I think let's get something in and do it sooner rather than later.
Great, thanks for the support. So just to answer your question, 10:30 is my flight this evening, so I've got time. But I've got to drive when I get to my destination, so there won't be too many drinks, I'm afraid. Alcoholic ones. Anybody else? But again, I know it's late. I've had I think they call it the graveyard slot. So thank you for your attention. I do appreciate that, and we'll speak again soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick.
Thank you, Kieran.
That was wonderful, and I think some really insightful and challenging points in there. So
thank you.
Well done on that. Thank you. Now I am going to introduce the gaffer, our boss, Dario, the CEO of MEF, onto the stage. Thank you, Dario.
Thanks, Kieran. Do you know what this is? I think you do, because no one is in range. How is it possible? This is fear. Okay, I'll leave it there. We're going to get there to this one very soon. But I guess this is question time. I think we should probably change from question time to answer time. Did you find some of the answers? I can see you. I know you're there. There was a message from above. Maybe there are no answer yet, but we definitely have a very good debate. And thanks, Nick, for the great intro. And can I, say, can MEF do some of the forum bit? We'd love to be the platform. But I like now to welcome some people on stage so that we can start asking, and possibly they'll have some of the answer as well. I don't think I need to introduce everybody anymore after last night, the drinks, the cruises, etc. But here we go. Matthias Razem from Infobip. Hi, Matthias. Well, Craig Lennon from Google. Hi, Craig. And let's come and sit on these nicely uncomfortable chairs, as I like to keep say it. To start, I think we've heard from Craig, at least this morning, but we'll come back to you. But Matthias, your main takeaway for the last 48 hours talking about RCS.
First, I can't show this mic to the upper floor, So you are not out of the range,
I needed stronger muscles. You hold it here, and we'll do it. We'll do it. We'll keep it there. Always good. You see what the community can do? Lots of talents. Hidden and not so hidden. But talking about the last 48 hours.
Yeah, so for the last 48 hours, I think we have seen a lot from the brand perspective, from the telco perspective, from the Google side. What I have learned that RCS has gauged some quite significant number of customers, which is good, on the coverage side. 500 million, that's not a bad number. Just this morning, I also learned that, for example, Telefonica in some of their markets has between 30 up to 60% of coverage with RCS, which is actually a number which we can work with. I mean, this is a, let's say, coverage that we can use to offer to our brands, which was the biggest problem until now, I would say. And let's say the third thing was that obviously if we can combine rich messaging channels together with RCS, then we can actually get a full coverage and we can get something that we can sell to the brands easily, you know, with like almost 95, 100% of coverage. That's the good part, I think.
That's a good part. Right. Craig, since this morning, something you'd like to add to your takeaways?
Yeah, so I would largely agree that what was most interesting to me, probably over the 2 days, but today as well, was I felt like there might have been a 2-hour period where it didn't matter where I walked in the venue. There was some brand and their partner presenting like really incredible results from what they had done. Now, I totally agree with Nick that we do see these in a somewhat spotty way now. It's not business as usual. It's largely around reach and the other challenges we know. But I think, again, my big takeaway today was that I think these proof points are becoming more and more obvious. There's more of them. They're across verticals, they're across different use cases, they're across a varying number of partners in the room, and I agree with the prior statement that we need to figure out a way to get more of that out to the folks not in this room, right? And the only thing I would add to that is that I think this came out of some of my observations yesterday, which was these proof points aren't vanity kind of measures, right? These aren't things that we tell ourselves to make ourselves feel good, right? That they are actually tools that like each instance of a positive case helps to convince the next one and the next one and the next one. So I think there's a lot of, from what I saw, is we're starting to solve those problems and we're starting to punch at that layer of the ecosystem where we can actually demonstrate the value to the first case, and then it can go beyond that to more and more cases as we go. Totally admitting that we still have to solve reach and we still have to solve feature functionality. Like there will always be more to do, but I think we're getting to a place now where it is not a problem to demonstrate the value when it's being delivered. That is not a problem. The problem is how do we amplify that message?
So yesterday, Thomas challenged the final panel saying, aren't we all agreeing too much? Are we all say too many good things? So what did you not like, Craig, in the last 48 hours? Some big no-no. And you're not allowed to say Dario, his comments, his jokes. That's easy target. You have to pick something else.
Yeah, so I mean, I guess I'll be the antagonist now a little bit, and I do think Alistair Campbell's question was right around if you don't have the answer to how we're going to make this work, like that's what you should all try and lead with. And to the question that we just had around, like, how do we get together and do that? I mean, if you were to ask me that question, I'd say that's what we're doing right now. Like that is the entire motivation for us to bring the ecosystem together here with your support, and have those conversations and do that kind of in this moment. So if we're not doing that now, I think that would be the problem that I have right now.
So it's a challenge to do some of that, and we'll come back to you on that. And you, Matthaiou?
Well, in this venue, we have a lot of vendors here. We have quite a few telcos, I would say. We have Google, who is the main driver of all this, but I don't see many brands. And I think this is the thing that we are missing here.
More brands.
More brands, definitely.
So let's turn that to online as well. I've been unfortunately not looking at the question as much, and I know I missed a couple the last few days, but if you do have, I'm gonna have a look. But anybody here that would like to make some comments, starting from the good and the bad? You don't? Yeah, why don't you throw your catch mic and hit somebody? I think just make sure they're awake as well. If not, I have a great tendency. Usually I hop around. There's a comedy element to that as well. You throw the mic and I go with these as well. See how that goes. Anybody? Or any comments before I online as well, as I should check? I'm sure Sam will send me something if you spot something. No, yeah. One comment back? Yeah, there. I'm not coming up. Good, good. Comedy moment for later.
Hi there. So I think there's something that is missing here, not only the brands, but there's a layer which I think that RCS serves larger enterprises, at least initially. I think that is the zone which is going to cater best for in terms of adoption. And many of the largest enterprises work through this above the CPaaS level into marketing clouds, the Adobes, the Salesforces, the Brazers, the Cheetahs. Now, I'm obviously here as Cheetah, but I think that that is a layer that is absent here. And if you want to get adoption of the largest enterprises, there's fantastic work, great examples that's been here over the last few days with the CPaaS environment and the direct relationships they have. But I feel there's a level above where the ecosystem below, we can all be very critical about how things could be better, but actually have done a pretty good job. It's to educate and enforce the values, the ROI, to make this layer better adopt and then push this out into the enterprise market. So that's my personal reflection, that I actually think that there's a lot of criticism that we put on ourselves here, but actually we're missing some key players to really get this off the ground.
So back to Matthias' comments, you say, well, it's not just maybe we deal with brands as if it were one single component. Actually, brands, it's an entire value chain that goes from all the things that are partly inside a company as well. Managing their ins and outs of their ITs, managing their campaign, their ERP, their customer care. So we need to involve them as well. Now, we have one, because out of the darkness, the guy that you cannot see right now, that's with Andy Gladwin. I can recognize your voice, which is the Cheetah Digital part. So we do have some, but it's an open request to invite more.
If I could just add to that, because I totally agree with that, and I've actually had some conversations today around this topic, and the analogy that I would use, and you can, maybe not think this is applicable, but at least in my mind, the way I think. And there weren't a lot of companies out there doing search engine optimization and all the things you do to make the website good, right? And I think I totally agree with you. We see instances of it in this venue over the last few days, but probably not anywhere near the amount of that participation that would need to happen over the long term. Because, and the other analogy I give you is when Wally comes up and talks about personas and like this really high order consideration that brands have to have, that wouldn't have been very applicable 3 or 4 years ago in this channel, because the guts of the channel didn't exist, but it does now. And that's where I think you'll start to see more and more of those types of features, functionalities, and insights show up. Right? Who's going to help the brand have the conversational design versus just the plumbing to make the messaging work?
Yeah, I think we need to rise up from just being a channel to being basically a digital consultant in a way. How they can perform their digital marketing, how they can communicate with the customers, because this is a channel that they don't understand, then they don't see it. If you don't see it, it's hard to create a marketing strategy around it. But it is there. I mean, there are features and potential of this channel are really high. You can really do something about it.
And I agree with all the things you're saying. In fact, from my point of view, when we put this together, we thought we were taking small, big risk, call it what you want. And the first morning was probably our big challenge. First, we said, we're not going to present the traditional topics where we would share in an RCS. We bought somebody completely external to tell us, to review on a palatable what would happen. That was probably Alistair Campbell. We brought Wally, which shows the power, but at the same time, many people could have said, I don't do that. I only do text, I only do this and that. The amount of positive feedback from lean presentation on the generic marketing trends, this is a more mature industry, it seems. The one that looks outside, doesn't just want the simple wholesale deal, so to speak. And I think that, for me, was a real good feedback. I like that so many people were interested in asking for more things that are unusual, like almost pushing a bit the boundaries of what we traditionally do. So I like that. But let's see. Now I'll turn around to you. I've asked one of you at least what you didn't like. Now, what did you like? And if you didn't like anything, why are you still here? So somebody has to say something, obviously. So let's go in and pick up some of you before I pick you. Oh, I can see some out there.
Yeah, hello. I do want to mention I really loved the statistics that were shown through the different use cases. We don't see enough of that, at least where I'm from in Canada, around RCS. And it's really a driving factor that, in my mind, is the biggest sales point when competing with other channels. I didn't know some of those engagement rates. That's really big. So any kind of stats sheets that anybody has with that stuff, if you can send it my way, I would very much be appreciative.
I'll do a bit of internal advertising. There is MEF has got his website. Within there, we're collecting case studies, and it's an open. You can push your case studies. We publish anybody's website case studies. So there is, even if you're not members, etc. It's incredible what people have been doing with RCS. I'm not saying that to be nice to you. As you know, I like also to be sometimes a challenging one. It's really, really good read. So yes, and I can't see you, and I don't know where you're coming from. So exactly. So yeah, if you can put a name and a company to there, so I'll make sure that you get that, and we will share as many more advertising. So maybe tell somebody. Oh, and I see you. Don't worry. Thank you. Good. You know where I live. It's fine.
All right.
So, but yeah, good point. So, and actually, let's talk about that. Our first morning, we didn't have probably enough brands, but what brands did we have? I mean, we had PhD, I don't know if Wayne is still here, but Unilever, part of PhD, with Nor, Hollywood.com, the government, I should mention all of you. I was at Third Bank in Mexico, by the way. And the use cases, the variety. We had Samsung and Orange, incredible duos presenting, selling out their stocks of devices on RCS. Those were really, really powerful things. How do we get more of those people speaking out? Because it took us a while, and I'm referring to Matthias.
Yeah, I mean, just the presentation before we have this one, the colleague was mentioning that how we can actually, get out from this, let's say, RCS mindset and get to the rich messaging. How we can get there, just, let's say, to be, to easier present what we actually have. So what we're actually selling on the market. So how we can get there. I think this is the important part. So maybe it was a little bit wrong just to sell channel in a way. Maybe we can just sell the story about it.
Yeah, I mean, I would actually, I'll put a very fine point on that. Again, 3-4 years ago, if we came up and talked about the what is RBM and what does it do, I'd show you a slide and it would show you the features, right? It would show you the rich sender and the carousels and the cards. Yeah, sure. Now, if you ask me that question, I will show you a slide that shows you benefits. That doesn't actually talk about the features. It talks about what it's delivering as a benefit to the brand, because we have those proof points now. And I think that's the shift, right?
And what was mentioned with these stats. Stats are important.
Yes.
Stats are really good. I mean, you cannot beat the stats. That's it. We need to use this more.
I'm going to mention something else that I picked up, what I liked. I don't know if it's going to be a trend or not, but it came from some of the presentations saying, we're not talking about reach stats, we're talking about engagement levels. I like that. Also because it seems to be that RCS particularly is doing well there maybe, but isn't it good that there probably something else for this type of channels, because there's only one, not only one, which might probably identified, just like click-through rates and other became, the mature level for website and so on to know and compare how you were doing. Do we need another benchmark that shows off the power of RCS, the analytics, which was another presentation we had yesterday showing the power.
Yeah, I think the stat that I learned over the last 2 days was attention value, right? And that's not, I think as it was talked about before, it's not a stat that if you're in the transactional messaging business is one you're used to dealing with, but it is one that the $350 billion of digital ad spend is used to dealing with. So, I don't know if that's a silver bullet necessarily as the one thing that's missing. I don't think that's true, because I think we saw use cases across, all types of verticals, all types of user benefits, from the who to
customer
to
care.
Exactly. So, but I think it's expanding our subject matter expertise, I think, as a group.
Okay. Now, let's.
Anurag has a question.
No, actually, we have questions. Fine, yes.
Anurag, yeah. No question really. Just want to say thanks maybe on behalf of MEF, because it's been a fantastic experience to interact with people beyond the regular faces which we see at all events. So, beyond a Craig or a John or a Richard, we got to interact with product managers, strategy managers. We got to put a face to so many people we've heard about but never got an opportunity to meet. And, we know for a fact that they're spread all across the globe. So this was actually a very unique experience where we actually got to see them all under one roof. So that was really well done. So congrats to you also, Dario. I mean, it was a very uniquely executed event, a very uniquely conceptualized event. So we look forward to more such events in the future as well.
So that was a positive comment. I will put it under.
There's a question online. Ross has got it.
There's a question online. Can you read it, Ross?
So Michael Anderson asks, what's the current status of Apple RCS adoption? So maybe Google jump in.
Well, does anybody got a hotline to Cupertino? Maybe you do? I don't know.
So I think Jan talked about this a little in his initial keynote. Listen, I can't sit here and say what Apple's going to do over the next 2, 3, 4 years. I think we're pretty well on record for what we think about RCS and the standard. We also agree with a lot of the comments folks have made around it being kind of an interoperability gap for that overall users would benefit by that interoperability being in place. We also think that it's a we are working to solve it, to collaborate with Apple. But largely, I also agree with the comments that the larger ecosystem made, that the best argument we could have as a group or even as Google individually is a successful RCS version on where we do have control, right? And I think that's what we're striving to do. At the same time, trying to collaborate, trying to put. I think you'll even see the public, public statements around where we want to work with them from some of the most senior folks within Google. But ultimately, it's their decision on what they will do. I don't know if that's a status. Those are the ongoing efforts we have. But the status is, no news at this time.
Wait and see, but as somebody else was saying, I did on talking about the stats. We were looking at the omnichannel perspective from some, so we still have lots of jobs for some of the people in this room, different channels, not from the B2B side, but at least on the you can reach out on the business messaging thanks to lots of work done in the background by others. And on P2P, there are some interesting development which we're not talking about now, but at least in Europe, there are some political attempts to change things through the DMA. Those things tend to take a long time, but we will see. So stay tuned. But no news from Cupertino now. Lots of things happening in the background, I would say. Yeah. Matthias, do you have any?
Yeah, on that political front that you mentioned, actually, I heard this recently that, at least in the European Union, I'm not sure outside it, that they will open up APIs on all the OTTs that they can talk to each other. That's basically the idea, and I think it's actually a good idea. So
on the person-to-person side, as you can say, there is never a dull moment in the history of messaging. Things that change. More questions and more comments from you out there. I see you're all here. There is one at the back. I can't see.
Kieran wants to ask a question as well. So.
Yeah, I got here. Yeah. So it's just an observation, I think, over the last 2 days, and to some extent maybe echoing the comments from those on, in the forum here. That we spent an awful lot of time maybe over the last 3, 4, 5 years looking internally and looking down the stack in terms of building out and scale and kind of reach, etc. And the language has reflected that. I think what was interesting over the last 2 days, we started to see a change in the language being used. And some of that is a reflection in the players that were invited. But ultimately, it's the reality of the intersection of the world of messaging with digital advertising and digital media spend, with, customer care as a service, unified communications as a service. All of these worlds are starting to blend. In other words, there's a huge opportunity for disruption across these industries as a whole, with effectively, real-time messaging or media-driven messaging, if you will. So I think starting to spend more time looking out and language that reflects that, which can only help the sales aspect and really driving excitement and engagement from the brands and digital adult spend is where we need to spend more time, I think, in future engagements.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I appreciate those comments, Kieran. I think about it a little bit like, I don't know what the stat is, but you only use 5% of your brain, kind of thing. I think that's absolutely true here. Is like where we've been focused and what we've been doing is urgently important, and it's foundational. But there's so much that we don't yet know about the power of the channel. Like again, even in the last 12 months, the metrics that we consider important will change, right? And we'll evolve and we'll learn. And so I just totally agree with that. That there's way more we don't know about the value of this channel than what we do. And I think the language is starting to reflect that. We're starting to look at areas that we weren't looking at before. And so.
Now we have a few more minutes to wrap up, and maybe I really would like to ask, if you've got more questions, keep them. Is there somebody else?
I have one there, Dario, if I can just jump in.
Oh, this is Kieran. Yeah. There you are, sorry.
You're right. I, as you know, knew nothing about RCS before talking to you quite recently. And I suppose as an agency, I'd be saying there's always downward pressure from clients on budgets. And there's always something new. So, we've seen the development of AdSmart technology for TV broadcasting into individual households almost at this stage. We've seen the pressure from budgets going towards influencers and social media. So if the cake isn't getting any bigger, the need to actually put a proper brand around RCS becomes even more important. So I know, Nick, you talked about, collectively getting the market together to talk about this. But as an agency, I'm saying I think that is a significant priority to try to do that and then to collectively start communicating, because RCS has been around for too long without getting the penetration. So if it's now ready, you talked about features and benefits. If the benefits are now there, it's about now saying, okay, this technology is now working. This is what it's now called.
And there is a nice link to what you were saying, to what your message this morning as well, the narrative. It was kind of teamwork and strategy, and was the only trinity that we heard from an external point of view. Interesting, from Alistair Campbell. So you need to have that right. So do we need to have a better narrative for RCS? Do we need to have a better story? Do we have with the successes, with a strategy, with a vision? Do we? We heard from somebody in the marketing world.
I mean, if we are talking about digital budget and spending, and if we compare this with the numbers and the stats that we're getting from RCS, which are actually really good. Just this morning I learned that's like 7%, not click-through rate, but the actual contract rate of all the people that receive those messages. This is really high, So if you are sending, 1 million of something into RCS, or you are comparing this with, influencers or some other digital type of marketing, probably you can do some math there and calculate what you are getting out of it. And I think on the RCS side, and not just on RCS, on the total, this rich messaging conversational side, I think the conversion rate is definitely much better. And this is something that needs to be implemented. It is the new narrative. So how to reach your customers in a smart and efficient way.
And after all, we called those brands that came here to present the game changers. They are the ones that took a bit of a risk because they're using something which is not on the list of the traditional marketeers. They probably got a great result. It might be that it's normalized. It might be that it's a novelty effect. But even if it's not 7%, but it's 3%, it's massive success.
It's huge.
And be the first one and get the 7%. So I think there is a very nice eye candy there we can put in front. Probably we need to start telling it in a different ways to capture us.
Yeah.
And that actually is very good because I'd like you to, I'm sure there's probably a lot of value from you knowing each other, you creating a sense of community, in actually understanding and learning more things. That should be nice. Let me push it further. Is there something that we need to do in the next 12 months as an industry, as you personal? What would you like that to be your motto for the next 12 months on RCS, not personal level? Craig, what would you like Google or yourself to do in the next after this?
I think, and maybe this was a good example of a start, but I think the point that was made earlier is we need to talk to more brands. I hate to, as you said, I hate to use that term generically, but we need to talk in the language of use cases, in the language of benefits that the brand gets, and address that audience with our messaging. So I think it's wonderful that we all come together as an ecosystem and talk to each other, but I think the biggest thing is how do we figure out a way to talk beyond this room? It doesn't mean we shouldn't talk in this room. It doesn't mean that we shouldn't kind of work together as an ecosystem as we are today, but it's not enough. We are at a point now where we have something to say to this incremental audience, and I think that's the thing to me that this was a start. We had some show up, but it's nowhere near, I think, where it needs to be.
We need an amplifier kind of thing.
Yeah.
Matthias?
Yeah, just to add to that, we need to talk also on the MNO side and make them, let's say, eat their own cake. Make them actually use that RCS for their own purposes. This would evangelize this product between their customers, which is a pretty significant number, and then it will be easier to resell it further to, I don't know, big brands and whoever wants to use that. And of course, by building new use cases. I think it's not important which channel we are using, but the use cases which we are delivering and the results of that use case. This is something that we need to sell.
Thank you. Your point of view, don't be quiet. Anybody would like to say what you're going to be doing differently?
Well, yeah, here's an observation around what is RCS. So, in my opinion, and there has been some comments around this, like this is not just an evolution of SMS. It's like, I think that we have seen during these days that RCS has proven to be by its own, and it has its own rights to be here. And you have seen along the different discussions that every brand has an omnichannel strategy. So they're going to continue doing email, they're going to approach their customers through voice, but now we're offering them something new, which is RCS, where for some specific use cases and some specific moments or their customer journeys, there's going to be a lot of value that they can get if they use RCS. So I would like to, for all us to consider that the approach is not like, hey, replace SMS by RCS or replace any other solution by RCS. It's like complement your strategy with RCS because this is going to give you great results.
Thank you. And that was David from Google. And some more, because we do have 30 more seconds, and I can definitely include more and more of you before they kick me out. There is one more.
Oh, I'll come around it.
See, they're not shy after all.
Oh,
Thank you very much. I will say thank you very much, Dario, and everybody for hosting it. It has been superb to be back with everybody for a couple of days. But I suppose for me, the biggest challenge over the next year is the same challenge I had with it last year, and I think we, as collective CPaaS providers, have, is to take RCS and give it a personality in the public's mind, to make sure that people know that they've got it. I sat in front of a completely different set of people, category counsellors, several hundred people in the room, asked them, right, okay, stand up, who's got an iPhone, who's got an Android? So, iPhone, half of them sat down. The other half had said, okay then, who's heard of RCS? And the only person that had was the person I was there with to present the use case I presented yesterday. And as soon as they saw it, as soon as they saw the benefits, there's a now new pipeline of customers. We need to find a way collectively, and whether that's the MNOs, whether it's Google, whether it's the CPaaS providers, of talking about this publicly. And I agree with my friend down there. I don't think RCS is necessarily the term. Is it the right persona? So to quote Wally from yesterday, is it the right persona to go out with the world with? And can we agree on what that should be?
I think that's a great way to summarize even some of the things we're saying this morning and so on, and your call in to Nick, where you'll say you come and talk to each other. That's very good, and I'm already running out of time, but anybody else, this is your show. Anybody else like to say something? There is one.
Beat you to the punch. No, I just want to add a little bit of what he mentioned is Google is already calling it something. When you open the messages client and you're a first user, there is a prompt that says, would you like to try the new chat features? So let's first think, is chat a good enough name? And if it is, let's just all endorse it and go with it. I agree, RCS for a consumer is probably not a good name because it's just another acronym and it's like, oh, some engineer just invented this to screw my life, so I'm going to reject it instead of embracing it. So giving it a personality, I agree. I mean, chat by itself is not going to be enough. I'm a marketing guy, so we're all about, personas and, but, and that's something we can help together, but let's just figure out a name. If chat is good enough, let's go with it. If not, let's put our brain together, let's come up with a brand or please not join, not again. Let's come up with one and let's just do it.
And there was somebody else before we close in, the last comments and remarks?
No, I think that's it.
I think this is it. So we have some homework to go away, but I go away with a lot more excitement, and I hope we don't lose that. Unless, well, do you go out with it? Show your hands. Are you more excited after these 2 days? It's 5 o'clock. You can use your hands. I can hardly see you. Don't cheat. Only one hand allowed per person. Yeah, you can recognize them. Show me. Yes, showing your book. Yep, fine. Good. So the excitement level is what counts as well.
We need to do the same.
Yeah, are you not? Are you? Oh, okay. There we go. So we do have more excitement, and that's a power of a teamwork. That's a power that delivers lots of things. So if you want to do it, let's start now, etc. I'm running over 3 minutes, so I think it's time for me to say thank to you. Stay here. Got very important news. Well, not really, but stay here. But thanks to Craig, thanks to Matthaiou for being here, not just today, but for the last 2 days. Thanks again. Now, we didn't throw these, we didn't hit anybody. That's okay. I'll leave it there for next time. But I think I owe a lot more thanks, and please help me to thank Kieran, who was really helping us stand up and come to the showing up at the last moment. And I think now you're converted into RCS. Thank you very much. Thanks again for being a great master of ceremony. And we've done these for all of you. As you can see, there is a great machine behind it. It starts with the Foundry and Google. And more than the Foundry, Google, in our partnership, really helped to reach out to so many of you to get you excited and to come here, the entire team. So I'd like to thank both the entire, one Google thank you to all the work that has been done. And I'm afraid, because people want to drink, I'm not mentioning all of you name by name, but that's really. But you know who they are anyway. You might know who you are, but you've seen a lot of people working in the background as well for all the great technical elements. Thank you. And I do have to say a big thank you to the MEF team, because it's a small team. They seem to work a lot, and they boss me around. Massively, but isn't that great they've done? So well done to Susan specifically for this. I will mention you. There are many more that deserve a thank you. I have one more or two more things to tell you. First of all, yesterday we talked about SMEs and RCS. Can you name an SME that is using RCS? I'm waiting. One? You do know one. It's MEF. Yes. We, thanks to one of our members, played along. And yes, we are a 15-people group, so we are definitely an SME. We did play, and with you as well, we launched a bot. Incredible support from lots of mobile operators that allowed us to be on their networks because we had an incredible international group. We played, I hope you liked it, and if you have feedback, obviously, we will try to make sure that we also drink our champagne. We played a lot. It was a bit of interesting experience. It's not the first time, and I should say thank you to Infobip on our Omnichannel event. We ran it with an Infobip, and we also was a great success and a great learning. We ran it with .go this time, and so we had .go helping us with the bot. Now, as part of a little fun, you could see the agenda and so on, we did ask for you to vote for your favorites. This is not a real award, but for fun. So who won the best, it's not the best, but one of the best, some of the incredible operators for their efforts in RCS? Oh, interesting. It's changing, as you can see. And a big thank you goes to, and well done on RCS, to Orange. Well done. Well done for the contest. We also asked which other brand that we showed to you were, the one that was particularly interesting and inspiring. And the winner was Unilever. Well done to Unilever. And we did also ask, you can see, which partner was worth of a thank you. And I can see why .go was up there winning. Well done to .go, also the provider of a bot. So I do appreciate that you extended my thank you to them as well. So well done. It was a bit of fun, but also to show you that even a small team like us, in the end, could put together a little bot and chat and play with you. This is the end of today. In terms of MEF topics, never finishes. On Monday, we're going to be talking about digital transformation with an online event, so come and join us. But for the RCS event, this is the end of a too fantastic day. As I always say, but this time it's so true, you made the difference. Showing up, you the brand, you the telcos, you the aggregators. Thank you, really. You also made these a very interactive and incredible session. It is time to thank you then. So let's go and have 1 hour of a happy hour. We're going to have some drinks, and we're going to have some, obviously, relaxing time and fun. Thanks to you. Thanks for the last 2 days.
Thank you.